On day one, 24 of the best players in the world powered through Vintage Masters, and Jeskai claimed the ascendancy in Modern. On day two, those 24 became just 4, two giants of the Japanese game, together with the innovator and the reigning world champion. On day three, 72 countries came to battle, with pride in their hearts and smiles on their faces. Now it's time for Magic's annual VIP pool party, and you're invited. Welcome to day 4 of Worlds Week, and welcome to day 2 of the World Magic Cup. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, welcoming you along to Nice, France, part of the Triple R threat here at the desk, sitting alongside Hall of Famer Randy Buehler and Mr. Rashad Miller. Welcome along to you all. Randy, first to you, highlight of yesterday.
For me, it's Israel and Shahar Shenhar. You know, people have talked about Shahar, he's the reigning world champion, but that Israel team almost made the top 8 last year. They were actually playing France in a win-in to make it the top 8. France obviously went on to win the tournament, but now France is gone. Here's Israel. They're sitting as a 1 seed going in. They're in great shape for Shahar to try to pull off the double.
Right, the Dream Chaser, he's still going for it. Rashad, how about you? Highlight from yesterday.
For me, it was the Slovak Republic. They are the overall 2nd seed, and they did it with a pretty innovative strategy. Usually, the teams take their 2 power hitters, set them up that they're going to play every round, and then the other 2 teammates kind of double team the other opponent. But the Slovak Republic, they went for the sit one of their powerhouses out and just play coach for all 3 games. And it led them to be 2nd seed overall and 1st in their pot.
All right, so Randy, why don't we take people through the schedule and what we can expect to see today and how we got to today. So let's see the schedule and formats for the World Magic Cup.
Yeah, day 1, relatively normal as Magic tournaments go. 3 rounds of Team Sealed, followed by 4 rounds of Constructed. You play 7 rounds of Swiss, you cut to the top 32. Sounds like a Magic tournament, right?
Yep, that's absolutely fine. So let's get to day 2, which is what's coming up right now. Yeah. Now, here we go.
This is truly unique. This is, I love it. I think this is one of my favorite Magic formats of the year. The 32 teams are divided up into pools, 8 pools of 4 teams each, kind of like an international soccer tournament. And then what's going to happen this morning is that you're going to play 3 rounds of Team Sealed. You play against each of the other 3 teams in your pool. Pretty straightforward. It's just a round robin inside your pool, and then the top 2 teams advance. The bottom 2 teams are eliminated from the tournament, so we cut to 16 after that round of pool play.
Okay, let's go on to part 2 of day 2, where you're going to see pretty much the same information, just cut in half.
Absolutely. Now the remaining 16 teams get divided up into 4 pools of 4, and then once again, round robin inside the pool, you play every other team, and then we see which 2 teams have the best record inside of that pool. Those 2 teams advance to the top 8. Those 2 teams come back, part of our just marathon of awesomeness on Sunday.
Right. Now the most important thing to remember is that seeding matters. Boy, does it ever. We'll show you the pools in just a moment. But if you are a top 2 seed, a 1 or a 2 in your pool, you only need 2 and 1, 2 wins, 1 loss from your 3 matches to advance.
Yeah, that seeding is essentially the tiebreaker. So if you wind up tied for an advancement spot, whoever had the better day 1 is going to advance. It matters. I mean, it's not the end. It's not everything.
No.
Right? Anybody who 3-0s is definitely advancing. 2-1 is probably going to advance even if you came in as a low seed. It's just not guaranteed.
For sure. Rashad, what's on the line? Money, pro points, prestige, pro tours.
You know what? I think it's all 4 of those.
Right.
It wouldn't be a professional Magic tournament if it wasn't. You probably wouldn't be watching it here on Twitch. So if we could take a look at the prizes, you can see the first place. That's $12,000. That's not a small chunk of change.
Yeah, and that's per player.
Yeah, this is per player. Usually the prizes are, we have to divide this by 4, but this is each person's getting these sets of prizes. And don't forget the pro points. 8 pro points for a lot of these players who are from countries that don't have as many premier their events. They don't get this chance to get to GPs the same way that a lot of other players do. 8 pro points is enough to probably get them the championship and get invited to the World Magic Cup next year.
Yeah, don't forget the text in the right-hand corner of this too. Everybody who makes it to Sunday, that's 8 teams times 4 players each, get invited to the Pro Tour.
And that's a big deal.
This is definitely a path to the Pro Tour for countries that may not get a lot of Pro Tour qualifiers.
Exactly.
All right, so why don't we show you the top of our master scoreboard from yesterday? They played 7 rounds as countries. Let's see the top of our master scoreboard, and there you see it, Malaysia at the top. Rashad, what stands out for you on our first sheet of the top 18?
Well, I already told you how the Slovak Republic stood out for me earlier, and they had the pool because I had a chance to go out and do some scouting. They were able to get two color decks and a perfect mana Abzan deck. So they have a red-green aggro deck, they have a blue-white aggro deck, and they have an Abzan deck, and that's kind of the dream that you want, or at least one of the 2 dreams that you really want when you're building these SEAL team decks.
Okay, let's go on to our second set of teams, and Randy, this is where some of the drama really happened late last night.
33rd Japan, 34th Germany. We knew all day long that 1, 2, 3, somewhere in that neighborhood teams were going to miss the cut at 4 and 3. Yuya Watanabe had the win-in feature match in the last round. He's actually playing against his own standard deck that he's unleashed on the world by making top 4 on the individual side. He loses, but his teammates come through. It's super dramatic. Japan's got the win-in. Oh, they fall 1 short on tiebreakers. As did Patrick Dickman and the Germans, who knocked out France in the last round, gave France the lethal 4th loss, but their tiebreakers didn't hold up either. So, yeah, the story there is who didn't make it for me. It's Japan and Germany right on the bubble.
For sure. Now, on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you will see a little hashtag, MTGWMC. We want you to use that right now because at the end of our first round of action in the feature match area, the 3 of us are going to be joined by Ben Hayes, one of the designers and developers from Inside R&D. He'll be right here with us, and we want you to ask us anything you want. You can ask us about Worlds Week, you can ask us about the World Championship, the World Magic Cup, you can ask Ben all about working inside R&D, you can ask him about future sets, which he won't answer, you can ask him about current sets, which he will, or past sets, which he may or may not. Anything you want to know about R&D coverage, this tournament, other tournaments, the hat collection, just ask us anything. That's at hashtag MTGWMC, and we'll be with you answering your questions, as many as we can get through between the first and second rounds this morning. Okay, why don't we look at the pods while the players are getting seated for our first round of action. Let's look at Pool A. Malaysia, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Greece. All the records are reset. So who do we have? Randy, you've got some intel on Pool A.
Yeah, no, I watched Malaysia build, and first of all, it's quite the sort of Far East flavor to this group. It's kind of cool, actually. Malaysia, I walk up, they kind of noticed me right away. I mean, this is a team that maybe wasn't expecting to be first place overall. They're like, oh, hi, right? How are the decks, I say. One guy says, not very good, but his teammate says, that's what you said yesterday. So I thought that was kind of funny.
Excellent.
They've got a Mardu tokens with a Sarkhan and an Ankle Shanker, spoils, couple of Chiefs. That deck looked pretty good. They've got a Sidisi deck that looked like it didn't have all the tools you would necessarily need. But I mean, you got to find a home for Sidisi. They had a Villainous Wealth in there. And then their Abzan deck as well. And I was a little... It felt like their pool may not have been the best synergy because they're playing both Abzan and Mardu. So they're playing a pair of black-white base decks. And I don't know. I think that that was pretty early in the build, and I'm kind of hoping for their sake that they managed to find a way to sort of fight less with their 3 decks. But they seem to be struggling to get all the cards dealt out efficiently.
Okay, what about Hong Kong? Anything with them at all? Get a chance to see Li Shichan, Meng Qizheng?
Yeah, I mean, they've also got a Black-White Warriors deck, but I mean, they've got all the good Black-White cards in the one deck. It's got a Spoils, it's got a Rush of Battle, it's got a Chief. It's kind of an okay Black-White Warriors deck. I mean, it wasn't great, but I mean, it was solid. They've got a 4-color Control, Villainous Wealth, Dead Drop. Again, it looked okay to me, but not spectacular. The deck that looked great to me, though, was the blue-green with a touch of red deck. 2 Ice Feather Avens and a Sagu Mauler.
Wow, nice.
Crater's Claws on the splash, just kind of the perfect, yeah, exactly. Kind of that deck looked great, but I don't know that I love their other two decks.
Okay, Rashad, you've already talked about Slovak Republic. They are the #1 seed in Pool B. Let's take a look at Pool B for you. It's got the Slovak Republic in, South Korea, Scotland, and Guatemala. What else you got for us?
Well, obviously, I went over to talk to I didn't talk to the South Korean team, but I kind of looked over what they were building their decks. They have a very good Absent Control deck, which features Death Frenzy, and I think those are in Hostilities. But the other two decks, it was kind of interesting because they had a Teamer build and they had a Mardu build. But there was this pool of like Jeskai morphs that they kept flipping back and forth between the two. Like they couldn't figure out if one of those was going to be a 4-color deck and just play those morphs or not. And it was just interesting because I couldn't understand what they were saying. But the cards just kept flipping, like just turn their orientation backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. And I wanted to stay to see, where they ended up, but I have to go around and look at some other decks.
Fair enough. All right, let's go to Pool C, where the Netherlands, Russian Federation, Spain, and Venezuela will be going at it. But I can tell you that right now in the feature match area, the Gladiators are ready. We are going to start with Pool E, and in that pool, Hungary are facing Norway. But we begin day 2 of the World Magic Cup with Hall of Famer Ole Rada and the rest of the fabulous Sweden team, and they are up against, he said in an utterly unbiased fashion, go Team England, go Team England, go Team England. Go.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer and Pro Tour champion Ben Stark, and we are about to watch Sweden versus England. Let's go right down to the floor. The guys are ready to go. Here we are, day 2, the World Magic Cup. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the World Magic Cup. I'm Brian David Marshall, joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Ben Stark, and we are about to watch Team Sweden, one of the top seed teams in this tournament, playing against Team England, one of the team that really charged back from 0-2 to rattle off 5 straight wins. And we're going to see, there you get a look at Love Janse. He has as much Pro Tour experience as all of Team England. He has 6. There you get a look at Fabrizio and Terry. He also has 6, but those are the only 6 Pro Tour appearances on the English team.
Meanwhile, the rest of Sweden is Ole Rade and Joel Larsson, so that's a pretty experienced team.
Right, 39 Pro Tours for Ole Rade and a little bit more than a dozen for Joel Larsson.
Yeah, probably only trumped by Frank Karsten alone.
Yeah. So Fabrizio, by the way, started this game out on 5 cards. He mulliganed to 5, but has a reasonable draw here. Plays 2 lands and an Einok Bondkin.
And he looks to have a pretty low curve. He also has 2 Leaping Masters, Mardu Heartpiercer. He's got a Sarkin. It looks like a really nice Jeskai deck.
So what is the matchup here? As we see a Ruthless Ripper played face up by Love Janse.
We're looking at Jeskai versus Mardu. Both guys are pretty much straight 3. There's the lightest color in the Jeskai deck is blue, which he's got 4 sources of, so not straight 3, but not exactly a light splash. The Mardu, I'm sorry, the Abzin, not Mardu, I apologize. The Abzin lands are 5 swamp, 3 plains, 4 forests, plus he's got a bunch of duels, so basically straight 3 Abzin.
There you see Love Janse playing a morph, taking it out of his sleeve. That's a great thing to do if you're worried about getting game lost for not revealing your morphs. Even if you pick that card up, put it in your hand, because it's not sleeved, you can show people that it was a morph that you didn't reveal. It's an Abzan guide, we know.
Yeah, I mean, that's
pretty much one of the
strategy.
Premium cards to have as a face-down morph in Abzan.
Yeah, I really like that guy. Abzan tends to be a little bit slower, kind of filling the control deck role a lot in this format. Like Sultai might be the true control deck, but with how aggressive Jeskai and Mardu tend to be, and even Timur is really a creature deck you're attacking a lot, I find the life gain from the Abzan guide to be really, really positive for you, especially with Bitter Revelation at common. That's a card I like a lot, but obviously you fall a little behind, you lose a little life, so I think it has really good synergy with Abzan guide.
There you get a look at on Terry's hand, and I'm not sure what his morph is face down. And then we see an Abzan Battle Priest join the Swedish team.
That guy is good, but he hasn't super impressed me. He's still a little slow. A 4-mana 3/2. He can't really block positively when he comes into play. You have to spend a turn outlasting him.
Can't really do anything until turn 6. Although I guess if you have some outlast guys early, he makes them a little more swingy.
Yeah, and you can fall behind if you're going to start gaining life, with all your creatures, so and then catch back up. So he's definitely a good card. I don't think he's a great card, though.
Right. And Terry sends his creatures into the red zone. The Bondkin's not blocked. The morphed War Behemoth eats the Ruthless Ripper, and another morph comes down for Anteri, who finds his 4th land as well.
This could be a tight game, because even though Anteri mulliganed to 5, Love doesn't seem to have a forest, so he's pretty limited on what he can do.
Right, but if he finds a forest, he starts, gaining back chunks of life for a turn.
Yeah, if he finds a forest quickly, he's going to be at a pretty big advantage. But I think that Fabrizio can cast pretty much his whole hand, and he's got a pretty aggressive hand, Leaping Master and Jeskai Charm. So he's going to try and end this game before Love can find that forest.
There you get a look at Anteri as he sends his creatures into the red zone. And then we'll see Leaping Master here with mana for Jeskai Charm in his back pocket.
And he could have unmorphed the Canyon Lurkers, which if he didn't have Jeskai Charm in hand, I think would have probably been the correct play, because it's more damage than playing the Leaping Master. But he definitely doesn't want to take hits from that Abzan Battle Priest, so I'm pretty sure he's going to end up Jeskai Charming that, putting it back on top, because his whole goal for this game is basically, keep the board about as it is, stunt Love's development, don't let him find that forest, and if he puts that Battle Priest back on top this turn, and Love didn't find the forest, he could kill him. Like, he could definitely, attack next turn, then the Battle Priest gets replayed, attack again, then it gets outlasted, and he could end this game before he starts, taking advantage of that lifelink.
Yeah, Love did not find the forest, but he did find a Blossoming Sand, so he's going to have green next turn.
Well, that's going to make it really interesting. Because obviously, if he wants to flip the Abzan Guide or something, he's not going to be able to replay the Battle Priest. But if Fabrizio doesn't really find anything, flipping the Abzan Guide could easily be enough. It's really a key draw, because if that wasn't the Blossoming Sands, if that was just, some green card he can't cast, he might have lost this game. This might be the last turn that he had to draw that forest, since we know next turn he's drawing Abzan Battle Priest.
So morph trades with Leaping Master. Jeskai Charm puts the Battle Priest back on top. Sagu Archer's the morph that chose to attack. The other morph stayed home. Pretty telling that that's probably an Abzan Guide.
Right.
And Alabaster Kieran is going to join the Abzan side of the table for Sweden.
Which definitely makes that block with the Leaping Master look good. I didn't love that block because he doesn't really have any cards in hand, so he could afford to start spending the 3 to give it flying, and the evasion could have finished off the game, potentially. But obviously, with it being a Sagu Archer, it could have blocked the flyer, and then an Alabaster Kieran coming down would have been able to block the Leaping Master. So it looks like he knows a little bit more than I do.
Yeah, I don't believe players got to look at deck lists beforehand. So
yeah, I don't think that was a great block, but I think it's working out for him here.
So now we're going to see a Canyon Lurkers and get in for 6. That's going to drop Love to 5.
Yeah, so imagine if he didn't have the Blossoming Sands. Imagine if that was just some green card.
I'm sorry, that's the 5-2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, so that's 8. So he drops him to 3.
Right, and we know that he can gain life back and maybe stabilize as long as Fabrizio bricks next turn. But imagine if he didn't draw the forest this turn, what this game would look like.
Oh, yeah.
It would be super close. As it is now, it's still a pretty interesting decision. He might on-morph here, go to 7 and hit with the Kieran, but then he'll die if Love finds if Fabrizio...
Anything to clear the path?
Yeah, if Fabrizio finds anything to kill the Kieran.
Okay, here comes the the Abzan guy.
So he does make that play. I like this play. But, yeah, removal here wins the game. Fabrizio definitely has outs. He has Arc Lightning, Arrow Storm, 2 Bring Lows. He's got tons of outs.
How about Sarkin?
No,
there we go.
That doesn't work. Bring Low wins the game, but Sarkin's not quite enough.
You're going to look at Sarkin, the Dragon Speaker. Oh, boy. Wow, that was a hell of a top deck.
Yeah, and he wins on the Multi 5.
Yeah. Well, he would have just drawn that card if it was his 6-card hand, right? He would have had that all along.
Yeah, that was fun. It ended up kind of being a fair game.
We have a couple messages, and we'll be back with more action from the World Magic Cup.
Have you ever dreamt of drafting the greatest hits of Magic? The all-new Legacy Cube is available on Magic Online until December 10th. Download Magic Online at www.mtgo.com and live the dream. Friday Night Magic expands to all formats starting in 2015. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts at Friday Night Magic. Check out your local store for details, and remember to tell your friends Friday night is about to get even better. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
Welcome back to the action. I'm Brad David Marshall, joined by Ben Stark. We are going to take a look in on our match between David Ingles of the English team and Joel Larsson of Sweden. Joel Larsson, of course, someone you played in the finals of Pro Tour.
Yeah, in the semifinals of Pro Tour Gatecrash. Yeah, we played a really fun, really tough 5-game match, Esper versus Blue White Red. And, I was up 2-1. He actually took it. Game 4, I felt like I got a little unlucky, but Game 5, I felt like he outplayed me.
Yeah, you have a lot of you said you have a lot of respect for his play skill. David Ingles is someone who has not played on the Pro Tour yet in his career and is looking at this World Magic Cup as his PTQ.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him. Obviously, if he hasn't played on the Pro Tour yet, this is a big opportunity for him. Maybe I can get familiar with him if England can advance to the top 8.
Yeah, there you see he just played a Siege Rhino and outlasted his Crows and Tusk captain. Yes. Larson 15. And Larson outlasts his Bondkin, plays his Leaping Master. What do these two decks look like? Obviously, Mardu versus Abzan. Anything we should be keeping an eye out for here?
Well, the Abzan deck looks like it's trying to go long. I mean, it's got Double Archer's Parapet, so it's not very aggressive. And we can see with the Tuskguard captain and the Siege Rhino that it feels like it probably has a pretty good mid to late game.
You like Joel Larson putting his 2 creatures together to show the double block on the Siege Rhino to.
And then when David does attack, he probably won't double block,
exactly.
fearing the blowout.
Yeah.
Little mental game. I mean, I actually have no idea whether he will or won't double block. We just tagged into this game, but it would be pretty risky.
Yeah.
And apparently it's working. He doesn't seem to be attacking.
Yeah, just maybe figures, if he shows him the double block and he doesn't have a trick, the player, David's a little less experienced than Joel, maybe he can sort of intimidate him.
In the Pro Tour, Luis Scott Vargas went 16-0 in San Diego back in 2010. He once cracked a fetch land main phase to get basic Mountain, just so his opponent knew Lightning Blast was a possibility. And he did, Lightning Bolt, and he didn't have a Lightning Bolt in his hand, and he needed his opponent to not go for it or something like that, so he just wanted to show him, hey, this Aaron Mesa can get Mountain, and I can cast Lightning Bolt. I made fun of him for that one for a long time, but it worked, and he went 16-0, so I guess he got the last laugh.
Yeah. I think Simon Gertzen had the last laugh, actually.
Touche.
So we've got Abzan Guide mana for David, but he's gonna outlast his 2 guys and play a morph. Outlast. Yep. He's like, which morph are you playing? There you go. Okay, this game's going to be here for a while.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere.
I don't think these guys are going anywhere. We're going to go back to our main match, which is between Love Yance and Fabrizio Anteri. And Fabrizio is up a game despite a mulligan to 5 in Game 1.
It's not easy to win on a multi-5, so it's got to feel good. Feeling like if you overcame that, you're probably in good shape for this game, even though it doesn't actually mean you're more or less likely to win this game.
You're like, my deck is so sweet.
Yeah, basically. Like, I just won on a multi-5.
So gain lands for both players. Tranquil Cove for Fabrizio and Terry. Jungle Hollow for Jonse. And he plays on Archer's Parapet. We could be here a while, too.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I see a lot of people in this format just always choose to play because of the morphs, which is often correct. But then I'll see them do something like a turn 2 Archer's Parapet, and I wonder if their curve was good enough that they maybe could have chose to draw first. I mean, if you're a debilitating injury Archer's Parapet deck, there's a good chance you should be choosing to draw and your opponent should be choosing to draw. You're not going to fall behind. Your 2-drops stop everything until turn 5.
Right.
And they don't attack. Debilitating injury is a great card, but it doesn't attack.
And there you see the debilitating injury in Yancey's hand. So interesting. I have not thought about that. I might try that at my F&M.
I mean, not that, Johnsey knew he was going to draw this exact hand, but when you take a look at his hand, it doesn't look like being on the play offered it much. It's a bunch of removal. It's cheap removal, so it's not like he's going to fall behind. If he knew he was going to draw this set of cards, he would definitely choose to draw. So it's a question of what the rest of his cards look like also.
Right. I also see like Kill Shot and cards like that. I assume that all plays into into that strategy because you're behind a turn, your opponent's unmorphing an Obzone Guide, and you're able to Kill Shot it. Or
creatures do better on the play. Removal does better on the draw. So, I mean, if you're a lot of cheap removal and defenders, then obviously it makes sense for you to draw. And it also makes sense for your opponent to draw because you're not doing anything with those by putting them out first. So you kind of both want to go second in that situation.
So Suspension Field's going to take out the flyer.
Yeah, I like this. He can keep leveling up that Bonkin. It'll be past the parapet in like a turn.
Yeah, next turn it becomes a 5/4 first striker.
And you might be saying, well, that sounds like a heavy investment, but he doesn't have much else to do. His hand is a Jeskai Charm and a Leaping Master and land. Wow. So I'm pretty confident that he wants to go ahead and take care of the flyer, get the Bonkin past the parapet, and just play his Leaping Master this turn. He basically did everything he wanted to do anyway.
Right. Looks like I see it. Oh, that was a smite, and that was a smite in Love's hand. But he also does have a Kill Shot in his deck.
And he also has a Windstorm in his hand. So I don't think we'll see debilitating injury on the Sleeping Master since he probably figures he can Windstorm it away. I don't think I would Windstorm it away just yet. I'd probably take a hit or two, see if maybe I can catch 2 flyers instead of 1.
Well, that Windstorm could be even better than he even could hope for. If you look at the last card that Terry has drawn, it's a Flying Crane technique.
Oh, wow, that could be a huge blowout. But does he know? He doesn't know about the Flying Crane technique, right?
No, he just saw the Sarkhan he can't get, but I guess he just saw some flyers in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, maybe his deck just has a lot of problems with flyers, so he really wanted the Windstorm.
Yeah, we saw, I think, Neil Oliver main deco Windstorm at Grand Prix Ottawa.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have Archer's Parapets, Obzon Guides, you're really good at holding the ground, but flyers are an issue for you. Although I don't know if that's really the case here for Johnsey that much because, I mean, he does have a lot of removal from what we've seen. Between a Kill Shot, Smite the Monstrous, Debilitating Injury, I mean, you would think, Obzon Charm, you would think he would be confident enough against a few flyers. His own flyer, we see an Alabaster Karen off to the side.
So and Terry feels no need to leap his master because he knows his Summit Prowler's getting blocked anyway.
Yeah, both players are playing pretty slow right now, which is probably correct for both of them.
We may see a Leaping Master do his thing. This turn, though, now with 2 Archer's Parapets acting as a clock for Johnsey.
And I wonder if he'll Windstorm it. I probably would because at this point, you got to know your opponent's not really holding any flyers because they'd just be in play. So unless you think they have Flying Crane technique or something like that, there's not really a reason not to Windstorm the Leaping Master, I don't think. Just really...
What about pure greediness?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously he's not... his life total is pretty high, so he could wait a few turns in case, his opponent draws a flyer, and then you get the 2-for-1. But I don't know. He's got a bunch of removal in hand, and I just don't see you sitting here taking 2 a turn against a deck that clearly has some reach in the hopes that they draw a flyer over the next couple turns. I would have not Windstormed it had he given it flying on like turn 5 or something, but at this point in the game, I would Windstorm it.
And then face up, so Wooly locks it on.
He might just be dead here. Flying Crane technique is a lot of damage.
Taps out, Flying Crane technique, that
looks like 20.
At least 20.
Yeah, and he was at 17. So if he had Windstorm that Leaping Master, this actually wouldn't be lethal. He would probably go on to lose because I think Fabrizio has Jeskai Charm in hand also. But this kind of shows you here, like he's just taking the 2 like nothing could happen. But Flying Crane technique is a card, and this is team sealed. Heck, it's not even a mythic, so it's a card that a Jeskai player is somewhat likely to have.
Right.
I definitely did. Yeah.
Johnsey shows him the windstorm that he had. Wow.
Yeah, I really don't like how Johnsey played that game. I think that he should have windstormed the turn before at least, if not, if there was an opportunity before that. And if not, then he could have just,
He could have also faced down the Loxodon and kept his mana up.
Right, and more often than not, you play those type of cards face up because you don't want to die to bring low or some small removal. But in this exact case, holding Obzun Charm and Windstorm, I mean, yeah, he probably should have just morphed it so that he could have had access to that Windstorm.
So we've switched over to our last match to peek in, and we get to see Hall of Famer Ole Rade versus Ricardo Reale. And Ricardo is someone who I don't believe he's actually played on 3 PTs. He's a Grand Prix veteran with like 13 GPs under his belt, and a couple of money finishes.
Meanwhile, Ole Rade playing in his first tournament. Is he the one who won 2 Pro Tours?
Yes, he is. Ole Rade has let's see, 39 PTs, 31 GPs, 5 Pro Tour top 8s, 2 wins, 10 Pro Tour top 64s.
Yeah. A powerhouse in the early days of the Pro Tour.
And very he was on the Swedish team last year that missed the cut. They were the one team to miss the cut at 4-3, and seemed really focused on getting this team further this year.
And what's the record this year?
They came in at 5-1-1.
Oh, very nice.
So they were the top seed in their pool. There you get a look at Ole Rade. Looks a little different than his picture on Sylvan Safekeeper, which was his invitational card. He's also an invitational winner. His long, luxurious locks, long gone. There you see the cards in Rade's hand: a Force Away, an Awaken the Bear, a Mystic, Hooded Hydra.
Hooded Hydra's tough. Hooded Hydra is definitely one of the best rares in the set.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. When you unmorph that guy.
Or sometimes when you dump 10 mana into that guy.
Yeah, normally it's like if they make a good block, then your guy dies when you unmorph it. If you unmorph that guy and they made a good block and he dies, you're happy about it.
Yeah.
I'll kill your biggest dude, I'll make 5/1/1s. Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Oh, and we see he's also got a Ghostfire Blade in his deck. Meanwhile, a Bear's Companion has come down for Ricardo Reale along with the Dancing Bear token. Because that's what it looks like to me.
I don't know about all this dancing, but it does look like Ricardo Reale has got a lot of good stuff to work with. I don't know how Ole Rade is going to stop Hooded Hydra, Mystic of the Hidden Way, Ghostfire Blade, 4 creatures in play, including a bear, dancing or not.
Ole's considering his play. Thinking about maybe just a face-up Mystic of the Hidden Way here.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough spot for Ole. I mean, he's got a lot of action, I guess. Like we said, Hooded Hydra, Mystic of the Hidden Way. What does his opponent have? Does he have anything to push damage through?
He's got a Crippling Chill, River Wheel Aerialist, and a Water World.
Oh, so he's got tons of ways to push damage through. Okay, so this is going to be a tight one.
And he's on 5 lands, so he's getting close to being able to do everything in his hand.
Yeah, because, I mean, Hooded Hydra is amazing, but it's not that fast. And if you're this far behind, and your opponent has some bounce spells, I'm not sure that Hooded Hydra is going to be that effective in this game.
So face down card, I think we're going to see a Ghostfire Blade here. There's Ghostfire Blade, equip Ghostfire Blade to the morph. Yeah, that's, I think, the best possible use of his mana.
Yeah, it's almost certainly the right play this turn. And he doesn't draw the land, so I don't think Water Whirl is an option, or River Wheel Aerialists. So he's got Crippling Chill. The morph is a Mistfire Weaver. It looks like he's going to have to choose whether to Crippling Chill now or to just wait. I mean, bluffing with the morph is probably not a good option. It'll probably get blocked by the flock. I mean, there's some chance that Ole doesn't want to lose the flock to, a Snowhorn Rider or a Pine Walker or something. But 05s are really only good for one thing. I think he could probably Crippling Chill if it gives him like a good attack, which it probably does. If he taps the 4/4 morph, the morph with the Ghostfire Blade on it, he could then attack with everybody. But I guess if he waits, it'll just be an even bigger attack. Maybe no
Alpine
rush.
Retaps his mana. He's like, oh, green for the Alpine Grizzly. Got it. So that was the card he drew this turn.
Yeah, I guess he figures if I'm going to Crippling Chill, it's better to have an extra guy in play. He does give Ole the opportunity to play a second big creature, though. And then he would only be able to tap one. But if he draws the land for Water Whirl, he'd be able to bounce both big creatures, and then he would have a great attack. So Ricardo playing very patiently here.
Patiently waiting for land 6.
Yeah, or even just to Crippling Chill later with an extra Alpine Grizzly in play, which is potentially more value. So, it's hard to argue against more value.
Here we go. Mystic in the Hidden Way. And get in for 5.
This actually plays really well into Ricardo's game plan. Ole thinking, okay, this is a great clock. I can win this race. But Ricardo, knowing he has Crippling Chill and Water Whirl, is like, yeah, try and race me. That's exactly what I wanted.
Oh, look what he just drew.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. I don't think I just morphed the Sagu Mauler. He has too good of an attack. I think, personally, I would either just Alpha or I would Crippling Chill the Alpine Grizzly and then Alpha. I think I would probably Crippling Chill the Grizzly, knowing I have Water Wall 2. If I draw a land, I can still morph the Mauler.
Right.
And I really want to cycle.
Here's your Alpha attack that you were looking for.
But let's see if he's going to Crippling Chill or not. He should attack first so that his guys can't get Crippling Chilled, and then he should, if he's going to Crippling Chill, I'm not saying he should Crippling Chill, but if he's going to Crippling Chill, he should attack first and then Crippling Chill the Grizzly before blockers.
It sounds like he's willing to just trade any one of his guys for the any one of his creatures for the Grizzly.
Which is not wrong, because he's morphing a Sagu Mauler. That's a great turn. I guess I'm a little greedy in that I would Crippling Chill, knowing that if I draw land, I can still morph the Sagu Mauler, and that I have Water Whirl. I think he can afford to be greedy in this position, because if he doesn't draw the land, it's perfectly fine also.
Oh, wow, look at this, though. Try to force away the bear, and now the Mistfire Weaver is going to flip up, give hexproof to the bear, and counter
and
the force away.
That's another good reason for Ricardo's play. He gets to have the 3 guaranteed, and I guess he's assuming that Ole might have had a force away when he left the 3 open. I wasn't assuming all of that because there's not that many instants for blue-blue-green there. Also, if he did draw the land, he would have been able to do that anyway. So I don't know. I would have probably made the greedy play, but it could definitely be wrong.
Yeah, Ole falls to 9, and he really just has a Hooded Hydra and an Awaken the Bear.
I'm pretty big on the greedy play.
I've been accused of that a time or two in my life as well.
I just never believe anyone I'm playing against is going to have anything.
So face-ups his Hooded Hydra for the same 1 mana less than it would cost to morph it and unmorph it.
And if Ricardo draws a land here, this game is over. He's going to be able to Water Whirl the Mystic and the Hooded Hydra back, make a nice attack, and then still have Crippling Chill.
It looks like instead he just drew another Bear's Companion.
So now he has to make some decisions. If he would Crippling Chill the Hydra, he'd be able to attack on the ground with the bear, and that would be a good trade for him with the Mystic, I think, but it wouldn't really get any damage through. So I don't see any reason to Crippling Chill this turn. I think now he'll just play the Bear's Companion and pass the turn. I mean, it seems like this is a turn where an Alpha isn't going to do very much. Even if he Crippling Chills, it's going to deal 2 damage. I mean, I guess if he trades with the Mystic, that's somewhat positive for him, but I don't really get it.
So he Crippling Chills the Hydra.
I mean, I know he does want to find land 6. That was the reason I wanted to do it the previous turns.
And he did find it. I see a forest in his hand.
Yeah, but he had a Bear's Companion to lay this turn. Such a good 5-drop to put out so much more. I really don't... Yeah, this is a play I really don't get. I really don't get Crippling Chill here. It worked out for him okay. I mean, he's going to be able to morph the Sagu Mauler still post-combat, so that's pretty good. But, I mean, when you have Bear's Companion to just drop, I don't know. I don't see a reason to go ahead and tap 3 and Crippling Chill there. I mean, he could be scared of the Mystic, but he's at 16, and the Mystic already didn't attack last turn.
Right.
So it's not exactly like Ole is going to win this race. And it's not like he was really threatening to, considering he didn't even attack with the Mystic last turn.
Everyone gets in.
I do like this attack. Even though the Mystic can eat a 2/2, a 2/2 is pretty irrelevant at this point. So just sacrificing them to deal some more damage seems fine. And you see that he got in 4 extra damage than if he didn't send the small creatures. And I wasn't sure whether Ole was going to eat the 2/2 and block the bear with the Monastery Flock and take 5, or whether he was going to make the block he made to only take 4 and trade off the Mystic for the 4/4. And that's a close play, so that's how you know it's right to send both those small creatures.
Okay. And we do see the morphed Sagu Mauler. And Ole just scoops up his cards.
Was Ole just completely out of gas?
It depends. Only do you scoop in response to the morph or?
Show me the morph.
Yeah. Anyway, even if it is on stack. Yeah.
You hear the players.
Yeah.
If he scooped in response to the morph, you don't have to reveal the morph.
That's ridiculous. Clearly, I'm not scooping in response to the morph. Put the morph. I'm scooping. I'm not wasting our time. I'm not dragging this out. I'm giving you the win. Show me the morph that you just cast, buddy. Come on now. Be reasonable here. Time is an issue in rounds. I like encouraging people to scoop a little bit. You don't have to fight out every game to the bitter end and waste 10 extra minutes sometimes. But show me that morph.
I want to see the morph. So just 2 matches in action. Of course, we saw Fabrizio Etteri won his match against Love Janse. Pretty exciting games, both of them. Wins one of them on a multi-5, wins the other one when his opponent taps out with a flying crane technique out of nowhere.
Yeah, and we thought we were going to get to see a sweet one because we knew he had a windstorm in hand.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. We have the overhead camera, and you can just see the remnants of Enteri's board. He's like, I'm just going to leave this like this for as long as possible. Just all of his permanents still in play.
Wow. He really hasn't cleaned it up?
Nope, he just walked away from it. He's like, I'm going to change my Facebook profile picture.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
There you get a look at Joel Larson.
I've flying crane technique a few people out. That's a card I like a lot.
There you look at Joel Larson. There you get a look at David Ingles. Playing in his PTQ, as he called it. Really hoping to make his Pro Tour debut. If the English team can survive a couple rounds of pool play here and make their way into the top 8 on Sunday, the entire English team would be qualified for Pro Tour Fate Reforged.
Yeah, and I love that. That's awesome for them. It's very tough to qualify for the Pro Tour. Something I know a lot of people worked really hard.
As it should be. It's quite an honor to get a chance to play there.
Oh, absolutely. When I first came back, the first PTQ I played was for Kyoto.
Yeah, you had to fight your way back.
Yeah, and I was not able to qualify for Kyoto. I had to sit at home and watch that one, and I think it only made me want it a lot more. And I was able to pull off the next PTQ for Honolulu and then work my way back in.
I was definitely rooting for you through all your Facebook updates about PTQs. And
I appreciate that.
All right, we're underway here with a Forest from Ingles and a Bloodfell from Joel Larson. There you get a look at the English team. No Pro Tour top 8s on the team. 4 Grand Prix top 8s. I think those all belong to Fabrizio Etteri.
Not the 2 closest games, but
Yeah, they do.
no, not that.
So now we're seeing that Mardu versus Obzen again, right? This is the Obzen that had out the Siege Rhino and whatnot.
But Larson ended up winning that game. He's up 1-0 over Ingles.
Well, he's got some cards too. I'm looking over his deck now. He's got an Ankle Shanker that can be pretty weak when you're on the defensive, but is great if your opponent's the Archer's Parapet deck.
Yeah.
That's an MVP against that deck.
And we see a morph from Larson.
He's also got Mardu Charm, Mardu Rough Rider, High Spire Mantis, 2 Ponyback Brigades, 3 Leaping Masters. His deck looks very good at attacking.
And I believe he has just put a Ponyback Brigade face down into play.
This is quite a deck. High Sentinels of Arashin, one of the best rares in the set.
Wow.
And even though David has a really good deck too, this is probably a matchup that really favors Joel, because David's deck is full of walls and mid-range stuff and trying to be defensive, whereas Joel's got Trumpet Blasts and all these attackers and Ankle Shanker, and his deck really wants to be aggressive.
There you see a Karu Bloodsucker stepped in the way of the morph, which was a Ponyback Brigade, and then that triggered raid, which allowed the Bellowing Saddle Brute to come into play without doing any harm to Joel Larson's life total.
An interesting spot. I don't know if Joel wanted to make that trade with the pony back. He probably didn't want to lose 4 life from the saddle brute, so he's almost compelled to attack there. Since there's some shot David won't block. If Joel has land, especially if Joel has Trumpet Blast in hand, you're talking about Ponyback Brigade being pretty valuable. And it looks like he doesn't have Trumpet Blast. He has Rush of Battle, but that's pretty much the same in that those tokens would have been great with his Rush of Battle.
And there's the Ankle Shanker. So he chose not to block the Morph with the Saddle Brute. Ingles played a Hooting Mandrills, and then Joel Larson gets in with Ankle Shanker and Saddle Brute.
Yeah, and you see how David's hand now, he has a Bitter Revelation. He has Murderous Cut, so I think he'll be okay against this Ankle Shanker, because obviously he can just kill it. But his deck is really defensive, and you know, Joel's deck is really good at punching in damage and attacking through walls between 2 Trumpet Blasts, Rush of Battle, and Ankle Shanker.
Yeah, good read, by the way, from Larson on not blocking that Morph. Even though he had a 4/5, you might assume it's an Obzon guide. He didn't have the mana to unmorph a Woolly-Locks on it, but he did have mana to unmorph a Pine Walker, which is what is face down for Ingles there.
Yeah, people don't bluff a lot in spots like that because it's so easy to see your opponent blocking with the 4/5. I think a lot of times it's good to bluff in spots like that for that exact reason. I mean, obviously, if it's a leveling game, you never know what's going to happen. But in reality, it's so tough to make that block, knowing they could unmorph a 5/5 and just eat your guy.
Right. So Murderous Cut takes down the Ankle Shanker.
Although in this case, if I was David, I probably wouldn't block, just because his deck's the one with the card advantage in the late game. He doesn't really need to squeeze in damage. So I think now we'll probably see Rotting Mastodon. He can always Bitter Revelation later. I think you just solidify your board. I mean, he could Bitter Revelation now. He's not under a ton of pressure, but I don't know why he needs to do it first. It's the kind of card that you generally want to do last so that you have as much information about what you need and what's going to be effective as possible. That's the main reason I wouldn't do it this turn. I would just wait.
Sees 4 spells on top of his deck.
That's also why, because if he had waited a turn, it might have been a land and 3 spells, and he would have drawn one of those spells, so it would have been better. I'm just kidding, because obviously the cards could be in any order on top of your library.
I was a little shocked.
Yeah,
I was a little shocked. I was flabbergasted.
No, I would have waited, but it's because you want to get more information.
Yeah.
You put the Mastodon in play, you make Joel cast another thing or two, and then you know a little bit more about the game before you have to make choices like which 2 cards to take off Bitter Revelation.
Right. And if you always have the opportunity to advance your board, you always do that over drawing cards, right?
More often than not.
On a stable board.
Yeah, more often than not. I mean, always is a bit too strong for that because it's not always and it's not 99%. It's probably like 80%.
Right.
But as a general rule, you advance your board before drawing cards. Yes.
Maybe you could teach me.
So, debilitating injury takes down the Leaping Master. He found that debilitating injury with the Bitter Revelation.
They're much better when they're played by themselves.
And what's the other card he got? Tuskguard Captain?
I think he got the Tuskguard Captain, yeah.
So this game's looking to go long, I guess.
All right.
I don't know if Joel has much this game. It looks like his hand is just a Rush of Battle. So that Ponyback Brigade trade could come back to bite him a little bit. Because Rush of Battle is the kind of card that's great with tokens and when you have a lot of creatures. Not so great when you have 1 4/5 in play. Obviously, Joel's also just pretty flooded here. He's playing the aggro deck, and he's got 7 land and playing a couple more in hand. And that's a problem with decks like Trumpet Blast, Rush of Battle decks.
You've talked about this a lot, the idea that they can flood out on a normal land count like 17 or 18
right.
that you play in this format.
Right, because decks like this Obzon deck, if they flood out, they have Bitter Revelation to draw cards, and they might just have big things to sink their mana into. A deck like Joel's really depends on having a lot of spells, so that he's got guys in play and Trumpet Blast in hand. If he draws a couple lands too many, he can't really do very much.
Right. So Morph and Tuskguard Captain come down. That's 2 Pine Walkers in play now for Ingles. And he's like, I'm going to get in with everybody now. Not with the wall, not with the Tuskguard Captain.
There is an option on Magic Online that they added recently that I think is a really cool feature.
Oh, yeah. Attack with all?
Yeah, and it's great because sometimes, with the Splinter Twin Kiki-Jiki combos and stuff, it was a pretty big pain. And sometimes you just have like 12 guys and play with all your tokens and you do want to attack with all. In this case, he did not want to attack with all. Even though he had the throttle, so the 2/3 could have attacked if Joel had nothing. It would be a major blowout had Joel blocked the 2/3, and then he throttled, and then Joel had anything.
Right. Joel shows him a handful of lands. The sort of reverse had all these.
Yeah.
And they're going to go to game 3 because Larson won that first game that we peeked in on. And that means we are going to go back to Ole Rade versus Ricardo Real and check in on them as they're underway. Ghostfire Blade to lead things off for the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's a really cool card. It's powerful, but if you have to keep paying 3 to give creatures +2/+2, it's not always that effective. Of course, I think the reason it's in this set is that morphs are colorless, so it has the ability to give a morph +2/+2 for only 1 mana. Kind of what I've been known to call a sweet print.
So a couple different 2-drop options for Ricardo Reale here. I see that he's holding Heir of the Wilds.
What's his other one? Do we know?
There we go. We're going to see it face up right now.
The Timor Charger.
Yeah, Timor Charger.
And that makes a lot of sense because Heir of the Wilds could still be effective in the late game, and you don't really want to trade it off in the early game, whereas Timor Charger will probably be blanked by the late game and is a great attacker right now.
So Rade plays a Mystic of the Hidden Way. Face down.
If you have 2/2 drops, that's generally what you want to decide. You don't always only want to think about what's a better attacker right now. You want to think, can one of these still be effective on turn 5 or 6? Because the first one you play is a lot more likely to die.
Right. And the Heir of the Wild just can blank the best ground creature later in the game.
The drawback that 2 drops normally have is that they're great on turn 2, turn 3, but then they become ineffective a lot of times in the late game. Heir of the Wilds is a great card because it's always effective. No, on turn 10, it still can stop an 8/8 from attacking you.
So Ole draws the island. He would need to unmorph the Mystic of the Hidden Way. He could equip Ghostfire Blade, flip the Mystic, and start attacking, but he also wants to play his Pinewalker, and what that really means is he can't attack into... Does he want to attack into the Death Touch 2-drop here?
I actually think the right play was to equip the Ghostfire Blade and unmorph the Mystic, except Ole doesn't have an island, it looks like.
I think he did just...
He has
drew
one
an
in
island.
hand?
He drew one this turn.
Okay, yeah, I like that play better because you can just cast the Pinewalker for 5 anyway, and you're not going to be able to really attack with the Pinewalker because of the Heir of the Wild.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
sure.
so I think if I were Ole, I would actually have just flipped the Mystic and attacked. The downside, of course, being that, racing isn't exactly what you want when you're flooded, but I don't really think he was going to count on getting more out of it. I mean, he wasn't going to block the Heir of the Wilds with it, I assume. And he could play the Pinewalker this turn anyway, and it's unlikely the Pinewalker was going to be able to attack effectively. So I think the best thing he could have done last turn would have been to flip the Mystic, get in for the 5 unblockable, and then on turn 5 you can just face up the Pinewalker.
Right. Meanwhile, Winterflame taps the bigger morph and kills the smaller morph.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that because he had Winterflame.
Yeah. No. I'm just reporting what happened.
Sure. I, in fact, hadn't even seen the Winterflame yet. I think that, people don't face up their morphs nearly enough. It's much easier to kill small creatures in Limited than big creatures. And a lot of times, if you have the opportunity to face up your bigger morphs, you can strand a Winterflame or a Bring Low or any of the removal that really just doesn't kill big creatures. Arc Lightning, debilitating injury. You give them the opportunity sometimes by morphing Pinewalkers and Woolly Loxodons unnecessarily to take them out with these cheap removal that aren't necessarily that effective against big creatures. This would have been a tough game for Ole either way because he's a bit flooded. But, I mean, this game might look different if that Mystic had connected and was connecting again and he had a 5/5 untapped.
There's Heir of the Wilds. Bear's Companion, and Heir of the Wilds is going to get in for 3. Gets a Ferocious Trigger off the Bear token.
I wonder if he'll unmorph the Mystic or not. Usually you want to sink your mana, but if he draws nothing, it's scarier morphed because it could definitely be a Woolly Loxodon.
Right.
If he unmorphs it, it lets Ricardo know that he can attack with that bear. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, not that interesting since Ole drew all land. Certainly would have lost even if he made my play of unmorphing the Mystic and attacking.
Right.
He just he needed to find a few more spells there. It's unfortunate.
So Ole hands the match to England, or doesn't hand it. He has a handful of land that means England wins, and they advance here. Oh no, do we still have? No, that was the match. Yeah.
That would be a lot of handshakes if it wasn't the match.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Game 2 handshake.
Yeah. Not something that we advise. Everybody has different opinions on what proper etiquette is, but I personally think the handshake is best served at the end of the match, not in between games.
Which is exactly what we saw there. Yeah. So England continuing to make their run through this tournament. They started out 0-2. They have not lost since then. They're on a 6-0 run. Sweden picks up their second loss of the tournament, but that doesn't matter necessarily in terms of record now. Now we're only concerned with pool play. We're only concerned with the record within the pool. Sweden has to go 2-1.
Right.
To guarantee that they'll advance because they were at the top of their pool.
And if England did pull off the 3-0, they might be able to advance with 1-2 because one possible breakdown is 3-0, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, Sweden in decent shape, not great shape since they lost, but certainly still alive.
Right. Sweden's certainly rooting for England to
keep
not
winning
lose anymore.
Right. And if they go 2-1, they definitely advance. And that's only two matches they have to win. And if they go 1-1, they need help.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's you need that very specific outcome, 3-0, 1-2, 1-2.
And England, with being the 2 seed, they're in excellent shape right now also.
Right.
Because if they go 2-1, they definitely advance. And they're currently 1-0, so they only need to win one of their next 2 matches.
Right. Sounds like we're going to get a chance to talk to a member of the English team, so let's send it back down to the feature match area where we are waiting to hear from them.
All right, I'm down here in the feature match area. I've got Fabrizio and Terry with me. Fabrizio, you had to mulligan to 5 in your first game there. How did you pull yourself out of that?
Well, my deck got a lot of double reds, so I had to mulligan the first hand. Even it was a good hand, but I was missing reds. So mulligan to 5. I thought he was playing, he got everything, but then I found out he was actually absent. It was not a 2-color. So he was also struggling a bit. He took a lot of damage. He was protecting his morph. And last turn I needed a removal for his only blocker to attack for the win. And top deck, a pretty good removal in front of Sark and the Dragon Speaker.
Yeah, that's not a bad removal spell. Now, a little bit bigger picture here for your team. Team England, you guys are now 1-0 in your pod, 2 more matches to go. How confident are you in the seal decks that you've opened?
We really like our pool deck. It's definitely stronger than the one yesterday. I think we probably just beat the strongest team in the pot, so we're really happy to get a win out of this. We were probably thinking about losing to Sweden, maybe beating Norway, and just playing in against Hungary. So definitely beating Sweden is a really nice start.
Yeah, that's a really, really good start because Sweden is one of the most stacked teams we have in the field. Now, looking forward, looking at the rest of your pod, you said you're going to be playing Norway?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's the next team, but yeah, we'll play Norway and Hungary. I don't know the order, but yeah, we really like our deck, so getting one win, we don't want to get overconfident, but hopefully we get one extra win and that should be enough.
What was your confidence level coming in before you opened up your sealed pool? Did you guys get to do a lot of practice?
Like 5 or 6, maybe not a lot. I thought I saw the pod. I thought it was a tough one. So I mean, anyway, I like the team, so I was not. I didn't feel like destroyed when I saw the pod, but I was not feeling overconfident either. Now that we saw pools, and I'm feeling much better. Hopefully, we get that win.
You know, I saw that you were coaching David there, and he mentioned in the middle of the match, he said he thinks you're the best player in England. He doesn't want to have you on his bad side by making a mistake. What's it been like taking the leadership role?
Wow, it's something I still have to work on. They all, as I mentioned, they all play much better when I'm not around, so probably should just stop looking. Actually, yesterday playing the middle match, and today they recommend that I'll play in a corner so they can play 3 players 2 matches. And it looks like they play much better when I'm not watching. David made 3 mistakes this last game. He was playing really quickly because we didn't want to draw, especially against Sweden because they have the better seats in the pot. So if we end up the pot with the same points, it will be the second, will be the third, so we definitely didn't want to draw. So he asked him to play first, fast, and he made a couple of mistakes, but I'm not it's because he was playing fast since he's extremely nervous. Normally they play much better, all of them.
Okay, well, thanks Fabrizio for taking the time. Let's send it back to the booth, and Brian David Marshall.
So that's pretty interesting, Ben. You hear him talking about the idea that they don't want to draw, and that, you know, the amount of input you're giving to your other team members is actually threatening to, you know, run you out of time.
Yeah, I think that's an important concept, especially in team, but even in individual. You only have so much time to finish a match, and while we all want to play our best, it's also really important that you finish matches. You get 3 match points for a win and only 1 for a draw, so consistently finishing your matches will make up for not making the best play on every turn. And even though strategically, you know, love of the game, you want to always make the best play and everything, you really do want to finish all your matches and are responsible for that. So I think people could maybe play a little quicker sometimes and not double check and triple check everything in the interest of finishing the round.
Right, and you see that because you have 3 less experienced players all deferring to Fabrizio, who is, been to the Pro Tour more times and has so much Grand Prix success.
Yeah.
They're all still trying to get their Pro Tour debut.
There's no shame. I think people are afraid that they're going to make a mistake, but there's no shame in making the second best play sometimes. Magic is hard.
All right, well, it sounds like we're ready to send it back to the desk. We'll be back soon with more Magic from the World Magic Cup.
Thanks very much to the two Bs, Brian and Ben, there in the feature match area, bringing you Sweden going down to England.
All about the alliteration today.
I can barely get anything out. I don't know what you mean. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a look at some of what the players built, but also in this next segment, we're going to have Ask Us Anything with Ben Hayes from Inside Wizards R&D, the three of us here at the desk as well. So the last few minutes to get your questions in. Thanks for all the avalanche of questions we've had already. Use the hashtag, you can see it up on your screen, MTGWMC. We will get to as many as we can in just a little while, so get your questions in now. Anything you want to know about working in R&D, about particular cards, about sets, about formats, anything you want to know about this week, the World Championship, the World Magic Cup, anything you like, get your questions in, and we'll be with those in just a few minutes. But right now, we're going to turn our attention back to the 8 pools, and we'll see results as they come in. So we had a look at Pool A and Pool B. Why don't we start now with Pool C? And this features the Netherlands, Russian Federation, Spain, and Venezuela. Now, the result, Netherlands have beaten the Russian Federation 1v2, which means Netherlands are only 1 win away from advancing to the top 16. Spain and Venezuela, they are still playing. So, Randy, what's going on with Netherlands and the Russian Federation?
It was really interesting to watch Frank Karsten, in particular, in action with building that Dutch deck. This is a guy who really believes in consistency and aggression in this format. So they have a 2-color red-green aggro deck with a Sarkin on top of the curve. They have a 2-color blue-white aggro deck with, a little bit of a splash for Ifrit Weaponsmith, Jeskai Ascendancy, High Sentinels in the deck. And they have a black-white aggro deck. A little bit of a splash for Butcher of the Horde. So it's 2-color aggro, 2-color with a small splash aggro, 2-color with a small splash aggro. That's the way this, Frank Karsten, do you remember him at Grand Prix Atlanta? He cashed Grand Prix Atlanta. He drafted green-white. That's not a thing in this format, but it's, 2-color, consistent mana, aggressive creature set, and he made the money at the Grand Prix with that. So Karsten in full form, and yeah, they've already got the win over the Russians. So.
Yeah, and he really liked his team. But what about the Russian Federation? What are they looking like?
A little more true to the rares and the uncommons. They've got a double Secret Plans deck. They've got a black-white-green Outlast deck. They're playing for the late game. They've got also a Jeskai Ascendancy deck with Dragon-style Twins, Dig Through Time, Master the Way. So powerful, lots of colors, but a little on the slow side. I think that I'm not surprised to see that result because the Dutch just match up really well against that kind of deck.
Okay, so why don't we go to Pool D next? This features Israel, Brazil, Portugal, and Belarus. And let's see, we have, all the results are in here. We have Israel with Shahar Shenhar, the remaining Dream Chaser, trying to claim both titles in the weekend. They advanced to 1-0 over Brazil, so that means Willie Adel now under the 8 ball to a certain extent, but still 2 more wins would get them in, no problem. Israel need 1 out of the next 2, and then your 3 seed Portugal, they defeat Belarus. Rashad, you had a little look at some of the teams in Pool D for us.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised at the Brazil result because I was looking at the Sultai deck that they had, and it had perfect mana, 4 Abominations of Agul, and 5 on color of the Ganglands. Usually, you'll get 10, maybe 12 of the dual lands / tri-lands for your deck, but they're not all on color. These were just perfect for that deck. And they had a good Boros, a red-white aggro deck, and they had an Absent deck that was pretty good, but, maybe they ran into some better decks, maybe the matchups were just a little bit different, maybe the decks were just too slow, which can obviously happen. But the Israel decks, their decks were very sharp and on point, at least when I was watching them build earlier. They had a Black-White Warriors deck, they had some synergies there, they had some Horde Chiefs, they had Russia Battles, they had the things that you want to see. There was a blue-green Temple-ish deck, there was some Ice Feather Avens going around, and they had, my favorite type of deck, which is the 5-color control, 5-color powerful spell. I'm not going to call call it control because you just you draw a card, you're like, man, this card's good, and I have the mana to play it, and you draw another card, it's like, whoa, this one's good too.
Who put this one in my deck?
So I actually talked to Shahar after the match. I started sitting watching the England-Sweden match with Shahar, and he was showing the deck off, showing the Huey wandered over. So the way Shahar, these decks worked out, it's a 2-color deck, and then Shahar's playing 5 colors. He's got 13 multi-lands in his deck. His teammates have 0 between them. He was just like, your blue-green 2-color, your black-white 2-color. I will take all 13 of the multi-lands and then all of the crazy rares. So you talk about 5-color good stuff. He's got Siege Rhino. He's got Savage Knuckleblade. By the way, those two only overlap by 1 color, for the record.
Yeah.
He's just got everything. Anyway, yeah, it was really interesting. And he was just, looking through this thing. The card quality is insane, but it's like, can you pull it off? He's also got 10 morphs with Secret Plans Ghostfire Blade.
Yeah.
So pretty cool the way Shahar put those together.
So in that group, with Brazil losing their first and Portugal winning their first, later on this morning when Brazil faced Portugal, that could easily be for a slot in the last 16. Let's move to Group E. Now, you've already seen Sweden against England. So Sweden miss out, England win that one. The result of Hungary-Norway is in, and the Norwegians, the 4th seed in the group, have taken that one over the Hungarians. Hungarians starting slow again. They were 0-2 yesterday morning. They cannot afford to do that this time. Randy, in the light of what you saw of the Swedish and English deck builds, were you surprised to see England take the first match of the day?
No, I thought both teams had sort of 2 decks I really liked and one that was maybe a little bit sketchy. The interesting thing I thought that the English did, though, is they took their fastest deck and they put it in the best player's hands. So Fabrizio Anteri wins his match really quickly. He's then able to go help with the other 2 matches. I didn't quite pick up on that. I was just watching the decks, and I thought that was really smart.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's go to Pool F then. This is Argentina, Mexico, Denmark, and Colombia. So we are still waiting for the result of the top 2 seeds in that pool. Argentina and Mexico still going at it, but the Danes under Thomas Enevoldsen have a win over Colombia. Rashad, what did you see from that pool?
Right, well, when I went over and watched the Argentina team build, they had a nice warrior build, which was black-white, a little bit of a red splash, had some Mardu rares in there. They had a nice Sultai deck over there too, obviously with the same key morphs that the other Sultai decks are usually running. But they also had this Jeskai deck that kind of aired on the aggressive side, and then it had, in-house hostilities in the pool, which obviously doesn't combo well with, the aggressive strategy. But a Wrath of God effect is, a decent reset situation if you're in that predicament. I got over to the Mexico team a little bit late in the build. They had 2 decks already stacked up, looked like they were ready to reg, and then they were just staring at this incomplete Sultai deck with just a spattering of black, green, and blue cards just surrounding it, all going in and out and in and out. And I understand a little Spanish, and they were counting the mana, and then they were looking at a lack of dual lands and tri-lands, and they were like, no, put that one out, put that one back in, put that one out, put that one back in. So I'm not sure how that ended up. And I was wondering if we would kind of be able to guess from the result, but it's not in yet. So we'll see if that worked out for them.
All right. For the first time today, you will hear the words, the group of death. And that's Group G, because we have some pretty eye-watering results coming here. Here is Group G. And what you see there is that, okay, sure, the United States, who, how on earth are they the 4th seed, beat the Dominican Republic, but Uruguay have thrown this pool wide open because they have beaten the 2012 World Magic Cup champions Chinese Taipei. And that means that when the United States face Chinese Taipei, for, by the way, the 2nd time this weekend it'll be, they can potentially put Chinese Taipei out of this competition with a win. Wow, that match is going to be absurd. Not sure when that comes up. Could be round 2, could be round 3. But right now, Uruguay in pole position. They need 1 win out of 2. Randy, what did you see in this group?
Yeah, these are interesting decks. Chinese Taipei has a deck with Sultai Ascendancy and 2 dead drops. which just kind of works out well, even 2 Opulent Palaces. So pretty nice Sultai deck. They have a black-white deck, which seemed a little bit schizophrenic to me, because it's got some aggression, like most of the black-white warrior decks do, with a Raider spoil, but then it's also got an End Hostilities, because you're not going to not play End Hostilities. So I mean, some power, but maybe a little bit of schizophrenia. And then their red-green deck, 3 Arrow Storms was the highlight, and I'm talking about commons. That's not a good sign. I mean, it does have odd dragon-style twins, but what it did not have is an X-Spell. That's been the key to them beating the Americans the 2 previous times they've faced them the last couple years. No Crater's Claws, no X-Spell this time around. The other group I watched in this was Team USA. And Team USA, I mean, I looked at their decks look great. I saw Owen wandering over to the sort of where the players were hanging out after the match saying, "We won and our decks are good." It's like, that was a pretty good combination. I mean, here's how good their decks were. They've got red-green, like 4 Savage Punch with, red-green fatties going. A couple of Arc Lightnings. They're like, well, this deck doesn't need the Arc Lightning. I could give it to the Jeskai deck, which is sort of Jeskai Ascendancy, Aggression, Tokens. But it's like, well, this deck doesn't need the Arc Lightnings either. You get these 2 Arc Lightnings that are like, both decks are fine without them. It becomes this question of where's the optimal place to place them. That's how much power they had going on. Oh, by the way, their Abzan deck has not 1, but 2 Dune Blasts.
Awesome. Let's look at Group H. This is Serbia, the Czech Republic, South Africa, and Slovenia. And so let's take a look. Serbia, you see, are winners there. They defeat the Czech Republic. So the Czech Republic, Stanislav Sivka, goes down there. Serbia are the winners. And South Africa, they continue their great run of form at the World Magic Cup over Slovenia. That puts Slovenia in deep trouble as a bottom seed at 0-1. They can still make it in at 2-1. We will see what happens in Group H. But I'm delighted to say that we are going to be joined here at the desk now by Mr. Ben Hayes from Inside R&D. We spread out even further. Ben, thanks so much for being with us. We've got a ton of great questions from the folks at home. So why don't we get down to them? So that's me and Randy and Rashad and Ben. Let's see what questions we have coming our way in our Ask Us Anything. Incidentally, Scotland defeat Guatemala. That result is in. Here's our first question. Best food in Nice so far, Randy?
Oh, it was definitely this, I don't know what the name of it is. Hélène Bergeau tweeted a picture of it. It came from the grocery store. It's this tub of basically pork pate. It had like this layer of lard over the top of it, but it looked a little sketchy. It was insane. You get like bread, you dig in there, you get like the pork bits that they've carved off the bone. Oh my God. It was just like French grocery store food. It was insane.
Okay, Ben, how about you? Because this is your first time here, right?
My first time in Nice.
Right.
Yeah, everything I've had since I've been here has been great. I've had a lot of steaks and a lot of pasta dishes, but I actually have to go with Randy also. I didn't know what it was. I had
Still don't.
It was
I
highly
still don't
recommended.
really know what it is.
People were yelling at Hélène, how could you not tell us about this food? She's like, oh, you can't get it in the States.
Yeah.
Turns out you can. There's a French grocery store in the area. We can get it.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to ask you where that
All
is.
right.
All right, let's move on to our next question, and it comes from Mareback MTG, and it's this. Any way we can get mandatory team uniform / attire? Everyone seems to like it. I sure do. It would be interesting if we had an actual uniform designer, but I mean, what would you do? Like 72 countries? Would you go with national dress? Would you have American football helmets for everyone that they
Just
had
give
to
them
play?
all hats. Let's give them
Hats?
all nice hats with flags sticking.
With flags sticking out the top.
The Dominican Republic still wins with the Garrick horns and the pelt over their shoulders. Yeah. So good.
Pretty extraordinary. For those of you who haven't seen the picture, though, my favorite competitor is definitely Captain Latvia. You have Captain America in America. Well, he's Captain Latvia in the flag with the scarf. It's like, I don't think he has superpowers, though, because they are not here on day 2. But there we are. So next question. Thanks very much, Mareback MTG. From Human Cleric. Why are the players taking the Morse out of the sleeves when they play them? Huh. Anybody?
I know the answer.
Oh.
Do you want to answer it?
Sure, I'll answer it. Well, in case you didn't know, you are required to reveal your morphs at the end of each game. And if you don't, it's a pretty steep penalty because of the actual advantage or disadvantage your opponent has, and you get from not revealing it. And it's a game loss. So what one player actually,
Ari Lax.
Yeah, Ari Lax actually started innovating this. If you take that card out of your sleeve and then play it as a morph and put the morph overlay over it, if you say forgot to reveal that morph, it would be easy to prove which card it was because it would be the only unsleeved card. You go, oh, here's my morph for that game. and then it's just a way to avoid, a very unwanted penalty. And
Reminding yourself to reveal it at the
exactly.
end of the game. Yeah.
Okay, good answer. Thank you very much. Next question. And the question is, okay, this is a good one. Here we go, Ben. Mechanics-wise, what impact do you think the new set block system will have? There's an air of curiosity surrounding the game. All right, where you go.
So moving over to the new system with no core set, we're definitely going to have to spread out the mechanics and complexity more. The core set's this kind of nice break from a very focused 3-set block, and we don't have that. We don't have that sort of simple break anymore. So there's going to be, the sets are going to look a little different, and it's just going to be sort of more spread out among those 4 sets because we don't have that last thing in the year to sort of bring the complexity level down a little bit.
Okay, let's move on. Thanks very much to Mewiabe. And now we have Double D Bray. Did you expect Jeskai Ascendancy to do all the crazy things that it has done, or was it designed to be more of a glorious anthem?
I want to know the answer to this too.
It was primarily designed to be a glorious anthem for the Jeskai decks, with some abilities that they would be able to take advantage of. We sort of know that it had more abilities than +1/+1. But
Okay.
yeah.
So do you go out of your way, are combo cards the things that R&D has the most sort of check marks on in terms of red alert? Like, is that the thing that you are most aware of when you're going through development? It's like, hey, look, this is a card that could do crazy things, must keep an eye.
We certainly test them a lot, but we're testing a lot of things. I mean, combos are important, whether something has 4 or 5 toughness relative to the damage burn spells and the -- effects in the format is also very important. So it's really impossible to say that one thing is the most important. We definitely do test those combo cards, and we go through that checklist, though, certainly.
All right, let's take a look at our next question, thanks to Double D Bray. And now here's the BGD. You see, I love it when people ask a question and then they answer it themselves. How insulting is it to bring up a Lara art when showing Meddling Mage? Very. Well, we needn't answer that, need we? Because you already know. And why doesn't the winner of Worlds get a card? I think the interesting thing here, Ben, is just to talk a little bit about how a card gets made, because the idea, because we used to do that with the old invitationals, but how does a card get made?
Well, a lot of cards get made in sort of waves in design. They'll be, let's all break and make 20 or 30 cards based around this mechanic or around this theme, and then we'll pick the ones we like the most, and those will get added to the set. But I mean, the whole process of a card getting made from design into development, being playtested and limited and constructed, being commissioned for art, then the art coming in, the sketch coming in, then you're sort of locked into these parameters that the art sets for you. It's just a really incredible process that I couldn't really have imagined all the parts of it before I started working at Wizards. So.
Randy, you were in R&D when those invitational cards were being made.
Sure.
How much of a headache were they to get done?
It varied. I mean, in some cases, you'd have a player who maybe, didn't care about it. Like Ularade famously didn't even submit a card design until like a couple of years after he won the Invitational. He's like, oh, this really is a cool thing. Yeah, I want my card. And Rosewater's like, okay, but you have to have the hair from when you won, not the current shaved military look. But I mean, sometimes the card would come in and like, Chris Pakula submitted the Meddler. It was 1 UU, name a card when you play it, and then you could sack it to counter that card. But I knew that we were in Plane Shift and we were doing gold cards. So it's like, this could be UW, right? It could be a 2-mana, it could be a 2/2, and I don't like this whole sack thing. So I essentially suggested to Chris, we just kind of morph it into this thing that would fit in the set perfectly, and then it just hit. It was just kind of perfect for what we were trying to do with the set. So sometimes it was easy, where you've got, the germ of the idea, and then you kind of combine that with what is going on in the set. But I mean, there are other times it's hard and you're struggling and you're going back and forth, and it's definitely tricky.
All right, on we go. Thanks, BGD. Next question comes from Matty Inacardi. This is hard. If you could go back in time and stop a set from being made, what set would you pick, Ben?
Well, I wouldn't stop any of them from being made.
Okay.
Because we're here, and I think all of them contributed to us being here.
Right.
But I did go 10-0 in Constructed in my first Pro Tour and 2-4 in Rise of the Eldrazi draft. So I wasn't very good at that draft format, and I'll, I guess, let that say
Okay.
what it says.
All right, listen, thank you so much for all your questions. Thanks very much to Ben Hayes. The great news is that the players are ready. Now, I'm having a look at the feature matches. We are going to Pool G. Pool G, if memory serves, let me just check here. Yep, that features Uruguay and the Dominican Republic. But we thought we'd show you the other match. It's bonfire time, Chinese Taipei against the United States of America.
Hello, welcome to the booth. Brian David Marshall here with Ben Stark. We're going to see, a three-time rematch for the USA here. Team USA versus Chinese Taipei. Of course, Chinese Taipei famously knocked them out of the first World Magic Cup.
Nothing interesting or exciting happened in that match, did it?
No, nothing exciting or interesting happened. And Chinese Taipei hit the U.S. with a big loss yesterday, too. They're looking for some revenge. They love their decks. Let's send it down to the floor and watch Chinese Taipei versus the U.S. of A.
You don't sound biased.
All right, everybody. It's day 2 of the World Magic Cup. We are in round 9. This is the second round of pool play, and we've got a doozy in store for you. 2 titans of the game, Su Ching-kuo, the winner of the first World Magic Cup. There you see him with Team Chinese Taipei, is playing to be the first repeat team in World Magic Cup history. There you see Owen Turtenwald of Team USA. He's the #1 ranked player on the top 25 pro player list, and he is looking to he's looking to go 3-0 in this pool. This team loves their decks. Team USA is super excited, and I guess we're looking at Isaac Sears here versus Hao Shan Huang.
Huh. Looks like Owen's hands.
Oh, now we're back to. Okay, there we go.
I can usually recognize Owen's hands because they're very white.
Almost blue.
Yeah, I'm always very excited to see Owen play, though. There's a couple players in the world like Owen Turtenwald and Yuya Watanabe that, for me personally, it's really exciting when I get the opportunity to watch them play.
Over the last couple seasons, Owen has just ascended to the very pinnacle of the game.
Oh, yeah.
2 Pro Tour top 8s. Su Ching-kuo, of course, has the World Magic Cup championship. He does not have any Pro Tour top 8s. He is, I believe, the player on the Pro Tour right now with the most pro points without a Pro Tour top 8.
Su Ching-kuo, definitely a well-established player. Owen Turtenwald, definitely one of the best. In this day and age of the Pro Tour, I don't think we've seen a unanimous best player in the world like we had maybe back in the Kai and Finkel days.
Sure.
But now I think there's only a very small handful of players competing for that, moniker. And I think Owen Turtenwald, Yuya Watanabe, 2 guys that are definitely in there. Maybe along with Yui Jensen, maybe a few other people.
Okay, so more from Owen, Raider Spoil, some Su Ching-kuo, Highland Game from Owen, and then a High Spire Mantis from Su Ching-kuo. And that eats a pre-combat Arrow Storm.
So I started looking at Owen's deck list.
Get in for 4, yeah.
I know Team USA loves their decks, and I started looking at Owen's deck list, and I was like, oh, this doesn't look that broken. I don't really see rares. He's got all the standard good commons and whatnot, but it is Team Sealed. You usually have the good commons. Right. And then I figured out why he loves it. 4 Savage Punch.
Oh, wow.
When you can build a red-green light splash blue team or like he has, Savage Punch is one of your best cards. It's very easy to have guys with 4 power, and it's a huge swing if you can trigger that Ferocious and kill big creatures. And
right, and we're going to see that card in action right here. He plays Summit Prowler. Savage Punch is a Sage Eye Harrier. It's not even fair. That's not even a remotely close fight.
Yeah, and you can, use those Savage Punches a little loosely when you have another one in your hand and 2 more in your library.
And he gets in for 4 with the Morph and the Highland Game. That Morph, by the way, is a Snowhorn Rider.
Yeah, and you can see the swing right here. He just killed a 5-drop for 2 mana, dealt 2 extra damage, and dropped a 4-drop on his turn. So Savage Punch, one of those cards that it looks good, but it doesn't look great.
End hostilities, though, from Such and Quo.
Wow, and that's how you undo a tempo swing.
Wow.
Owen really able to swing that game by playing 2 spells, the 2-mana card taking out the 5-mana card. That's a huge tempo swing. You can undo that with something like an End Hostilities, because Owen got really far ahead, so End Hostilities now is a 3-for-1 and catches Suching right back up.
But Owen has another 2 creatures to deploy. He plays a Long Shot Squad, he plays a War Name Aspirant, and he's right back on top. But, I mean, Such and Quo is sitting on, but you know what? He doesn't really have anything.
Yeah, and
he's holding a Feat of Resistance and a Ride Down.
And that's what I would call negative synergy. End Hostility and Ride Down, not exactly good together.
Please wait until I'm not sipping my morning cup of coffee when you say that.
They're both good cards. If you're a very aggressive deck, Ride Down is excellent. It takes away the biggest blocker and deals trample damage. Great card. End Hostilities, amazing card. First pickable for the control decks.
Yeah.
Not so great if you need to have creatures in play so that they block them and then you can ride down their guys. Well, if you End Hostilities, you kill all your guys, you don't have creatures in play and you can't use your ride down.
Right, we're seeing lots of negative synergy actually here too. We also see the Raider Spoils.
Raider Spoils, another card that I would say has negative synergy with End Hostilities. I'm not saying you can't play both in the same deck, but they definitely do not work well together. And all 3 of those are excellent cards in their respective decks. Raider Spoils is a key staple, a great card in the Warriors beatdown deck. End Hostilities is a great card in all the control decks. And Ride Down is a great card in a red-white aggressive deck.
Right.
They just don't usually fit into the same deck together that well.
Right. Owen plays a face-up Canyon Larkers. Continues to develop his board. So we do have a result from the back table. Wang Haoshan is up 1 game. I'm sorry. Sheng Zijian is up 1 game over Neil Oliver.
All right, but Owen looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
We know that he can't get the full blowout if he chooses to use the Savage Punch because Suching has Feat of Resistance, but it's not even like he's going to lose his creature or anything, so this is still a pretty good exchange for Owen no matter what he chooses to do here. I do think he'll Savage Punch. The reason he's not is because he doesn't know if Suching has removal in hand. If Suching had no cards in hand, he would definitely Savage Punch here, but he doesn't want him to like throttle in response and own him, so he's just considering could Suching have a throttle in hand. The way Suching has played this game, he's had turns where he could have throttled, so it seems like the last turn when he didn't do anything right, or was that the End Hostilities turn? No, that was the End Hostilities turn, but no, there's been 1 turn in between.
Yeah, there's been a turn in between.
He had a turn where he could have throttled and didn't, which is why I thought Owen would Savage Punch here, because if Suching had throttle, he would have used it. So Owen pretty much knows the coast is clear unless he top-decked it this turn, and he can't even have done that because he top-decked the Disowned Ancestor, obviously. So basically, you know he doesn't have throttle in hand.
Right, and Owen chooses to Savage Punch with the Tuskguard Captain.
This way, if somehow he did have removal, he would still get to attack with all his guys. Owen kind of hedging because Suching's at 7, and there's cards he could have here, like, say, Smite, for example, because that's a card that could actually kind of make sense in his hand, maybe. Probably not, but maybe. And if he had something like that, Owen would still be able to attack him for lethal after he smited the Tuskguard after the Savage Punch resolved.
And so Owen's going to attack here with, he's thinking about it, the Canyon Lurkers actually wins this fight.
Yeah, I don't see why Owen wouldn't send the Canyon Lurkers. Oh, no. There's the Raider Spoil, so they trade.
Right. So he's got a bonus point of power. So instead he decides to send in 2 creatures here. So he wants to get some damage across.
Right. The Canyon Lurkers is a trade with the Disowned Ancestor, and the Long Shot Squad would bounce.
Yeah.
And this was a close play. He could have sent the War Name also. In the event that Suching has nothing else, he can't block the War Name with the Disowned. Like, he can legally block it.
Yeah.
He would just take 8 and die. So I actually think this might be kind of a mistake by Owen. But whereas Suching couldn't have throttle in his hand, I guess maybe he could have a kill shot, but I think he would have kill shotted last turn also.
How hard is it to put your opponent on having just a handful of lands and blanks?
Well, the thing is, Owen has the information from that turn in between the End Hostilities and now, where he didn't do anything, right? Where Suching didn't do anything.
Right, but he could assume that that's a handful of... Well, he can't even assume kill shots because Owen
he would have used it,
yeah,
right?
he would have used it.
So that's why I think this was actually kind of a small mistake by Owen. I like that he was somewhat conservative, but I think he could have definitely sent that War Name. Right. It's also not that big a travesty if the War Name gets 8 and it's just a 2-1 and we're in the late game anyway.
So Such and Quo goes to 2. He chooses to block the long shot squad and let his disowned ancestor live to fight another day.
Yeah, no one's in a commanding position here, pretty much regardless. Suching would have to have second end hostilities or something of that nature.
we should check for that.
I'm actually checking the list as you said that. And he has 1 end hostilities.
Yeah, and he also has a Gurmag Swiftwing, which is what he plays here.
Yeah.
And Gurmag Swiftwing is not going to get it done.
Yeah, I don't really like this
Owen
deck.
just sends everybody, and Suchin Quo sweeps up his cards.
Not that you can control your deck, completely and sealed, but Suching's deck is kind of half aggro, half control. I don't really like the looks of this deck.
Okay, we've got a couple of quick messages, and then we're going to be back for more of this titanic battle between the United States and Chinese Taipei.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Hump bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Baltimore, Milan, Denver, Manila, Omaha, and Shizuoka. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
All right, welcome back here in the middle of pool play at the World Magic Cup on day 2, and we're going to look in on Isaac Sears of the United States playing against Huang Haoshan of Chinese Taipei, and it looks like a pretty commanding lead for Huang here.
But I was looking at this board and I was about to make the comment, well, the Americans not doing as well in this match as they were in Owens, except Isaac has 2 Dune Blast in his deck.
Oh.
That might be why the Americans like their deck so much. 4 Savage Punch in the Tempo deck. 2 Dune Blast in the Control deck. 4 Savage Punch in the Tempo deck. These decks look incredible.
Yeah, and you can see Isaac Sears has the Dune Blast Talon play, a banner.
Yeah, but what he doesn't have is land 7.
Yeah, he really would like to potentially play. He has an Archer's Parapet. Yeah, he is going to play the Kintry Invocation here to make 2 5/5s.
Right,
or to make a 5/5 and a 0/5.
Right, and it wouldn't have made any sense to play the Parapet if he wasn't going to play the Invocation, because the Parapet can't effectively block because those creatures both have Death Touch. So you knew when he played the Parapet that he was also going to play the Invocation.
A throttle here.
This is actually not that bad for him. Even though he's only going to get a 1/1, and that's not going to stop Hoshan's board, he doesn't need to stop his board since he has a Dune Blast in hand, and he still just traded Throttle for not even a full card right now.
Right.
I'm not saying that Isaac wanted this to happen, but it's not that bad for him. Kind of what is bad for him is that he's looking to Dune Blast, and he's looking for this game to go really long, and he's the control deck, but there's a Sultai Ascendancy in play.
Oh,
That means Huang is not going to draw a land basically the rest of the game. He's going to be able to look at 2 cards, put any land in the yard, unless, if there's 2 land, put them both in the yard, he could draw a third, but that's not that likely. So basically, he's going to have much better draw steps over the course of a long game. Normally, you punish cards like Sultai Ascendancy by being an aggressive deck because they don't impact the board. So I'm not saying you have to choose what kind of deck you are, but I'm just saying cards like Sultai Ascendancy look bad when your opponent's going 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, and you're playing a Sultai
It's very
Ascendancy.
difficult to play that card on curve and not get run over.
Right. But when your opponent is, trying to Dune Blast and sitting back and you've got a Sultai Ascendancy, you can really turn that into a lot of advantage.
Right.
As is, Wang playing that Sultai Ascendancy very aggressively, binning 2 spells, Rattleclaw Mystic and Monastery Flock. Neither one particularly good right now, but, they're not lands, and it's a late game. And if you assume the game's going to go long, I don't know if you just throw away 2/2s or not. It's certainly not, wrong. It depends on the spell quality of his deck, which we can take a look at, see what he's trying to find. Looks like he's got not that powerful spells.
So Isaac Sears chooses not to block, and Huang outlasts his disowned ancestor.
He has double Dead Drop. That's kind of interesting.
Maybe that's what he's looking for, and maybe that's why he's binning.
Yeah, he doesn't need a Dead Drop. His creatures both have Death Touch, and Isaac has a 1/1 and an 0/5.
Yeah, but who doesn't love casting it?
It is a sweet, sweet card. I will say that. The double Dead Drop is awesome, but Huang's creatures are pretty weak overall. He's got like a Sultai Scavenger.
So we are going to see a Doom Blast here from Isaac Sears. He drew the land.
I don't know how much I like this play.
Interesting. Isaac keeps the Archer's Parapet.
Well, it was 0-5 or 1-1, and the
Yeah.
0-5 does one every turn anyway.
Right.
I like that choice. I'm just not sure that he needed to Dune Blast yet. I mean, I know it starts to look suspicious, but after he played 2 creatures on the previous turn, the Parapet and Kintry Invocation, I don't think Wang would have just put him right on Dune Blast. So if I were Isaac, I would probably have just passed the turn there.
Yeah, we don't know what life totals are, though. I can't read the life pad there.
Yeah, and you can even, so, I mean, you could chump block with the 1-1.
Sears is at 13,
Yeah,
and Huang is at 12.
And Isaac could chump block with the 1-1 on the 3-power
there it is.
attacker,
I'm
and it
looking at the
doesn't look
wrong
that
monitor.
suspicious.
I'm looking at the overhead monitor. There you go.
If Isaac chump blocks with the 1-1, it doesn't look that suspicious, and he takes 1 damage, and then he could ping end a turn with the Parapet and possibly sack the banner. I mean, he wouldn't sack the banner if he was going to Dune Blast, but like if he doesn't cast any more creatures, Huang, then Isaac's under very little pressure, and if he does cast more, then he just doesn't sack the banner, untaps and Dune Blast. I definitely don't think he needed to Dune Blast away just those 2 creatures on this turn.
So Mystic of the Hidden Way gets played by Huang face down. And it gets debilitating injuried promptly by Sears. And we see that it was
This play, on the other hand, I do like.
Mystic.
Not just because it was a Mystic, but because he only had 4 untapped, so there's almost nothing he could unmorph that would have lived through that debilitating injury. Whereas if you let him untap, it could be a Woolly Loxodon, Abomination of Good Duel, Pine Walker, all kinds of scary cards.
so Sultai Charm on the Archer's Parapet.
Isaac debating whether he wants to deal 1 damage and not be able to sack the banner this turn, or whether he wants to let it die so he can sack the banner this turn.
Right, and he actually turns to Owen and says, "What's the best play here?"
I suspect they'll just let it die.
Use it or pop banner.
I suspect they'll just let it die because you might as well get 1 deeper. But and the damage doesn't seem very valuable since he's a pretty controlling deck. But it's a close play. I mean, you can sack it later.
Yeah.
I think this is the play.
Just make him lose a life, I think.
Okay.
It says, "Do 1 damage." I think.
Yeah, and this is definitely not a mistake. It's a close play. There's a comparable value in either choice, which is why Isaac went and hired Owen to make the decision. It must be pretty sweet in a tournament when you can rent an Owen Turtenwald for a turn.
And how sweet is it that Owen can go up the chain and turn to Billy Jensen between rounds?
Yeah, and it looks like Oliver's helping too. And I know I'm not that familiar with Andrew and Isaac, but Neil Oliver's a really good player.
He has proven himself to be a formidable limited player in a very short period of time. Wins the biggest Grand Prix of all time, loses only to William Jensen in the finals of Grand Prix Oakland, makes it to the finals of Grand Prix Ottawa.
And,
that's 3 finals appearances at limited GPs.
And all 3 of these formats, Cons, Modern Masters, and M14, 3 of the most skill-intensive limited formats we've seen in the past 5 years.
Right.
Neil really demonstrating skill very well with these performances.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go back to our main match between Owen and Zuchin Kuo here. We'll keep you updated on what's going on between Isaac and Huang. So there you see the 2 players.
Yeah, I like this. Now we can watch this match from the start, kind of get a feel for what Owen's thinking on every turn. There's always so much to learn from watching a player like Owen.
So Mountain, Swiftwater Cliffs for Owen. Seems like all game. You got to figure out how to do 22 damage in this format.
Yeah, which I really like. Sometimes you have a play where you can make an alpha and you make a big sacrifice and it puts them to exactly dead the next turn, but you have to consider they might play a gain land and gain 1 life and throw off that whole series of plays. So it makes the computations a lot more complicated and a lot more interesting.
Yeah, there you get a look at what Zuchin Kuo has to work with. He's got a Watcher of the Roost face down, Mountain, Killshot, High Spire Mantis, and Krumar Bondkin. And then a Tuskguard Captain for Owen.
So Owen with a really good hand here. So Owen has a really good hand here. He has a 4-drop in Summit Prowler that him and Huey refer to as a mythic common. And he also has Snowhorn Rider, which is, a staple for the Timor deck. And then he's got, of course, one of his 4 Savage Punches, and the Icy Blast can deal a lot of damage. I think that this is going to be a tough game for Zuchin Kuo.
By the way, just keeping an eye on the Isaac Sears Huang match. And we're at the library counting phase there.
Yeah, this comes back to what I was talking about with him being so aggressive with that Sultai ascendancy. He's throwing away 2/2s, and you need your resources. I mean, those 2/2s weren't that valuable, but he was at the stage in the game under virtually no pressure where I would just be basically getting rid of lands and taking spells, no matter what they were.
So meanwhile, Owen has used Savage Punch. He outlasted his Tuskguard captain and just Savage Punched the High Spire Mantis. Didn't have a ferocious bonus yet.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see this play. I think Owen's hand is so good that he's just trying to avoid any potential blowouts. Definitely more value in just casting the Summit Prowler at this stage in the game, I think. You could have a big swing next turn with a Savage Punch with the Ferocious and a big attack with the Summit Prowler. But of course, Su Ching might have tricks to mess that up. So I think Owen playing conservatively here, not necessarily right or wrong, just conservatively because his hand is so strong.
Right, he knows he has that Icy Blast on top of his curve.
Right, and this way he can, outlast again and play the Summit Prowler. So he's able to, play for the long game, basically make sure, he can use all his cards. I think that's what he would have done, but I think he's in the tank now because he drew Arrow Storm. So he has to choose between Arrow Storm away the 5/3 in attack or level up the Tuskguard Captain and cast the Summit Prowler. He could also just still cast the Summit Prowler. I think that there's generally more value in saving your removal, but with him having all these great spells in hand, I'd probably be inclined to want to use all my mana. I mean, I know you want to get in attacks where you can, but I think rather than deal 3 with that Tuskguard Captain, he could have probably outlasted it. Ferocious is very valuable for him. Having multiple guys with 4 power could end up being very valuable, and you're only missing 3 damage, and with Su Ching still at 20, I think there's probably more value in leveling up the Tuskguard Captain. I actually really don't like this play by Owen.
He does have Time Walk in his hand, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like casting the Summit Prowler over Airostorm just fine, but I think if you're going to do that, you level up the Tuskguard Captain and tap out and play the Summit Prowler. I mean, it gets it out of throttle range, which is relevant.
Sure.
4 power is very relevant. Like, you don't need to go to 5/6 nearly as bad, although you do on this board, I guess, a little bit against Krumarbonkin. But I don't think you needed that 3 damage. I think I would rather have leveled it up.
Smite the Monstrous takes down the Summit Prowler.
Owen's still in good shape. I mean, his hand is really strong. Now he's kind of deciding how greedy he wants to be and what he wants to do. He could pass a turn and have the boon to try and get him, but with Su Ching being a pretty good player, I don't think he wants to do that and risk stranding all his mana.
Right.
I definitely like this play.
And Owen's down to 10, so he really just wants to get the biggest threat off the board.
Right, I like this play. Another option for him was...
Which he does with Aerostorm, obviously.
Yeah, another option for him was to lay the Bloodfire Expert, since that would stop the Krumarbonkin and just level up his Tuskguard Captain. I mean, he could end up having problems with that flyer. I don't think he has any ways to deal with it left in his hand, though he could certainly race it with Icy Blast and all these monsters.
That's what I was talking about with Time Walk earlier. He's gonna end up, getting like 2 basically unfettered combat steps with that card.
Right. There's no way I would have Aerostormed the flyer there. The only thing I would have considered if I was Owen was whether I really want to try and beat another removal anyway, because you're probably not going to win this race. Let's say had Su Ching's turn been killing that Tuskguard Captain. I mean, he could. He has Snowhorn Rider to deploy anyway. But what Owen would consider there is maybe just laying the Bloodfire Expert and leveling up the Tuskguard Captain, as opposed to, arrow storming a Bonkin that the Bloodfire Expert is stopping, assuming Su Ching doesn't have another removal spell.
And then he just chooses to play the Snowhorn Rider face up rather than maybe go Bloodfire Expert and Snowhorn Rider morphed. But again, he saw end hostilities last game, so he'd rather...
Yeah, and he has all spells in hand, and, people are just so quick to morph morphs, but, you end up paying 8 mana instead of 6 for the Snowhorn Rider if you morph it. And one of the key, aspects to winning games in Limited is using all your mana every turn.
Right.
That's kind of another reason, I think, for the Tuskguard Captain, which is the only play Owen's made of these choice plays that I strongly disagree with. Most of them are really close, I think. But that one turn he dealt the 3 damage, I think I would have definitely just outlasted the Captain and played Summit Prowler, not attacked, and then played Summit Prowler. The rest of these are all very close. And I mean, that play is not horrible. It's somewhat close, but I think it's clear. In my opinion, it is. The rest of these plays are all extremely close. There's a lot of value both ways.
By the way, Owen has fallen to 6 at this point. That Watcher of the Roost has just steadily pecked away at his life total.
Right. I mean, this is a tough game for Owen to win. He's still looking good. I actually think Owen's still a favorite in this game. There's no good blocks here. Bloodfire Expert comes down, and then he has the Icy Blast to tap down Suching's team, giving him 2 attacks with all these monsters. So even though Owen might be behind on life, he's still actually ahead on the board.
Right. So kill shot is going to take down the Snowhorn Rider, though.
Yeah, but even with that, so Suching falls to presumably 11, and a Bloodfire Expert comes out. If Suching doesn't have anything else, Owen's still winning. I think now we've gotten to the point where Owen can't really beat another removal, but I think he can still beat that kill shot potentially. He also might have to let himself get a little lower than he likes.
Right.
If that kill shot doesn't exist here and Suching takes all that damage, Owen can play the Bloodfire Expert and then just Icy Blast on this turn, keeping his life total at 6. Now, what Owen's got to consider is if he wants to Icy Blast during Suching's main phase, or just let him attack and die if Suching has anything.
Can't he also Dragon Scale Boon?
Right.
He's gonna Dragon Scale Boon now
for
on
damage.
the Tuskguard captain.
Right.
Yep.
So Owen basically decides that he can't afford to Icy Blast yet now and beat anything. So he'll just wait the one more turn, take whatever Suching can do, because he kind of needs to do that to make sure his attackers are lethal. I like this play. And I think if that kill shot doesn't exist, instead of this, I think he casts the Bloodfire Expert, passes a turn, and Icy Blasts on Suching's turn.
By the way, Huang did get decked by Isaac Sears on table A. Very aggressive Sultai ascendancy.
I don't want to say he deserved to get decked, but when you're throwing away 2/2s, when you're under no pressure, I mean, it's not that surprising an outcome that he runs out of resources against a control deck when he's throwing away 2/2s in the late game.
As our good friend Sheldon Menery would often say, you did this to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't that bad a play. I mean, those 2/2s weren't that effective, on that board and aren't that effective against Abzan in the late game. I just think you might want to use all your resources going long there. You might want to plan for going long.
Right. Meanwhile, if Owen resolves this Icy Blast next turn, he's going to win this game.
Right. And he's at 6, so he's at a precarious little life total here. If Suching has anything, it's a really tough spot for Owen. But if he's out of gas, then Owen played this game really tight to be able to get in lethal here.
Owen is up a game. Neither team has a play shit. There's the Gurmag Swiftwing.
Yeah, but that doesn't really change anything. He's counting Trample. I don't exactly know why Sucheng's so deep in the tank, but he should definitely hit for 3 here. There isn't 9 on the board. Owen has 1 card in hand, and he's not trying to play around anything at this point.
Hey, plays another flyer. Owen says, look, here's the Icy Blast I'm going to cast next turn. That's actually 9.
Maybe Owen made this set of plays so that he could get in Exacxies on this turn, and it would look this cool.
And there's a hand. Owen Turnwald. It's very funny. So the Chinese Taipei team talked about the fact that one of the reasons they chose Teamer for their constructed deck is because it let them play with a red X spell. They play with a red X spell every year since the famous Bonfire of the Damned against Team USA.
You just have to remind us of that.
But that's why they chose to play Teamer. They play Crater's Claws because they want a red X spell. They're superstitious about it. You know what we just saw there? The blue Bonfire of the Damned, the blue X spell from Team USA.
Good. Maybe that's the end of that. Maybe they'll never expel America again.
All right, guys, we're on Table C. We're going to take a look at Game 3 between Neil Oliver and Zhu Zhansheng.
First time I've gotten to see Neil play in a while. I'm definitely excited.
There you see Neil Oliver. There you see Zhu Zhansheng. And we are underway. Mountain leads off for the Chinese Taipei team and a Mystic Monastery for the USA.
Neil Oliver with a Jeskai deck. He's got a lot of dual lands. He's got basically straight 3. He's got Leaping Masters, 2 Arc Lightnings, 2 Crippling Chills, 2 Mystic of the Hidden Ways, 2 Mardu Horde Chiefs. His deck actually looks phenomenal too. I can see why USA really loves their decks.
So Smoke Teller comes down for Chinese Taipei. More tap lands from the U.S. side of the board.
Zhuan with 3 of 4 Aerostorms in his deck, and I guess 1 in the sideboard. I didn't know you could have too many Aerostorms. I mean, you could definitely have too many 5s, but Aerostorm is very good. He's also got, let's see if he has more 5s. I would hope so.
You called Aerostorm a split card, Lava Axe / Terminate.
Yeah, I mean, Lava Axe has traditionally not been great, but aggro decks use it to finish opponents a lot and steal games. The downside of it, of course, is that it doesn't kill creatures, and sometimes that's what you need. Aerostorm kills creatures, so it basically takes away the downside.
Right.
Aerostorm is huge. I love that
Right, you can
card.
use it after combat, but you can also use it before combat to clear the way of a 4 toughness creature.
Yeah, and now taking a look at his deck, I don't like that Aerostorm not being in the main because it's not like he's got 3 more great 5s and he had to put it in the board. His creatures are cheap. He's got Alpine Grizzly, Highland Game, does have a Hooting Mandrills, 2 Smoke Tellers, Sultai Flare, Summit Prowler, Warname Aspirant, double Canyon Lurkers, Dragon Style Twins, another 5-drop. But lots of cheap creatures that could come out before those Aerostorms. So I would most likely play all 4 of them.
And there you see Sheng goes 2-drop, morph, and then Neil Oliver plays a morph of his own. And that's a Watcher of the Roost for Neil Oliver. So Neil takes his beats here. And, a Sultai Flare.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough for Neil to recover from because Neil's deck doesn't do that well once it falls on its back foot. He has a really aggressive deck with a bunch of 2-drops and Mardu Horde Chiefs, but he doesn't really have great removal spells. His deck is not fantastic at coming back from behind.
He is holding a kill shot, we see. He reveals Mardu Horde Chief, flips up his Watcher of the Roost, gets back to life, and now we're going to see him play the Horde Chief and try to level out this board a little bit.
Yeah, and this turn went as well for Neil as he could possibly have hoped. I thought he was going to have a hard time getting the 1/1 out of that Horde Chief, but his morph turned out to be a flyer, Watcher of the Roost, so he's able to actually attack with it, get a little clock going, and actually get the 1/1 off the Horde Chief, getting full value there. Neil's still on his back foot in this game, but that was a great turn for him when it looked like he was, really far behind.
Right, and he's going to have his Horde Chief brought low, and that's an attack for 7 from the Chinese Taipei team.
Yeah, and that morph is a Canyon Lurkers, I believe, so it has the potential to punch in that final damage, and even if he can just end up putting Neil to 5, if it's going to take Neil a while to kill him, we know he's got 3 Aerostorm. It might not be 4, but that's still a lot of them.
So, but John is out of gas. He's got a forest in hand.
Yeah, but what is Neil up to? I mean, this is not a close race. Neil must be about to do something decent.
I assume he's going to play Leaping Master and then leave his mana open for
Kill Shot.
For Kill Shot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's his only option at
right,
this point.
and look to get. I mean, he's at 11. He's got a little bit of room to breathe here.
So I think what we'll see here is Neil will block the morph, and then if Zhuan unmorphs it, he'll Kill Shot it. If Zhuan doesn't unmorph it, he might assume that he cannot, and then Kill Shot the Sultai Flare. He could, take the 5 and then do it, but I don't think he'll do that at this life total. I think that's the play we'll see. I think Leaping Master on the morph, and then if it gets on morph, we'll Kill Shot it. If Zhuan passes, I think we'll Kill Shot the Sultai Flare right now. I don't think you assume it's a Pine Walker and he's going to pass to make you use the Kill Shot first or something like that.
And he does Kill Shot the Flare.
Right, because we know he's not going to unmorph it because it's Canyon Lurkers. Of course, Neil didn't know that. So that's why this play is pretty much perfect. It lets you find out if he can unmorph that or not. And then when you find out he cannot, now you can take out the Sultai Flare.
Yeah, it's a great play. I mean, that's a great turn for the U.S. It's going to clear. I mean, it's 2 for 2, but he stabilizes this board. He just takes 2 from the Smoke Teller.
Right, a huge swing in this game here for Neil.
But Mardu Warshrieker with no follow-up action also has to feel pretty good, even though that 3/3 is pretty formidable for.
Neil not exactly holding a lot of cards, though, either.
Well, he's got a Warden of the Eye, so he's going to be able to get back Kill Shot here if he wants to.
And now that they're both low on resources, that's the perfect card for him to have.
Right, Warden of the Eye trades. He maybe can even say, I'm going to go to 6 if you attack with both and block your Smoke Teller.
Yeah, no, I don't know why they're thinking on this turn. This turn is super easy. You just attack with the Flyer, play the Warden, getting back the Kill Shot, and play your tap land. The other option is play a Wind Scout that can't really block either of your opponent's creatures, and you're not ahead at all in the race. So I don't I don't get being in the tank here. This is about the easiest turn in Magic history.
Easier than the Mystic Monastery turn 1 play?
I mean, those were his only 2 possible sets of plays this turn, and if he plays the Wind Scout, what is he going to do? Trade the Wind Scout for the Smoke Teller, double block the War Shrieker with the Wind Scout and the 1/1? This Warden effectively stops both creatures.
Yeah. To the shock of everyone, Neil Oliver and Owen Turtenwald arrive at the same play you arrived at. It just took them a little longer than you think it should have.
A lot of plays in Magic are really close. I always like to stress that you know, a lot of times it's not clear what the best play is. It's clear that there's 2 close options, and so I like to give the thought process so everybody can maybe understand how to think about these situations, rather than be like, well, this play that's ever so slightly better is definitely right, you know? But in a spot like this, I mean, this play is just definitely right.
Yeah,
it's not close.
And Neil does not even hesitate. You know, he attacks with the War Shrieker and boom, block.
If this was like a casual draft and, you know, I was Owen here and, you know, that was Neil and he was looking at me, I mean, I know this is the World Magic Cup, so they want to confirm, but I would literally give my teammate the look of, why are you asking me for the help on this play?
So how without even seeing deck lists, how aware are these guys of not going to 5?
Very aware. Aerostorm's a common. You know any red player is going to play it. You know that Juan has an aggressive deck, so he's certainly going to play them. Crater's Claw does around the same amount of damage right now. I'm sure that the goal is to keep your life total above 5 if you're Neil Oliver. If he draws double Aerostorm, then you got me.
And so Wind Scout and Wetland Sandbar come down.
So what this turn was a little bit closer. What they were discussing was whether to keep the play the Sandbar and hold up mana for the kill shot and not play the Wind Scout, or play the Wind Scout, because they don't want to trade the Wind Scout for a Smoke Teller. So when Juan attacks with both creatures here, the Sandbar is going to trade off profitably with 1 Smoke Teller, but the other one they either have to take 2 more from or block with the Wind Scout. I like this play, though, because 8 and 10 are pretty much the same. You just want to keep your life total above 5, and you're increasing your clock here. So, I mean, it's definitely right to preserve the kill shot for another turn in case that Juan came up with a big creature.
And that looks like they're deciding whether to block anything or block nothing.
Right. Well, I think the Wind Scout blocking would definitely be a mistake. I think the Sandbar blocking the Smoke Teller is the right play.
He's going to block both. He says, you know what? We just want to play an attrition game here.
Yeah, I don't like this. 10 and 8 are the same. I see no reason to trade a flyer for a ground creature, unless Neil drew something I didn't see. But he only has Kill Shot in hand, right?
I believe he only has Kill Shot.
Yeah, I mean, if Neil had Treasure Cruise in hand or something, I could see this block.
Ooh. Well, yeah, that would be making mana.
Right. Well, not just that. Just that he would have 3 more cards. But I don't see the reason to trade off a flyer there just to save 2 damage. I mean, I know you don't really want to kill shot that Smoke Teller, and it frees open the 1/1 to start attacking.
Right.
But it's still a flying creature. Any ground creature kind of stabilizes the ground anyway. I mean, it's certainly not a horrible block. I wouldn't have made it, though.
Right. Shen goes to 11, goes back up to 12 when he draws a Rugged Highlands.
I mean, the reason for the block is that you don't have any real way to stop that Smoke Teller anyway, and you're behind in the race.
Right.
So that's why it's a close play.
A little bit more removal from Neil Oliver. It looks like he just drew a Winter Flame.
It's probably a fine block. That's a really close play.
And there is a Highland game for John. Now do you just start attack? You leave your 1/1 back and just start attacking with your flyer here?
Yep, definitely. You don't want to have to use Kill Shot on that Highland game when you have a 1/1 and play stopping it.
Is that a second Winter Flame?
Yeah. Knowing that you have 2 Winter Flame in play, that does add credence to my play on that close decision. You have, free way to kill the 2/2s, basically. I do think that was a really close spot, though. Definitely wouldn't fault anyone either way. This spot is clear. Your 1/1's not going to do anything better than stop a Highland game. You're not going to spend resources on it when you have a 1/1 token in play stopping it.
And you'll happily just put your 1/1 in the path here.
And, you're advancing towards victory to a turn. It's not a ton, but, it's not nothing either. It's 5 more attacks.
Looks like Zhang has drawn an actual spell for the first time in a couple turns.
One thing we do know from analyzing the plays, we didn't see game 1 between them, so we don't know exactly what Neil saw. We have a lot different information than Neil. We have perfect information, so I know that 10 and 8 are the same, and that Neil really wanted to end the game quickly because he doesn't want to give Jean the out of drawing running Aerostorms. Neil, we don't know. Maybe he didn't see any arrow storms in game 1, so he assumes it's not that likely he can get burnt out. He just wants to play a really long game. Maybe he saw all weak spells from Jean, so he wants to play a long game and make the trade. There's a lot of factors that come into close calls like that based on exactly what you've seen.
So Canyon Lurkers is the play from Sheng, and now I guess we're going to see the first of our Winter Flames.
Yes, it would be really surprising if we didn't see a Winter Flame. Knowing that morph can't be unmorphed right now and live, I think that Neil will definitely deal 2 to the morph and tap the high lane game end of turn. He's got 2 Winter Flames. You can't expect for better than this from a Winter Flame at this point in the game. It's not amazing because if the 1/1 attacks, it can't stay back and block the high lane game, but you want to kill the morph anyway. For all you know, well, if it was a Woolly Loxodon or something, Jean could have presumably face up it.
Right.
So it's probably not a great morph. But you still just want to kill it. I mean, you have double Winter Flame in hand. You're not going to get more out of Winter Flame number 2 than killing a 2/2.
Right. And Neil Oliver's become the control deck here. He's got 3 removal spells in hand now. He just drew a Smite the Monstrous. So he's got to take a look at what he's holding.
Yeah, now they're discussing, well, it's
-1 Winter Flame, a kill shot, and a Smite the Monstrous in hand.
Now they're discussing, well, 3 for 2 is a race we're winning, but, it's really 1 for 2 because the Watcher's attacking either way, so it's a pretty close call. I probably wouldn't send the 1/1. I definitely wouldn't fault them if they did. Pretty close play overall.
Yeah. Gets in for 3, drops Sheng to 4 life.
These are really close plays. Mostly interesting just to analyze it. If Sheng attacks back here, Neil's not going to really be able to do much. Maybe he's going to deal the 2 damage to it. I don't know.
There's an Arrow Storm.
He's got
for the Chinese Taipei player.
Yeah, with him having a kill shot and a smite, maybe he just decided he would just go ahead and deal the 2 to it. I don't know. I mean, if he's going to take it, he's going to be at 8. I mean, he's kind of getting himself in a Crater's Claws range, which is not something you're that scared of.
Oh, I mean, against the Chinese Taipei team, you better be scared of it.
Right.
So he does go to 8 here. And are we going to just see, I'm going to Arrow Storm you for 5?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. So Neil Oliver falls to 3.
Yeah, and, he's got outs at, another copy of Aerostorm, which we know he has 2 of. There's nothing Neil could have done about that. If Neil holds the 1/1 back, then he could block the Highland and Aerostorm for 5, but there's no creature in play to make the second one 5.
Right.
So Neil actually did give him these outs. I'm not saying his play was wrong because of that, because who knows if he saw any Aerostorms, and he certainly doesn't know Jean has 3 Aerostorms. I'm sure if Neil had his deck list, he wouldn't have made that attack and given him these outs.
Sheng falls to 1 on the crackback. Mardu Horde Chief, it's just off the top. Is it an Arrow Storm?
Not this time.
It's not this time.
Can't top deck for the win every time.
And the match goes to Team USA. They take 2 out of 3. Owen Turtenwald defeats Su Chen Kuo. Neil Oliver defeats Zhu Zhansheng. No top deck for Chinese Taipei against Team USA here, and that's got to be a sigh of relief for Owen Turtenwald.
Could you imagine, the bonfire, he top decks the Aerostorm there, just boom, face up with the Aerostorm, number 2 for the win.
Oh my gosh. That was nerve-wracking, but we did see the blue bonfire from Team USA, so maybe they've turned around their fortunes.
Yeah, a beautiful icy blast from Owen there.
Yeah, welcome back to the booth, Brian David Marshall, Pro Tour Hall of Famer Ben Stark, and we just watched Team USA, avenge a loss earlier in the tournament to Chinese Taipei, and of course, the famous loss 2 years ago with the top deck bonfire of the Damned.
Yeah, those were great games. I mean, Owen had to play a really tight game there and work through a lot of removal spell and then kind of exactsies him with the icy blast.
Yeah.
Neil, we just saw a really close board, a really close game. Neil kind of outdrew him down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it was still a good game where Neil really started on his back foot, kind of turned it around.
Yeah, you were unsure that Neil could actually go toe-to-toe with the deck he was facing based on how the early turns had started.
Jean's start was incredible, and I didn't know the morph, so I didn't think Neil was going to have Watch with the Roost, so he was going to be able to unmorph it, get a clock going, gain a little life, and get max value out of that Horde Chief. I thought Neil's turn was going to be play Horde Chief go.
Right.
And, Horde Chief and that morph weren't going to block that well. They would block, but not amazingly. And Jean may have already had that Bring Low in his hand. I don't really remember that, but if he did, he would get a blowout if he went for the double block on the flare. And even if he doesn't, he could just Bring Low the 2/3 and attack. I mean, it's not Neil looked like he was really on his back foot, but that turn was a huge swing. Even though that turn didn't win him the game, when he was able to unmorph, he had a couple of big turns. When he was able to unmorph the Watcher, attack and Horde Chief, and then he had the kill shot, Warden of Eye back the kill shot. Those were two big turns where he really turned the game.
Right. Well, we have an interview with Team USA ready down on the floor, so let's hear from the horse's mouth.
Hey guys, down here in the feature match area, I've got Isaac Sears of the United States, who just picked up the match win that clinched it. Talk to us a little bit about that first game, though. It went forever.
Yeah, it went really long, and I expertly used his Sultai Ascendancy to deck him out.
You expertly used it, you said?
Yeah. I mean, you got to use your opponent's cards against him, right?
Now, it wasn't the 2 Dune Blasts that helped clear the way. That wasn't...
I don't like to boast, but they were key players in that game.
Yeah. Now, what about the second game? We didn't get much of it on camera. Did it play out similarly, or was it much different?
No, I turn 2 Archer Parapet, turn 3 Kintry Invocation, which is kind of like the deck's game plan. It plays 2 apiece. It's pretty awesome.
And you just beat him down with the 5/5?
Yeah, turn 3 5/5s aren't very fair, turns out.
Yeah, there's not a lot of answers in this format. All right, before I let you go, you're now 2-0 in your pod.
Yep.
What does that mean to you guys, and what are you looking forward to next?
We're looking to win the next round and then win 3 more rounds and be back here on Sunday.
Confidence level?
About 1,000 out of 10.
1,000 out of 10, he said. Let's send it back to the booth with Brian David Marshall.
Yeah, we don't know that much about Isaac Sears, but you had one observation.
What was that?
You thought he was pretty funny.
Oh, yeah. I mean, those were pretty funny comments. We were talking the whole time about him aggressively using that Sultai Ascendancy, and obviously Isaac was liking it as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with two Doom Blasts gives you a lot of time for your opponent's Sultai Ascendancy to run them out of cards. We're going to send it back to the desk. We're going to come back. We have one more round here in the first wave of pool play. Brian David Marshall, Ben Stark.
Brian and Ben, the Killer Bees, they'll be back for the final round. I've come to the big wall for some very big results. Why don't we get to the pools then? 8 pools. Let's start with Pool A. Show you what we've got: Malaysia, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Greece. Now, Malaysia and Thailand, they're finished. Malaysia now 1-1, Thailand 1-1. Hong Kong and Greece still playing. Greece's win in the first round really sort of spreads things out in that pool because they're a bottom seed. If they were to win to go to 2-0, Greece would have a great chance of advancing. So no one clear cut in that one. Let's go to Pool B. The Slovak Republic came in Pool B as the number 1 seed. They are 1-1 after a loss in the first round to South Korea. South Korea are through to the top 16 because with 2-0, even if they fall to 2-1, they cannot be passed by 2 teams on seeding. So South Korea, congratulations to them. They are in. Nam Sung-wook, one of the World Championship competitors, one of the original 11 Dream Chasers, trying to go for both competitions this week. He is into the top 16. Scotland 1-1, and Guatemala, if you're a bottom seed and you're 0-2, you are done. So Guatemala, great job for making the top 32. That's a fantastic performance, but the top 16 will not have Guatemala in it. Let's go to Pool C then, and in C, it's the Netherlands, the Russian Federation, Spain and Venezuela, a terrific group, and we have an in and we have an out. The Netherlands at 2-0 are in. Frank Karsten, Roy Over, Iso Bean, Thomas Hendricks, they are through for sure, and now they play in their last match, which will be against Venezuela down at 1-1 currently, to see whether they can continue to be, the Netherlands, a top seed in the top 16, because the seeding is cumulative. You take yesterday's 7 rounds and add in the scores from your 3 rounds today to see whether you're a 1, 2, 3 or 4 seed in the top 16. So still work to be done for the Netherlands, but they're in. Spain, meanwhile, a terrific team led by Javier Dominguez, Tony Ramis Pascual, but at 0-2, they are done. They cannot get in because they are a bottom 2 seed, and they must finish lower than at least one other team and the Netherlands. So Venezuela need to beat the Netherlands to see if they can possibly squeeze their way in, but they will need Spain to take out the Russian Federation. So can Spain do Venezuela a Hispanic favor in the final round of pool play? Let's move on to Pool D then. This is Israel, Brazil, Portugal, and Belarus. And Team Israel, the dream chaser Shahar Shenhar is in with a round to spare, in for certain into the top 16. Stav Brenner also on that team. We had a chance to chat with him yesterday. Now Brazil and Portugal, holy wow, that's a matchup next round. One of those two will advance. Willie Adel and the crew, the 3 remaining players on Portugal, will go at it in the final round. One of them will join Israel in the top 16. Belarus, again, great job for making the top 32, but no top 16 for Belarus. Let's move to Section E, and this is Sweden and England and Hungary and Norway. And this is what we have. All the results coming in. Sweden at 0-2. Wow, this is going to be a seriously crunchy group. England are 2-0. That means England are through, by the way. So England are in the top 16. Fabrizio and Terry and the guys, they had a terrific pool, beat Sweden round 1, and they have won again, this time over Norway. Now in the final round, England, already through, will face Hungary at 1-1. Hungary needing the win. Sweden already in deep trouble at 0-2. If they go 1-2, 2-1, 1-2, it looks to me like, well, it is super tense in that one. England through, that's the one thing we can say with absolute certainty in Pool E. Let's look at F. Argentina and Mexico came in as the top 2 seeds. Here we are, this result still waiting to come in. Mexico, Colombia, we don't have, and a strange one this, Argentina have drawn with Denmark. They have a draw. 0 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. So 1 point in the group. Denmark are up to 4 points. The winner here of Mexico-Colombia, if it's Mexico, Mexico are through. If it's Colombia, that's going to be a savage last round of Argentina-Colombia, Mexico against Denmark. Let's move to Pool G. This is Uruguay, Chinese Taipei. You've already seen, this is awesome stuff. You've already seen the United States defeat Chinese Taipei, so that result will be just about to go in. At 2-0, the United States. Dominican Republic result has now gone in 0-2. Uruguay are clean through, and with the United States about to go to 2-0, that settles it. That means that the United States have got past 2-0, the Uruguayans, to see how far up the seeding they can go. Now, moving to a 3 seed, not that big a deal. But if they could possibly, by 3-0ing this pod, go up to a 2 seed in the top 16, then they would just need 2 and 1 to come back tomorrow for the top 8. Great job for United States. They are through. Uruguay is through. That's the first group decided. 2012 champions, Chinese Taipei, gone. All right, finally, Group H, Serbia, Czech Republic, South Africa, and Slovenia. Let's take a look. Well, all right, we have Serbia. They are through. Alexa Talarov, fantastic job. The Czech Republic are at 0-2. Czech Republic face South Africa in the last round. Now this is the group where the seeding could be everything for the Czechs. You'd think they'd be gone at 0-2, but the way the pairings work, Serbia face Slovenia in the last round. So let's say Serbia win, they go to 3-0. Slovenia would fall to 1-2. Czech Republic, let's say they beat South Africa. Czech Republic would be up to 1-2. South Africa fall to 1-2. You'd end up with 3-0, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. The second seed, the Czech Republic, would be in. But in order for any of that to happen, not only do they have to beat South Africa, they have to hope that the next door neighbors, Serbia and Slovenia, that Serbia emerges with the win. How much will Serbia care about maintaining a top seed in the final round versus their next door neighbors and best friends, Slovenia, Robin Dola and the guys, making it in with them? Huge sweat for the Czech Republic as we head into the final round. So that's where we are. Still a few results to come in, but we are heading to the last round. But before we get there, yesterday, hope many of you saw the first part of our World's Week Memories with Mark Rosewater. Well, if you have a part 1, you better have a part 2. And that is coming up right now.
Hello and welcome back to the Tournament Center. I'm Randy Buehler. I'm joined once again by Mark Rosewater. We're going to keep going through Mark's Memories of Worlds. If you missed part 1, the United States has been dominating the team competition.
Yes.
They've won, I think, 7 of the 8 that have happened. Only the Canadians have snuck through. We're up to 2002. So Sydney, Australia.
Yep, Sydney, Australia.
First ever Latin American in a Pro Tour top 8, and there's 2 of them,
Yes.
Carlos Ramal and Diego Ostrovich. And Carlos wins Worlds.
Yes. So one of the neat things about it is we had never, we had an invitational that had been held in Sydney, but we had never had a Pro Tour. First time ever having a Pro Tour on the continent of Australia. And it was very, very interesting. First of all, the Americans had won every single team event except for 1997 when Canada had won, but had never left North America.
Right.
And finally, in Australia, somebody, not just anybody.
Somebody? Yeah, look at the middle picture on that.
Right. So Kai Buda is the one to finally win it for some country outside of North America. And Germany, led by Kai, manages to win the team event.
Yep. It's also, Kai is the second person to ever win both Worlds and the World's team title.
Yes.
John Finkel had pulled it off actually at the same time, and he's the only guy to do the true double, but Kai picks up the career double here, I guess.
Yes. And so one of the interesting things about this, one of my favorite memories of this event was back when Worlds has changed over the years, but one of the things they used to do is we used to go to different countries and there'd be a giant opening ceremony. And they always would get whatever the native, thing was. In Japan, they had, Japanese dancers and stuff.
Tiki drummers.
Right. So the thing I remember in Sydney is David Hudson is world renowned for being like the best didgeridoo player in the world. And I remember we got David Hudson to play the didgeridoo in the opening ceremony, and I was really impressed because somehow I knew that he was this didgeridoo
the world's
player.
leading didgeridoo
and
player.
Everybody around me, I'm so impressed. They're like,
we're the Minotaurs, right? Everyone's making Minotaur jokes.
This is the best didgeridoo player. So it was really, really neat that I loved. Worlds used to really have this neat flavor of we'd have these opening ceremonies, and there'd be a parade of flags, and so every single person, the captain would get to carry the flag, and the flags would come in. So we don't have that anymore. But I always. It's one of my memories of the old Worlds that was always fun.
Sure. So 2003, Worlds goes to Berlin in Germany. Kai wins his 3rd consecutive Player of the Year title and his 4th overall. At this point, the only other person even gotten 2 is Yuya Watanabe. So kind of toward the end of Kai's reign, we're in Germany, and it is a German who wins Worlds, but it's Daniel Zink.
Yeah, so I think there are only 3 different countries that both hosted Worlds and had the winner of the Worlds be from that country.
Okay.
So America did it with Zach Dolan and Brian Selden. Japan does it with Mori, right?
Mori, yeah.
Mori coming up. And then
here?
Zink does it right here in Germany. So we'll talk about it in a little bit. It almost happened a 4th time, but we'll get to that. So
yeah, my memory of that is all the Mirari's Wake mirrors in the top 8.
Yeah.
Mirari's Wake versus Mirari's Wake. That matchup happened in the round of 8 and the semifinals and the finals. It was like 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. watching the WotC staff scramble to try to get extensions for the crew. And that was a long Sunday.
Yes,
that's my memory. That's probably a weird one. But
so my favorite memory from this one was Justin Gary had been the team captain
that's a great story.
of the 1997 U.S. team, and like I said,
the first one to lose.
The only one to ever lose for like a 7-year gap. And they teased Justin about it endlessly.
Yeah.
So finally he gets back on the team, and Justin is determined to pull it back to finally prove that he can win on the U.S. team, and he does. And so this was definitely a case where the Americans. I mean, they had lost the previous year, but they're okay, fine, we lost one, but they came back, and so America wasn't quite out. They're still winning team events.
Yeah, 7th in 9 years for Team USA there.
Yeah.
The next year, Worlds goes back to the United States.
Yep.
It's San Francisco. Julian Naughton wins Worlds, the youngest ever world champion at 15 years old. Also wins Rookie of the Year there. But once again, it's Germany winning the team title.
Yes. So my memory, here's my memory of we were on the wharf in San Francisco, and they were doing this promotion where they had this giant vertical calendar of fake money to represent how much money we'd given away, because it was the 15th anniversary or something of the Pro Tour, and there was this giant vat of money, and then when Julian wins, they stick him in it to do pictures, and so the pictures of him is him standing up to here in a vat full of money holding his trophy.
Yeah, I actually think he won more that weekend than maybe any Magic player ever, because he won Worlds, he won the Rookie of the Year, and there was an end of year payout which he jumped up into. So by winning Worlds and Rookie of the Year and end of the year payout, he was he won a lot of money.
So one of the things we'd always talked about was when would the winner of the world championship, or the world champion, be younger than the game?
Yeah.
Now it turns out he wasn't quite younger. The game was he was a little bit older than the game.
Sure.
We'll get to that. Someone finally does that, but
Right.
it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, not at this point in time.
Yeah.
So 2005, Worlds goes back to Yokohama, Japan, where Kai had won his first. It's Katsuhiro Mori pulling it off, and Japan, pulls off the double. Japan wins both hosting it, which you pointed out, but they win both the individual and the team title at the same time. Which is something, and which is something the only Team USA had done up to that point. So really just a clean sweep for Japan as well. Katsuhiro wins the individual title. Oiso leads the team, and Kenji Sumura actually wins the Player of the Year, so kind of a triple there.
Yes, so my two stories from there. One is, that's the first year of the Pro Tour Hall of Fame.
Right.
And so for the very first time, John Finkel, Darwin Castle, Ula Rade, Tomi Hovey, Alan Comer get inducted. It's the very first class.
Yep.
The other thing is, the Japanese didn't win everything that weekend. So there was a high school league they used to have. And so what they did was, the prize for winning the high school league was they got to play me, Aaron Forsythe, and Richard Garfield in this exhibition match.
Okay.
Okay, Aaron built the decks. It was like a standard...
Unified standard?
Unified standard. Aaron built all the decks. I know Richard fiddled with him to put some dragons in or something. So Aaron handily wins his match. Richard loses his match, so it all comes down to me.
Okay.
I lost my first game. I managed to win the second game. We're in the third game, and the reason I win is because my opponent decides he wants to beat me with Morrow, and so he makes a suboptimal play to try to get the style win, and he didn't have the mana to cast the Morrow yet. He really should have gone for a cheaper creature, but I managed to beat him because he goes for the style win, and I managed to take advantage of that and win. So the only non-Japanese win in the entire event is me, Aaron, and Richard. So
that's awesome. 2006, Worlds is in Paris. We go to France. It's Makihito Mahara who winds up winning this with his Dragonstorm deck, beating Ryo Ogura in the finals, but really the win over Nassif is the one that everybody remembers.
Yes. So the big story here was we're in Paris. So Gabe Nassif is one of the best players of all time, obviously in the Hall of Fame. You know, people put him in top 5 of all time. He's a really good player, but he had never won Worlds. And now he had never won Worlds, like it was in his hometown, like it was destined, this was going to happen. And I remember when he's in the semifinals, his deck matchup was really good. His matchup was good for the finals. It's like, if he could win here, it looked like he was just going to do it. And I remember what happened was, he had to make a decision, which was, he could make a move in which he gave a turn for his opponent, but if his opponent couldn't do what he needed to do in that turn, he won. He locked the game. And like, in order for his opponent to do it, Mahara had to have like a combination of cards, and so like on paper it was the right move to do. But Mahara had it, and Gabe was just like crushed. And I just remember that because like everyone thought that Gabe was going to win that. So.
Yeah, no, it's fair. The team tournament there, by the way, run by the Dutch, and that's Julian Naughton in that picture next to Hall of Famer Camille Cornelissen. Julian Naughton, one of the few players who have done the career double.
Right.
So he joins Kai and John.
Yeah.
The only other person who's done this, by the way, is Mahara, who's holding the individual trophy there, later wins on the team for Japan.
That also, as we're in, I'm trying to think of another story here. This was in Paris. We had the second Hall of Fame got inducted there.
Yep.
My memory of that was, so Bob Maher Jr. was one of the people who get inducted, and he has 2 twin little girls, and that they were wearing a T-shirt with Dark Confidant on it and said, "Who's your daddy?"
Those I remember. Those were awesome.
So,
that's awesome. 2007. Worlds goes to New York City. We have our first Israeli world champion, Yuri Peleg, defeating in the finals Pat Chapin.
Yes. So it's funny because obviously tomorrow we're going to have 3 of the people competing have played in the finals of Worlds before, but Pat hasn't won it. The other 2 actually managed to win.
Pat's got a second. That's like below average for his top 4. All he's done is finish second at Worlds.
So, but the fun thing about this event, in fact, the most memorable was not once again the finals, but in the semifinals was Pat Chapin playing Gabriel Nassif. And so I remember he was
Ignite
playing,
Memories.
Yes, so Ignite Memories is a storm card that you do damage to the player equal to a random card, the converted mana cost of the card. And so I'm trying to remember this correctly. So he had a handful of cards, most of which were expensive, but he had one drop.
Chapin goes off, he generates 4 or 5 copies of Ignite Memories, and Nassif's hand is like, it's like 5 cards, but it's like 1 mana ritual, a 2 mana card, and then just 3 fatties. So if it's like 8s.
Yeah.
If he ever hits one of the 8s, and he's only on like 10 life or something at this point. If you can go look the clip up on YouTube if you
Yeah,
haven't
it's a great
seen it.
clip,
It is just, and the crowd is into it, and Nassif is playing to the crowd. It was just, that was one of my favorite calls, honestly, from the booth.
So my memory of that moment is I'm spell slinging, so I'm playing people at tables, so I'm not even watching it because I'm spell slinging, and the crowd just goes, like what's going on? But it was the most weird thing to watch is the crowd was just really into it, and they just kept screaming, and I had no idea what was going on. So I had to go watch the tape later to see it.
Yeah, it works out that Nassif wins that game, but Chapin does win the match anyway.
yes.
So it's Chapin that goes through to the finals, but can't get the job done. Against, ironically enough, the deck he lost to, Doran, basically was an Obzon deck.
Yes.
Wasn't called that at the time, but Chapin has now switched teams.
Yes.
Maybe that's what he needs. He'll have the Obzon on his side.
Maybe he wants Obs on his side.
I guess so. 2008, Worlds goes to Memphis. Antti Malin from Finland wins with Fairies, defeating Jamie Park in the finals. Team USA, meanwhile, Sam Black, Paul Chian, and Michael Jacob win their 8th team title, though they haven't won since.
Yes. So I'll say my two memories of this event, one was, once again, the Hall of Fame was being inducted. So Mike Turian was being inducted in the Hall of Fame, and we're about to start, and there's no Mike Turian. And we're like, so we get on, we text him, and he's like, I'm in the cab. And we're literally trying, we're stalling, and he literally came in, we had started the ceremony, but he came in the door before we introduced him. That's how close it was.
He was cutting it close because he wanted his wife to come with him.
Right, yes.
And his wife had called in sick.
Yes.
Right, she didn't have any vacation days left.
Yeah.
Called in sick. Unfortunately, the pictures from the Hall of Fame were all over Facebook.
Right, no,
She did not get away with it.
So the other story I remember is I played in a side event there was a multiplayer side event, and the idea was we had Worlds Wake was coming out, and so we each had cards to show off for the very first time. And so I had Chameleon Colossus.
Okay.
And so the idea was I was supposed to sneak it into my deck and then try to do something splashy with it.
Okay.
So I managed to do 22,000 damage and gain 55,000 life with it. So
Not bad.
Anyway, that's my memory of that event.
Very nice. 2009, Worlds goes to Rome in Italy. Andre Coimbra is the champion, basically playing an anti-Jund deck in a field full of Jund, defeating a Jund player, David Reitbauer, in the finals. And China wins the world team title.
Well, my memory of this is I was on a cruise. So that's
So this is the one Worlds you've never been to.
I missed Rome, yeah. Rome's the one I missed.
What happened?
So what happened was that my family goes on, every 5 years we go on a cruise. And I had booked it way, way far away from Worlds, but because of the site, they ended up having it 6 weeks earlier than normal.
Wow.
And normally it's in December, and I booked in October. I'm like, I'm safe. Nope. So I found out and I missed it. So that was a bad beat.
Okay. 2010, Guillaume Matignon wins Worlds in Chiba, Japan. The Slovak Republic wins the world team title. And the awesome thing here, I know you and I had both been rooting for this forever. The Player of the Year tournament, for the only time in the history, ends in a tie.
Yes.
By winning, Guillaume ties Brad Nelson, triggering a playoff game.
I know, that was exciting. I remember at the time we were trying to figure out the math, and we're like, wait a minute, if he wins, then it's a playoff. We were very excited. So this also was the Guillaume.
He beats Guillaume Ofatapa in the finals. Good friends.
Yeah, so it was the thing I remember with this event, once again, one of the things that happened at Worlds over the years is we'd have a lot of different side events and different things. So one of the things we did at this thing was we had a giant Magic. So something we used to do where we would get Magic cards that were, literally giant cards. And at this event, because it was Mirrodin Besieged was coming out, we did a giant Phyrexia versus Mirrodin battle.
Nice.
And I was Phyrexia, and Richard Garfield was Mirrodin. And so the way it works is for each card, we get a member of the audience to come represent that card. And it was a classic battle. In fact, at one point, Richard came over to my side because he revealed himself to be Phyrexian, and then the judges cheated to help him. But I managed to win. Phyrexian won the day.
All right.
So a little hint of where the war was going in the story.
Fair enough. 2011, Worlds is back in San Francisco again. It's Junya Ianaga who qualifies for this event actually through the Magic Online Championships, wins the final, defeating Richard Bland in the finals with a Wolf Run ramp deck. Team Japan wins the team title, joining Germany as the only countries with multiple team titles, other than the US, of course.
Yeah, so this was this was the last of the old school World Championships.
Yes.
And in fact, at this World Championship, we had announced that it was going away, but we hadn't yet announced what was replacing it.
Sure.
So a lot of this event, my memory is people they loved Worlds and they're like, what's going to happen? And
it was a little bittersweet.
Yeah, we were at the Wharf again, the same place we'd had at the Mountain and one. We were back at the Wharf, and I just remember it was very. I having been to every Worlds, it was a little bittersweet, that we weren't quite sure where Worlds was going. So
yeah, no, I would say it felt bittersweet at the time.
Yeah.
But I got to be honest, the new Worlds, I love.
Oh, yeah,
I think the thing that the World Championships as the super exclusive, super elite 24-person tournament, I think is absolutely perfect for Magic.
Yeah, no. I think we sort of, like a phoenix, we sort of got reborn and out of the ashes, created something really awesome.
Yeah, it's even better now.
At the time, we didn't know, and it
Exactly.
definitely was a lot of uncertainty. I know that event was people talking to me nonstop about, no, Worlds, we love Worlds.
That's totally fair. 2012, Yuya Watanabe wins what at the time was called the Players' Championship, but this was the World's Championship.
Yes.
This is the tournament that has turned into Worlds, so absolutely Yuya being considered a world champion for having won here.
We allotted it. It's the World Championship.
There you go. That was Chinese Taipei winning the team title in the World Magic Cup. Sort of the first time they weren't held together because the Magic Cup and the Players' Championships were differently, but. Those are some pretty good results. And I got to call out, the performance that Shota Yasuoka put on at that World Championships was insane. He just ran away with the Swiss and, stole all the match wins, and everybody else was screaming to get through. Yuya did pull off the win in the finals, but Shota's performance was probably the most memorable one.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's funny. Kai did a similar thing way back in the day where there used to be a threshold to get on the Pro Tour, and Kai won so much that it dropped it by like 4 points. It was easier to get on
he just
because
stole all the pro
points.
Funny.
So my memory of this one was, so the World Championship, or the Players' Championship at the time, was in Seattle, and that the team event was actually at Gen Con that year. So they were in different cities. I did not go to the team event, but I did go to the individuals, and it was held at the Shoebox Theater. The Showbox Theater,
in Seattle.
Which is the same place that we normally do our PAX party.
Right.
Every year when we have a big party to show up the thing. And so I think what had happened was we were going to have the PAX party, so we ended up having it in the same place. And it was very weird. I'm so used to that being a party place that watching people play Magic, and it was very, very different.
Interesting. Which brings us to last year. In Amsterdam, Shahar Shenhar, and we finally get a world champion who's younger than the game.
Yes, and by just a few months, I think he was born in November, and Magic came out in July. But finally we had a world champion that was just a little bit younger than the game itself.
Yeah, beating Reed Duke in the finals in what was a brutal matchup for Shahar, but
my
got
memory,
the job done.
My memory of that was, one of the things that over the years is Japan has 4 wins and the U.S. has 3 wins. So the top 4 last year was 3 Americans and Shahar, right?
Who's mostly lived his life in America.
Right, but
Israeli.
So we're like, finally America could catch up and finally tie with Japan.
Israel's up to 2.
And Israel got up to 2. So it was a very dramatic, like on paper, Shahar wasn't supposed to win. Like the tech matchup was horrible. But one of the things that's great about Magic is you never know. That it doesn't matter. Even if like 9 times out of 10 you're not supposed to win, well, the one time you can.
All right, well, thanks, Mark. It's definitely been fun having that walk through your memories. We are now ready to create some more memories. It is time to head down back to the feature match area. Stay tuned. We're going to find out who's winning this year.
Sadly, I can't keep the Garrick helm on and have the headset on. But, I wanted to take a moment to talk about the Spirit Awards before we go down to the floor. Teams who came here and displayed the national pride. The Dominican team came in with the Garrick pelts and the Garrick helms. The Uruguayan team, the Guatemalan team, all were given Spirit Awards this weekend. Great job by them. But, and I have one piece of bookkeeping before we go down to the floor for our feature match. It was reported that there was a draw between Denmark and Argentina, but it was not a draw. Okay. Denmark won, which means in their pool, Denmark and Mexico are locked for the top 16.
Exciting to see them get through.
Yeah, but we are ready to go down to the floor and watch some action between Portugal and Brazil. So let's send it right down to the floor. Hello and and welcome to the final round of the first wave of pool play here at the World Magic Cup on day 2. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour champion Ben Stark, and we are watching. There'll be no hidden language here. The Brazilian team versus the Portuguese team. Everyone's speaking the same language. There you see Willie Edel, the captain of the Brazilian team, and really the godfather of Brazilian Magic.
Yeah, from what I hear, he's been instrumental in growing the Brazilian Magic community.
And there you see Hugo Alexandre Fernandez Diniz, who is his opponent this round. And he is from Portugal. And, there's not a lot of experience left on the Portuguese team. There's only 3 players left.
Can we speak in Portuguese?
We had a disqualification yesterday for one of their team members, their team captain. These 3 guys are the only ones left. They'll be playing all the way through. And Hugo, his pro experience, he's got 2 Grand Prix. That's about it.
Yeah, well, Willie only has 4 PT top 8s. That's about it. So we're looking at Willie Edel has green, blue, and black, a Sultai deck. That's the first one of those I think I've seen in the 3-team sealed rounds. Sultai doesn't seem very popular amongst
and he
these
has the natural Sultai on turn 3 there to play a morph. A couple wet lane sandbars collided. Hugo sort of restocked with a Highland game, but did not have a 3rd land.
And Hugo looks to be playing Timor, something we see out of almost every single team sealed.
Right.
Because the blue-green tempo synergy is just so great. When you have multiple Savage Punches and Force Aways and, 4-power guys and Sagu Maulers.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Sagu Mauler is synergistic per se. It's just a blue-green gold rare that's not a mythic and is an incredible card.
Turn 4 Tuskguard captain for Hugo. Willie Edel has a Sultai Charm, knocks it out of the way, and bashes in with a morph. I think we know that morph is an abomination of Gadul. Yes, we do. There you see it on your screen. And there you see Icy Blast in
Willie's
hand for Willie, Dragon Scale Boon, and Treasure Cruise. An Abomination Gadul Treasure Cruise is an awfully nice combination to let you see a lot of cards in your deck.
Yeah, so both players have strong hands, but Hugo does not have a mountain. So I think if he draws one, it'll be interesting.
Because right now his Savage Knuckleblade is stranded in his knuckles.
Right, and Savage Knuckleblade, the reason to play Timor in Standard, so you can bet it's pretty good here in Seal deck. But even if he doesn't find it this turn, he's got stuff to do. He has a Scion of Glaciers in his hand. He has a Sultai Flare. So those are both great 4-drops. So, while the Knuckleblade is obviously a lot more impressive, it's not like he's going to be doing nothing.
Right. And we see Willie plays a 2nd Abomination face down.
That's a guy I really like. I don't know whether it'll shine in this game or not, but the Sultai deck often can stalemate the game on the ground. And if you hit a couple times with that flyer and get to really improve your card quality, turning excess lands into spells by discarding them in the late game, drawing extra cards, that's really one way to win a game with subtle commons without having to draw these extremely rare cards or anything.
Right. It also lets you fill your graveyard up with those unwanted cards, which you can then delve for Hooting Mandrills, Sultai Scavengers, and ideally Necropolis Fiends and Treasure Cruises.
Right. And look at that synergy with Treasure Cruise. You discard cards so you can cast it on the cheap. Then you can discard the excess lands you draw off it to the Abominations to draw even more spells. Obviously, that's when things are running smooth, but, we're just talking about if you're able to connect. Even if you're taking a couple points of damage, if you're really improving your card quality that much in the late game, you can probably win a game, even if you're taking 4 to 6 and hitting for 3 once or twice.
So great patience here from Edel, who has had opportunities to unmorph a Abomination, but instead continued to advance his board. Now with a Scion of Glaciers and a Highland game clogging things up, I think we'll see him take to the air here.
Yeah, Willie has some options. He does have Dragon Scale Boon in his hand, so that kind of makes it interesting whether he wants to attack on the ground. If Hugo double blocked, it would be really bad for him. And the Scion, if he single blocks with the Scion, it wouldn't be great for him. So obviously, he's not going to do that. He's just going to unmorph Abomination of Gadul. And he looted away an island. He played a 6-land, a tap land. And everything's looking smooth for Willie right now.
Yeah, Thornwood Falls is the play.
Yeah.
He says, I like gaining a life instead of an island. I don't have anything to do with my island this turn.
And did you see what Hugo just drew?
Is it a mountain?
No, but it's a Sirach.
Oh. So he's got some premium to mirror rares in his deck.
Yeah, but no premium mountains to cast them with. So it looks like Willie's going to pull pretty far ahead, while Hugo, can't really keep up in card quality without the mountain.
And no willingness to trade his other Abomination for a Highland game there.
Which actually, I'm not saying he should have done, but I think this play is close, and he didn't even really consider it, which is interesting. I mean, you can get blown out. Like, let's say you make this block, and then Hugo has a Savage Punch and is able to kill your other Abomination.
Sure.
Then it's really bad for you. So that's really why you don't block. But if you knew that he had nothing in hand, you probably would block, because it's not really that exciting to get the second Abomination of Good Duel online, and he has Treasure Cruise in hand, so trades kind of favor him right now. But I think he didn't block correctly because you don't know that first Abomination of Good Duel is just going to live and keep connecting.
Let's talk a little bit about what's at stake here. These two teams are 1-1-0 in their pools.
1-1 and so they're 1-1.
Yes.
So are they playing to advance?
Well, Brazil. This is winning in.
This is winning in.
So there's a little extra, pressure. So those decisions, do I just block here? Do I not block here? Become a little more tricky.
Well, I mean, the pressure, can definitely cause people to make misplays sometimes.
I understand that you're always supposed to make the correct play, but you definitely see people struggle with that sometimes under the pressure.
It's very common for people to struggle under pressure. I'm not claiming, that if my life was on the line, I would be able to play my very best. I'm a human being. But in reality, strategically, you do always want to make the best play. It doesn't matter if you're sitting around playing a fun game with your friend or if you're playing for top 8 or to advance. Realistically, the best play is the best play. And in this case, it looks like they're the 2 and 3 seed, right? So this is just straight winner advances, loser doesn't?
Correct.
I guess that's not automatic. It depends on what the other teams are.
So Willie's attacking. Hugo wants to block, but Willie wasn't sure if he was going to let him yet or not. I think he is going to allow it, and he had the option to unmorph before blockers, but instead chose to Dragon Scale Boon and take out the flare.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to unmorph before blockers here because he's happier if Hugo blocks than if Hugo doesn't block. In fact, I'm not even 100% sure he would attack if he knew Hugo was never going to block. This is an appealing-looking block, so I think that's part of why he actually attacked there.
So now he has to discard a card. He's drawn from the ability for Abomination of Godol. He's thinking.
So I think he was hoping to draw a land here, so that he could discard and then play land in Treasure Cruise or play land in Morph or what have you. Since he didn't, he really has to decide what he wants to do with the rest of this turn.
Yeah, he discards an Ice Feather even.
I think that he will see a Savage Punch.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see here. Right, so the
Yeah, and that's a great turn for Willie. So he ate the 2 big creatures, all for 6 mana, and connected again with his Abomination of Good Duel. Those are the kind of turns that, take a game that's close and really, put you far ahead in it.
Because he now has Ferocious on his Morph, the Abomination of Godul gets +2/+2 from the Savage Punch because of the Ferocious trigger.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
And he's able to take down the Psionic Glaciers.
I'd like to see Hugo drop a mountain here and pass the turn with the ability to cast a rock, because I don't think he's going to be able to win this game with a high land game. I don't know exactly what he's thinking about. I guess Treasure Cruiser Morph. I mean, if he morphs, he could then double block that morph, but if Willie can unmorph it, which he most likely can at this stage, any morph is really going to just eat both guys and, end this game. If he Treasure Cruises, he can make his land drops chump block the morph if he doesn't find anything, which doesn't seem great, but seems better than double blocking the morph. So, I mean, I would certainly Treasure Cruise here.
And he'd have to pay 2, it looks like?
It looks like 3 5 cards in his yard. I'm not...
I'm sorry, pay 2 extra, I should say.
Yeah.
So he instead chooses to play the Morph.
I mean...
and there's an Opulent Palace.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. He can chump block and cruise next turn for 2 mana. I'm just not really sure what that Snowhorn Rider is going to do in this game. I think I'd rather have invested my mana in the card drawing. I know normally you do want to add to the board before you draw cards, so it's... kind of deviating from that rule.
And instead, he's actually just going to chump here.
Well, I like this. you can only get so low, and he gets a mana out of the high lane game. He's kind of turning it into a lotus petal by chumping.
Sure.
Because now he's only going to pay 2 for the cruise instead of 3. If you do choose to morph the Snowhorn Rider there, and that's a close play by all means, you definitely are blocking with the high lane game here. That's like half the reason to make this play, is that instead of paying 3 for your cruise there, you can maybe pay 2 for your cruise this turn, and then still do something with the other 4 mana.
Right. Meanwhile, Willie's got an Ancestral Recall online this turn.
Is that good?
Historically, it's been okay. There you see him just remove 7 cards to pay for his treasure cruise. Remove 7, draw 3. It looks like he's got another Abomination of Godolphin, but he plays a face-up Pine Walker.
Yeah, well, I noticed that there hadn't been any Sultai yet, and you noticed that he's got 3 Abomination of Gaduls in hand, so maybe when you put those 2 things together, we've solved the puzzle. I mean, you have to have a lot of blue, black, green cards to play Sultai, I think, because I don't think Sultai has a ton of synergy in Team Sealed. It's weird because, it puts cards in the graveyard and then it has Delve, so that feels like synergy. But the thing is, each Delve card pulls from the other Delve cards.
Yes.
So it's not really the kind of deck that you just get more and more and more of, and you're like, yeah, I've got 9 Delve cards and 5 ways to mill myself, Then you just end up drawing hands with all Delve cards or all ways to mill yourself. I kind of personally think Delve is best done in small doses. Like if you have 1 dead drop, 1 treasure cruise, a bit of revelations or 2, and some removal. That's how you maximize Delve, in my opinion, in limited. Not by going all in with a million scout the borders and Delve cards.
I mean, here you see the tension of having multiple Delve cards. Hugo's drawn a Hooting Mandrills, but he's not going to be able to play Hooting Mandrills and Treasure Cruise on the same turn.
Right, and Hugo does still have a pretty high life total.
Right.
But he's way far behind on board.
Right.
So
and he's decided to play the Mandrills.
These are close plays. I like this play. I don't know, if he can win this game if he double blocks that Pine Walker and Willie has a removal. But he's so far behind on board, I'm not sure that he could win a removal anyway.
Right.
So I think playing a round removal at this point is probably wrong. I think you just play that Hooting Mandrills. You now can double block the Pine Walker. I'm not sure if Willie attacks with the Morph what he's going to do. I mean, double blocking that Morph is pretty scary. If it was a Woolly Loxodon or a Pine Walker, it would just eat both.
Right. We know it's an Abomination of Gadul, and the block is actually
fantastic.
Yeah.
But Hugo doesn't know because we have X-ray vision and Hugo does not.
Right.
And especially with 2 Abomination of Gaduls already played this game, I doubt he's specifically going to put it on Abomination of Gadul. Oh, no, only one's played. The other one's in his hand, sorry. But yeah, I don't know if he would find that
we're
double
just
block.
going to see Icy Blast here for the Time Walk.
Well, this should all but be game. That's 5, 8, 12.
That's 12, yeah. 12. Those creatures don't untap next turn. I don't really care what you have.
Yeah, and that's the kind of play that if you're Hugo, you don't feel good or bad about your sequencing because you know you weren't going to beat Icy Blast no matter what you chose.
Right. And then a Jeskai Wind Scout. And there's a Pine Walker for Hugo, but that's not going to be enough.
No, you go down to 4. There's no real reason to show Willie anything at this point. I would just pick up my cards or pass the turn and then pick up my cards.
Just about the sequencing there?
Right. I mean, some people, might pass the turn in the hopes that Willie plays another spell, but I see no real reason for him to do that. He'd probably just turn his 4 guys. Yeah. There's not even anything for him to play around, really. You don't have 7 up to represent Thousand Eyes.
He casts Treasure Cruise.
So
draws 3.
Yeah, I don't see what's going on exactly. I don't even know why you'd want to show him a card like Treasure Cruise. It's not a big deal, but I don't think that there's anything conceivable for Hugo here.
Right. I mean, honestly, until that point, Willie might not have even known he was Teamer. He figures it out when he sees the Snowhorn Rider.
Right, and no matter when you concede, you still have to show your morphs.
Yeah.
But you never know. Maybe there's a close decision for Willie on whether to bring in something like Disdainful Stroke, and seeing, a nice, slow, powerful card like Treasure Cruise that is going to sit in your opponent's hand could be the difference between him bringing it in. So I probably wouldn't cast it.
All right, well, we'll see what happens in Game 2 after these brief messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Cons of Tarkir accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Start on your road to the Pro Tour in Vancouver next July by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 WPN locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information.
All right, welcome back to coverage of the World Magic Cup. Here we are between Brazil and Portugal, and we are going to take a live look in on Gabriel Fair versus Bernardo Torres.
Little Mardu mirror.
Oh, yeah, and you see Mardu Horde Chief and a Horde Ambusher on the Brazilian side of the table, while the Hateblade, the Einok Bondkin, and the Chief of the Edge are all in play for Portugal. It's Gabriel's under a little bit of an early rush from Bernardo. He's at 13.
And Bernardo, just from a cursory glance at the deck list, seems to have the more impressive Mardu list. I'm seeing a Butcher of the Horde, an Ankle Shanker, Mardu Rough Rider, Ponyback Brigade, and then all the staple commons. Debilitating Injury, Skull Hunter, Bondkin, Murderous Cut, a great uncommon, probably the best uncommon in the set.
Here comes a Butcher of the Horde.
Yeah, Butcher, just a dominant card in the Mardu deck in Standard. 5/4 flying haste, a little unfair in Seal deck.
And you find out why the Hateblade is so hateful. He's like, oh, I'm just going to get sacrificed again to the Butcher of the Horde, and Butcher of the Horde gets in with haste.
And he's even got the double Russia battle. He's got the take-up arms. It just seems like this is a much better Mardu deck.
Yeah. Brazil now up one game at the other two tables. We just saw Willie Adel go up a game, and now Thiago Saporito is up a game on Andrade.
Don't get me wrong, though. I mean, he burnt away the Butcher, which just gave him a 2-for-1 because the Hateblade stays in the yard. So, I mean, this could end up getting close. And it was close whether he wanted to sack that Hateblade to give it haste or not. I'm not sure that that's a play I would have made. My usual logic is that if the Butcher stays around, I'm going to win anyway. So if I'm playing it on turn 4. So I don't necessarily want to invest more in it. Even though, you would definitely sack the Hateblade if you knew your opponent couldn't kill the Butcher, because the Hateblade's not going to do more than 5 damage, and it's a race you're winning. You want to plan for the game where the Butcher gets answered, not the game where the Butcher doesn't get answered.
Right. And so Feat of Resistance in hand for Torres, and he's trying to decide, do I want to attack and try to get some value out of my Feat of Resistance, or do I want to fortify my board with a Alabaster Kieran? And he goes with the Kieran. Although, I mean, he could have, there's very little that could go wrong if he attacks there.
Yeah.
He gets first strike and protection from a color off on his Chief of the Edge if he attacks.
Yeah, attack was definitely reasonable, but perhaps he just wants to save his cards and go to the air.
And then High Sentinels of Aggression. One of the big bomb cards in this format.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he could have definitely gotten a potential huge blowout with that attack if both creatures got blocked, which is definitely likely. No, not a huge blowout, but a good trade. What did you want him to do? You want him to send just the Chief?
He could just attack with the Chief of the Edge.
Yeah, and just trade the feat for one of the guys. I don't think that's really great. It's not horrible, but you're basically just upgrading your Chief and trading feat for a creature, which, is positive value, but those creatures aren't that good. I'm guessing his reasoning was he would save feat to protect that Alabaster Kieran in the air.
And I think we might see... Yes, we are. We're going to see a rush of battle.
Well, things have changed now that the High Sentinels have come into play.
And he sends everybody in.
And that feat is still going to be huge this turn as well. With the +2/+1, he's attacking with a 4/2 Bondkin because I don't think that guy's a warrior. The Chief of the Way is a 5/3, and the Alabaster Kieran is a 4/4 because that guy is also not a warrior.
Right. The only creature with lifelink is the Chief.
So not really great blocks here, and Gabriel's already at 9, so he kind of has to block. I know he doesn't want to lose that High Sentinels, so I'm guessing he'll do some blocking on the ground. He probably doesn't really want to double block the chief because he would lose both guys even to nothing. So his only good block is on the Bonkin, but he can't take 9 or he dies. So it looks like he'll probably have to put the Horde Ambusher and the Mardu Horde Chief in front of the Chief of the Edge and the Anik Bonkin. I mean, I can't imagine High Sentinels is going to trade with one of those. Maybe he has to. I don't know. You know, is his hand good? Have we seen Gabriel's hand here?
I know he is holding a Feat of Resistance. I don't know what else is in his hand besides that.
I guess it's pretty close. I mean, you really don't want to trade the High Sentinels, but it's better than dying, so he may have to make that play. I mean, if he blocks with the High Sentinels on the Chief, he can then throw the Horde Chief on the Bonkin.
The other card he has is a Barrage of Boulder, so
that's not too... Well, that means he's way less incentivized to kill the Bonkin, since he can kill the Bonkin with the Barrage. So I don't know exactly what we'll see from him here. I know he can't take 2 creatures and block with the Horde Ambusher, because the one from blocking, putting him to 8, would leave him dead then. So he could make the original play I suggested, which is just block both ground creatures, take 1 from the Horde Ambusher's drawback, and 4 from the Kirin, which would put him to 4 life. Or he could make a double block. Or he could block with the High Sentinels on the Chief of the Edge, and then the Horde Chief on like the Bonkin, but he doesn't really want to trade with the Bonkin since Barrage is the one thing he has going, really.
All right, well, we're going to switch back over to Table A. You can keep an eye on that for us, Ben. I'll just tell me how that plays out.
Yeah, I definitely want to get back to Willie Adell's match, but I do want to see this block. And he does make the original block I suggested, which is both ground creatures, which is what I like here, I think. The reason being the High Sentinels can take over this game, and when your back is to the wall, you kind of need that power, and you need to take over the game quickly. If this game goes long, you can't really feel great about it. If it goes long without the High Sentinels in play.
Meanwhile, here, Hugo has gotten off to a much better start than he did in Game 1 with a turn 3 Savage Knuckleblade, which is actually technically referred to as Savagest Knuckleblade.
Yeah, and he found that premium mountain this time. And with his deck firing on all cylinders, let's see if Willie can respond.
So Willie has a morph.
Savage Knuckleblade, you know, kind of what I would consider a perfect standard card. Very balanced, very interesting. You know, I know Kibler says it's one of the best cards in the Timor deck, and, you know, he's been playing that deck a lot. Turn 3 in Seal deck, not so balanced.
There you look at Willie Adel as he tries to figure his way out. There you look at Hugo. He's like, just keep up the pressure. And a Scion of Glaciers. So it looks like on the table we were watching, Torres kept his Feat of Resistance in his back pocket. Yeah. So that maybe he can force through the last points of damage with that Alabaster Kirin next turn.
Yeah, it would have only saved the Bonkin. That was a close play, certainly, whether to use it on the Bonkin or not. Like you said, he probably wants to use it to force through lethal if necessary.
All right. So no play from Willie Adel.
Gabriel was at 9, so he should be at 4 now. So this is pretty interesting. It's not actually going to work out that great for him, I don't think. I'm still watching that other match just to see the conclusion because it looks so close and so interesting at the moment. You know, the next turn now we have the High Sentinels blocking and him at 4, but I don't think that he can get the extra damage through with the Chief and the Kirin. I guess he's going to play for the feat for the win on the following turn, which will be the conclusion of this game. So, yeah, he's going to win if Gabriel bricks, and he's going to lose if he finds an answer here. And he bricks. Okay, let's get back to Billy's match.
So Bernardo Torres takes game 1. So that's game for Adel, game for Thiago for Brazil, 1 game for Portugal in Bernardo's back pocket. So here you see Dragon Eye Savant reveals a hand of Mountain, looks like Sagu Archer, Snowhorn Rider, and Dragon Scale Boon.
Do you need to wait or express? Yeah, I believe so. Okay, can we go there?
So What happened here? Did he double block the Knuckle Blade?
He double blocked Knuckle Blade and then unmorphed the Dragon Scale. The Dragon Eye Savant.
Okay, and so I guess Hugo is deciding whether to pump the Knuckle Blade to take out the Dragon Eye Savant or play something from his hand.
Okay. So while there's 2 games, actually, one for Adel and one for Thiago, that's actually 2 games for Bernardo, who won quickly in game 1 against Gabriel Fair. So Portugal has the first match win of this 3-match set.
Yeah, from looking at the deck list, I'm not that surprised by that. It looked like he had the way better Mardu deck.
You see Thiago Saporito consulting with Willie Adel.
Yeah, Thiago Saporito is a player people at home might not be that familiar with, but Belovo on Magic Online, he's a very experienced player, a top player on there, tons of QPs, tons of Magic experience, and he, parlayed that into a Pro Tour top 8 at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir in Hawaii a few months ago. Definitely a guy I'm sure Willie trusts.
So Scion of Glaciers gets pumped. So it looks like the morph. Okay, the morph that was put in front dies to the Savage Knuckle Blade. No need to pump it. And another morph from Hugo, and then Sultai Charm takes down the Scion at end of turn.
So that didn't work out well at all for Willie. I know that he didn't have any great options. The Knuckle Blade is just hitting too hard too fast for Willie to really be able to do anything. I'm not sure what he was hoping for with that double block, though. Maybe that Hugo would pass, and then he could pass and trade them both for the Knuckle Blade. It just doesn't seem like there was a lot of promise there. I was watching the end of that Mardu game because it was just so close and awesome, and I did miss exactly what happened there. So I'm not 100% what Willie was trying to accomplish.
Right. So Hugo swings in with the morph, swings in with the Knuckle Blade. We know the morph's a Snowhorn Rider. Dragon Eye Savant gets in the way of the morph. And Dragon Scale Boon.
Okay. This explains a lot of it. So what he wanted to do was have that Dragon Eye Savant get on morphed, I guess, because now that he has an 8 toughness creature, he can blank that Savage Knuckle Blade if Hugo doesn't have anything. And when you're in a spot like this, you're not really trying to play around things because you can't really expect to beat a turn 3 Knuckle Blade and some backup. The one thing that is kind of precarious here was that if he had put the Dragon Eye Savant first, Willie would not have been able to have it live, and then he may not have had an answer to the Knuckle Blade. So I think it kind of worked out a little bit to Willie's advantage, even though it's still a very bad situation for him at the moment.
But this also forces Hugo's hand here, forces him to commit his mana into the Snowhorn Rider rather than lose it to the Dragon Eye Savant.
Right. No, I'm not questioning this block. Of course, he blocked boons there because now he has a 2/8 that can stop these big creatures, and he can go on to play cards from his hand. I was trying to think through why Willie made that double block on the Knuckle Blade the previous turn.
Sure.
Because it didn't really have that much potential to work out good for Willie. And obviously, with close plays, it's hard to say exactly which one's better, but Willie is a very experienced player with 4 Pro Tour top 8s. So what I will say confidently is that he had a plan. Like, he has reasons why he made that double block. So I'm just trying to think a little bit and figure out what Willie's up to. Oh, okay. It just looked like he had 2 morphs, but because the morph token was out, it was actually just the Savant.
Ah.
That makes a lot more sense because I was trying to find reasons for that double block and I really couldn't. So that definitely makes a lot more sense. And he just figured he wouldn't pump it because he'd have better stuff to do. And if he did pump it, it wasn't the end of the world. But I actually don't like that play if that was the case because if he had the Dragon Scale Boon in his hand, he knows that the Savant plus Boon could actually stop the Knuckle Blade indefinitely. So he ran a pretty big risk there. If Hugo had just pumped the Knuckle Blade and taken out the Savant, he might have ended up with no real early game way to stop that Knuckle Blade, and it would have kept connecting. So, I mean, depending on exactly what Willie had in his hand, he may have just drawn the Boon, in which case that's a fine block. But if he already had the Boon in his hand and he didn't really have any ways to stop the Knuckle Blade otherwise, I actually dislike that block a lot more now that that situation has been clarified for us.
So no block on the Savage Knuckle Blade, and this could be pretty dangerous with a Dragon Scale boon in play in hand for Hugo.
Yeah, he's 1 mana short of actually dealing Willie lethal. He can't actually do very much with that boon because the Dragonite Savant's a 2/8 and it's blocking a 5/5. So Snowhorn Rider can only get up to a 7/7, which won't be able to take out the Dragonite Savant.
And then we see, but he does have a morph, which we know is going to be an Ice Feather Raven.
That, on the other hand, is big trouble for Villy.
Yes, it is. He chose to play the Ice Feather Raven instead of the sometimes unplayable Sagu Archer.
Yeah, it's interesting. He could have played both, but then he does run the risk of running pretty hard into Death Frenzy or any removal. Not really Death Frenzy because it would kill the Alpine Grizzly anyway, and that would be a game Willie would probably just be dead. But he does run the risk of losing the Ice Feather to a removal, and that's probably not a risk worth taking because the bounce is so valuable here. Depending on what Willie leaves up, he's going to be able to bounce the Dragonite Savant end of turn, removing 8 toughness worth of blocking, or he's going to be able to bounce it at instant speed and leave Willie just dead due to trample.
Right.
I imagine the situation that will occur is that he'll bounce it end of turn and Willie will just be dead because there'll be that giant trampler, there'll be the Knuckle Blade, and the 2/2 flyer. Well, this is interesting. I wasn't expecting to see an attack out of Willie here.
No, I have to say I was not either. So this may be this is going to be an Icy Blast.
Yeah, that's the only thing
he's going to try to time walk his way.
But
and Hugo's going to be the first to act, which is dangerous
this
here.
Is going to be really interesting though, because if he bounces the Alpine Grizzly, then Icy Blast won't keep them tapped for an additional turn. He would have to do it now, which would, they just wouldn't untap this turn, and the next turn they would, instead of being able to do it on Hugo's turn. Now, the Dragonite Savant is a much more convenient target to bounce because it loses the counters, but you know that Willie almost has to have Icy Blast the way that game played. Or maybe he was just representing it and didn't have it because
he was holding it.
Okay. He did play it in game 1, right?
Yeah.
So there's no real drawback to showing it there. So I'm not really sure why he conceded, but maybe he's just saving time. I mean, I can't really imagine a game Willie could have won there.
Yeah. Hard to figure out how he comes back against the. I guess if even with the Icy Blast, Hugo can bounce and replay.
We could tap them inside combat at the beginning of combat.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Willie had no outs. So, I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier. Sometimes it's good to save time. Your teammates are helping you. We saw...
A draw helps
nobody usually, yeah. And we saw Saporito over there helping Willie before. So, it takes a little extra time in team when you're consulting with your teammates and stuff like that.
Right.
So, good for Willie for saving time, but not good for Willie for having to concede because he was getting run over by a quick Knuckle Blade and Snowhorn Rider.
Yeah, Tiago Saporito, fresh off of his top 8 at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir. We're going to take a look in at him playing against João Andrade. And both players have made morphs on turn 3.
I'm kind of excited to see Thiago play a little because I have a lot of respect for those Magic Online guys who put in the hours. If you're grinding all day, every day, getting that many QPs, playing dailies, I figure you probably are pretty good at Magic.
Right, the morphs trade. And we are going to see a Siege Rhino from Saporito. I'm afraid this is not going to tell you that much about his...
Like I just said, he's pretty good at Magic.
We're not going to learn a ton here. Oh, but Dragon-style twins from the Portuguese player.
That guy's interesting because some games he's good but not amazing.
Yeah.
But he's very threatening. He has the potential to do some very big things.
Marek Nightblade. For Saporito. So, Death Touch will be in play soon.
Death Touch not at its best against Double Strike. But that guy is a good card in general. I like him.
So, it looks like Andrade has a handful of prowess things and no spells. I think he also has a Sage Eye Sage of the Inward Eye in hand.
I think I saw a Force Away, but the problem is I don't think he has any islands out. I think he just drew his first blue source in that Swiftwater Cliffs, and it came into play tapped. So this turn, I don't know what his options are. What did you see?
I thought I saw a Sage of the Inward Eye.
Yeah, I saw that too. And then there's the Force Away and a Jessica Wind Scout, I think. So he only has one card that I'm not really sure about, and it's a Mountain. So he has nothing he can do this turn. So I'm not sure why he was really thinking so hard this turn. You might as well just think on Thiago's turn here, because obviously you were going to attack because it's 6 for 2, and if the Nightblade attacks back, the Nightwing, and yeah, not a lot of options without an island there.
Right of the Serpent clears the way. Rumble in for some damage. 7 to be exact. Andrade's down to 8.
Yeah, that Merrick Nightblade is an excellent card. It's underperformed a little bit from what I thought at first glance, because Death Touch is really scary in Limited, so you generally think it has the potential to be broken. It's a little slow, but it's really powerful. And once you activate it just once, it's a 3/4 Death Touch, a very effective creature. And sometimes with Outlast, you end up with a lot of synergy. Like your other guys might have counters on it the turn you play it, turning them into Death Touch. And let me tell you, if you ever assemble First Strike plus Death Touch in Limited, that is very, very, very tough to beat.
Well, you just watch someone when there's an ankle shrinker attacking. It's impossible to block. Debilitating injury on the Sage.
So the Merrick Nightblade now has to decide whether it wants to attack or be outlasted. Probably just get in the 2.
Yeah, just attack into the 1/2.
Yeah. There's not a lot that can go wrong. Feat of Resistance is pretty bad here for Thiago if he doesn't have anything. I don't know if we've gotten a look at Thiago's hand.
I mean, you could also block something and bounce your Sage if you really felt like.
Yeah, that was definitely an option. This is a pretty aggressive attack.
If he has Force Away.
Yeah. I mean, if Thiago has a removal or something, by all means. If he had nothing, that's a pretty aggressive attack, because Feat wasn't going to do all that much. I mean, it would just knock off the debilitating injury and allow him to block the Siege Rhino and gain life, but it wouldn't have killed the Siege Rhino. Whereas it would have ate the Merrick Nightblade.
Here's Jeskai Wind Scout.
Depending on the way this game played earlier, though, Thiago might be able to assume Andrade doesn't have a Feat in his hand. He may have had some decent opportunities to use it.
Looks like another Woolly Loxodon for Saporito.
It's interesting when you get decisions like that, because if that wasn't an Outlast card, I would definitely always attack there. I'm not going to just put a Feat in my opponent's hand that I have no reason to put there. Since he had the option to either attack with it or Outlast it, and attacking with it is a little bit better, but not a lot better, I probably would have Outlasted there. Definitely an interesting decision.
So attacks with just the Siege Rhino. He's able to put together his First Strike Death Touch combo this turn.
Yeah, those guys are going to be scary next turn. And Andrade still has to deal with the Siege Rhino now, which I'm not sure that he can. He has a Force Away, but that doesn't really help you.
That's almost counterproductive.
Yeah. Force Away is not at its best against Siege Rhino. And he's 1 point short, I think. If he were to double block it and force away one of Thiago's other creatures, he would be up to 4 power, which is 1 point short of Siege Rhino's toughness. And close doesn't really count in Magic.
But Andrade's at 2, so he has to do something.
I'm not sure what he's even doing. Isn't he just dead to trample? Oh, lifelink. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but this is still horrible for him. He's gaining 1 life because he's taking 2 trample and gaining 3. And his Wind Scout is dying, and the Force Away is gone.
I almost can you bounce the Sage there? Is that better?
Yeah, I mean.
But then you have like 2 First Strike Death Touch guys.
Yeah, that's
next
tough to
turn.
beat. Let's see if he has an End Hostilities in his list, because that's one of the only ways I could really imagine Andrade getting back into this game. I mean, he's really.
It looks like he just drew a Set Adrift, so
that's
pretty sure he is just dead here.
Set Adrift is not quite End Hostilities. It's close.
Yep. And so Thiago Saporito takes that game, and he takes it, which means he evens up the match score between these two teams. That's 1 match for Brazil and 1 match for Portugal. And our Willie Adel versus Hugo Game 3 is going to be the decider. So we are going to see national champion Willie Adel versus Hugo Alexandre Fernandez Dines to determine which of these teams will advance to the next round of pool play.
So Hugo with his almost constructed Timor deck, Savage, Knuckleblade, and Sirach. Willie with a very nice looking Sultai deck, but looking more like a seal deck and less like a standard deck.
So Willie's on 6 cards this game. He did have a mulligan. They both went to 6, it turns out.
I'm taking a look at Willie's deck list here. I don't think LSV would be too happy with Willie. Willie has 3 treasure cruises, but he only elected to play 1 of them.
What's the correct number of treasure cruises to play with, according to Ben Stark?
According to Ben Stark, probably 1, maybe 2, depending on how much other late game you have, if he has a dead drop or something like that. According to LSV, 3, and if you can get more.
3 and a cranial archive?
Yes.
So Morph gets in. No, the third land came into play tapped for Hugo, so he's going to be a little bit under the gun here.
Yeah, Willie doesn't have a ton of expensive spells in this deck, and he does have the 3 Abomination of Gaduls, which are particularly good with Treasure Cruise. I actually think he could have probably played 2. I think that would have been my number.
Take a look at the hand that Dinez has to work with. It is chock full of spells and not chock full of land. He plays a Morphed Willie, locks it on.
This is unfortunate for him to have mana problems like this in 2 of the 3 games. I didn't want to see him run Willie over with a turn 3 Knuckleblade, turn 5 Sirach or anything, but I did want to see him have a Forest, Island, and Mountain so that he could play, all his spells and play a nice game. He still has a shot. I mean, he's not facing that scary of creatures if he draws the Forest this turn.
Right. Willie chooses to unmorph his Abomination of Gadul, leave his other morph back.
And he drew the Forest.
I think his other morph is a Mistfire Weaver.
Okay. I think he could have probably attacked there. It's unlikely that Hugo would have blocked. With 5 open, you can pretty much rep anything. I know people aren't that big on bluffing, but, usually just point them both in the red zone.
So Sultai Flare comes down.
So this should be a really tight game now.
Yeah, and Dragon Scale Boon is the freshly drawn card for Willie, which really lets him bash both his guys in here.
Yeah, and Hugo has a nice stacked hand, kind of what I wanted to see. He has his Forest, but he doesn't have something like a turn 3 Knuckleblade that's really tough to answer. So he's going to have to navigate this game now. A little bit behind, but not too far. Wow. Oh, he drew Dragon Scale Boon. But
yes.
I was like, wow, is he really going to bluff now after not attacking last turn? That would, with the same mana, that would be an interesting play. But yes, with the Dragon Scale Boon.
It's a more convincing bluff if you do it the second time. He's like, well, he clearly didn't have anything last turn.
Wow. Yeah, and Hugo did not pick up on that Dragon Scale Boon. And really, he should have been able to because, Willie didn't attack last turn. And then you say, what changed this turn?
Right.
He didn't even play another land, so it's not like it's a Willie locks it on and now it's online. So if he's attacking with it this turn, he has to have something like Dragon Scale Boon.
And he does. And the Morph eats the Sultai Flare.
So that's a pretty bad block by Hugo, and he didn't have to block. He really should try and play around Dragon Scale Boon. It's not the kind of card that's just unbeatable from these types of board states. You can make a lot of nice double blocks against it since it's just +2/+2. I know sometimes with your back to the wall, you're inclined to say, let me just make this block and make him have it. But I think in this spot, he probably should have tried to play around it.
Right, and I think we may see a double block here.
He's also pretty low and hasn't taken that much damage. Did he gain the 4 life from the Sultai Flare?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure he does.
I'm not sure if he did and he is correctly at 9, if he is actually at 13, or if he just missed it. It is a trigger. You are allowed to miss it. I'm not saying he did.
Right.
Just doesn't feel like he could already be down, have taken 15 damage. Okay.
Okay, bad handwriting.
Okay, so the correct life total is 18, which does make sense. That's about where I would have thought he would be.
Okay. Oh, and set adrift when you're constrained on lands and you're really struggling to find enough mana to deploy your hand. That card can be pretty backbreaking.
Yeah, and it is here.
Yeah. No, leaves him no blocks. And Willie Adel continues to sculpt his hand with that Abomination of Gadol, making that card look really good.
That card is really good.
I'm a big fan, I know, but it's when people do their pick orders of the common clan morphs, it usually finishes last for people.
I think that might be more a reflection on Sultai than a reflection on Abomination of Gadol. And also, that whole cycle is really strong.
Yes, I agree. Snowhorn Rider, a.k.a. the Brutal Morph.
Snowhorn Rider, yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, being the worst in that cycle is like being, the worst player on an NBA team or something. It's not exactly anything to be ashamed of.
So I believe that morph is a Mistfire Weaver. So I think they're talking about whether or not they want to maybe just unmorph it and fly over rather than subject themselves to a double block here.
Yeah, I know Yugo didn't pick up on the Dragon Scale boon, but he should know that morph cannot do anything good with 5 mana. He doesn't know that it's a Mistfire Weaver. It could be a Woolly Loxodon or something like that. But if it was, a Krumar Bonkin or a Pine Walker or something, it would have attacked that one turn that it didn't. So I think that this is a good play by Willie to just unmorph it and, hit with both big flyers.
Right. So he gets in for 8, drops Yugo to 3, chooses not to use the ability of Abomination of Gadol there. I guess either just worried about time or happy with his hand.
I mean, he probably just missed it, but he's probably not thinking about it at this point because I don't even know if Hugo has any outs here. I mean, he has to deal with both big flyers.
I mean, look at his hand. He's pretty happy. He's got Force Away, he's got Sultai Charm, and he's got a Treasure Cruise. He's like, I don't need to improve this. I've got 3 perfect cards.
Yeah, and not that you ever want to make a mistake. It was correct for him to have used it there. He's nowhere near decking, and it puts another card in the graveyard. It lets Treasure Cruise be cast cheaper. It was definitely correct to use it, but it was a very complicated decision whether he cast spells that turn or unmorph Mistfire Weaver, which I think he chose correctly to untap to unmorph the Mistfire Weaver and get in with both.
And there's the handshake. Team Brazil goes to 2-1. They advance past Portugal. I mean, kudos to these 3 young players with not a lot of experience making it into day 2, earning themselves a little bit of money for their young Magic careers. But Team Brazil is the one that is going to advance to the round of 16 here in pool play. Willie Adel and the Brazilian team.
Yeah, let's not forget Thiago here. I mean, like I said, maybe with more online success than in-person success at this point, but he just top-8'd the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
And he's a big name online. So this is really a team with 2 pro-level players, 2 very good players.
Absolutely. And Thiago is someone that Willie Adel has taken under his wing and is really hopes to be the future of Brazilian Magic. Paulo now in the Hall of Fame, getting a little older, maybe thinking about the next phase of his life at some point. Willie has certainly got an eye towards, he's like, well, I'm not a young guy. I don't know if I can do this forever. He's like, I want to make sure there's another wave of Brazilians on the Pro Tour. And that's something that's been a big passion for him in his career. And Thiago is someone he has his eye on as one of those players.
Yeah, a lot of times I feel like, sometimes stories get a little played up. But in the case of Willie and the Brazilian Magic scene, I don't think it has. I think he's just been, a pillar of that community, running a store, running programs to help get the Brazilians to the Pro Tours, just doing it basically, everything he could to grow that scene.
Yeah, and punishing a kind of a clumsy draw from Hugo. How what do you do when you see your opponent struggling for mana? Is there a secret to it? You know what? Tell me about it while we're on lunch. We're going to send it back to the news desk right now, and you'll tell me how to play when my opponent's stuck on 3 or 4 lands.
I'm not telling you anything.
All right, thanks so much to Brian David Marshall and Ben Stark, the Hall of Famer there, giving it to you straight through the 3 rounds of Khans of Tarkir Team Sealed. That's the end of Limited. It's also the end for 16 teams, 16 more advance. Let's get to the board. We're not quite done with the round. Let's get to the board and let's show you Pool A. Malaysia, Hong Kong, Thailand and Greece. The second result has come in. Hong Kong are through at 2-1, and they have been joined by Socrates Rosakeas and the Greek team. Bill Chronolopoulos is through. Congratulations to both of them. Thailand, who were one of the pace setters early, Lars Dam and the team, are out, and the Malaysian team, the overall #1 seed coming into the day, 6-1. They didn't lose a match yesterday. They have lost twice here in the morning. Their pools were not great, and they are gone. So Hong Kong and Greece advance from Pool A. Let's move to Pool B then. Now, this one, we already knew that South Korea were going to be in. They have, in fact, swept the table. They go to 3-0 by beating Scotland, who fall to 1-2. The Slovak Republic at that point knew they were in regardless of the outcome, because even if they had fallen to 1-2 and Guatemala had risen to 1-2 by virtue of being #1 seed, the Slovak Republic would have been in. But as it is, they win, they defeat Guatemala. Again, hats off Guatemala for making it to day 2, but the top 2 seeds advance. The question is whether that 3-0 for South Korea will allow them to leapfrog the Slovak Republic when it comes to reseeding. You add together all your day 1 results and the 3 this morning. We will reveal the pods later in our lunch break before we get to the top 16. So that's Pool B. Let's look at Pool C. Now, this was already relatively straightforward in that the Netherlands knew with their 2 wins, because they were the #1 seed, they were guaranteed to be in. They played Venezuela, and actually they decided to take a draw because the point with the 1 win for Venezuela, the extra point, might put them further up the standings, chance to earn some more money in what is a very big prize pool. That left the Russian Federation to defeat Spain. A big surprise to see Spain at 0-3. Thought they had a terrific chance of advancing all the way to the top 8. They have not, and Dmitry Budakov and Zoya Bolova and the team, they emerge and march onwards with the Netherlands. Once again, the top 2 seeds advancing in Pool C. Let's take you to Pool D, and we already knew that Israel were going to be in, and now, of course, you're going to wait for that Brazil-Portugal result to come in and go grey, but we've just seen it on air. We know that Portugal are gone and Brazil are through at 2-1 to join Israel, and Shahar Shenhar, with that 3-0 record there, was already a #1 seed. You can guarantee Israel will be a #1 seed again in A, B, C, or D pool coming up after lunch. So Brazil and Israel through in Pool D. Let's go to E then and see what we've got here. So this was Sweden, England, Hungary, and Norway. And the way this worked, England were up against Hungary in the last round. The Hungarians won to advance to 2-1. And as you can see, the Sweden-Norway match, a little local encounter, to put it mildly. Hall of Famer Olarada for Sweden, Hall of Famer as well for Norway there. But, Nico Herzog, even if Norway win that one to go to 2-1, they will be the bottom of the 3 2-1s. The 4th seed comes back to bite Norway, and that means England, the 2 seed, Hungary, the 3 seed, are through. And remember, Hungary and England both started out this weekend 0-2 in this format, in Kanza Tarkir team sealed. So great job by both of them. Let's move to Pool F. This was Argentina, Mexico, Denmark, and Colombia. And what we have here, we're still waiting for the result of Mexico and Denmark, but because Argentina and Colombia, they were both at 0-2, they got paired against each other, they decided to play for fun, they took a draw to see whether that point each might bump them up the standings a little bit. Mexico and Denmark are playing for seed going into the top 16, but they are both there. Marcelino Freeman, the captain of the Mexicans, Martin Muller for Denmark, the young 17-year-old, might be 18 by now, Thomas Enevoldsen on that team, Simon Nielsen as well. Mexico-Denmark advance from Pool F, Argentina and Colombia out the door. So on we go. Let's have a look at Pool G. So here is G, and there you see Uruguay sweep the pod, the group of death. They took out the Dominican Republic, they took out the United States, they took out Chinese Taipei. That's a phenomenal achievement by Uruguay. Great job by them, but they are joined by the United States. Uruguay beat the United States in the decider. They were both already through, but as a 2-1 from that 4th seed, USA might get up to a 3rd seed. I doubt they're going to be a 2nd seed, and that means they may well need 3-0 to get through to the top 8. But Here they were a bottom seed here. They got through at 2-1. Uruguay, USA, both through. Great job by both of them. That brings us to Pool H. Let's take a look. And finally, we have Serbia at 2-0-1, Slovenia at 1-1-1. This was a real crawl over the line in this group, my word. South Africa at 1-2. The Czech Republic needed to beat South Africa. They got that. They got to 1-2, but it was what we thought might happen. Serbia and Slovenia, next door neighbors, were they going to end up playing it out? The draw was good for Serbia. They were already through. Another point might leap them above. Already a top seed, you see, from this first pool. So that extra point probably puts them in a number 1 seed in the top 16. So Slovenia, in an incredibly unlikely combination of 1-1-1 as a bottom seed, advanced to the top 16 with Serbia. Slovenia, Robin Dola and the guys, congratulations to them. 1-1-1 probably won't cut it in the top 16, but we will see. So that's where we are. Almost done. We're going to go away, work out all the maths for you, and then we will reveal the top 16 pods, how it's going to work out, where the 16 teams line up in A, B, C, and D in scorecard order. Seeding, quite important it turns out. But here's something a little bit simpler. Tomorrow, 4 players, not even countries this time, 4 players will come back to battle for the World Championship title. 2 of them will be from Japan, Yuya Watanabe and Kentaro Yamamoto. One of them is a recent Pro Tour champion, Mr. Patrick Chapin, the innovator from the United States. And one of them, chasing the dream of both titles in 1 year, in 1 day, surely he can't do it, the reigning world champion Shahar Shenhar. When the World Championship went dark on Wednesday night, we settled in with the 4 semi-finalists for the World Championship to find out their thoughts as they prepared for the biggest day of their magic lives. We'll see you very shortly.
Hi there, Marshall Sutcliffe here, and I have Kentaro Yamamoto with me. He is in the top 4 of the World Championship. Congratulations. Yes. And I have some questions for you, of course. First, how do you feel about your competitors? You've got 3 very strong competitors to play against in the top 4.
トップ4に入ってる他の3人なんですけど、みんな素晴らしい選手なんですが、どのように感じているか感想を聞かせてください。
パトリック・チャピンはロツァーチャンピオン、シャハラ・シェンハーはワールドチャンピオン、渡辺裕也もワールドチャンピオン。僕だけタイトルを持ってないので、僕は挑戦者として頑張りたいです。
I got the beginning.
Patrick, Chapin, he's a Pro Tour champion, and Shahar is a world champion. Yuya Watanabe, of course, is a world champion. I am no champion, so I'll be a challenger, and I'm gonna be challenging against them.
Not a champion.
Not yet. まだチャンピオンではないという。
So, in the round before the last round, you got to sit down against your countryman, Yuya Watanabe, shake hands, and put yourself into the top 4. What a special moment. How did it feel?
引き分けをして渡辺さんと先にトップ4を決めましたが、その時のお気持ちを教えてください。
友達だし、調整仲間なのですごい嬉しかったし、ほっとしましたね。
Yuya is a very good friend, and he practiced with them for this particular event also, so he was relieved too.
He was also relieved. You have a few days off here, 3 days, and then you have to come back on Sunday. What are your plans for the next few days until the top 4?
日曜日までにちょっと時間がありますが、何をして過ごしますか？
マジックオンラインで調整します。
Okay.
Testing on magic online. I heard that one too. So all day?
一日中。
All days.
All day.
All day. All right. I like it. He's a hard worker and he's ready to go. All right, Kentaro Yamamoto, I wish you all the luck in the top 4. Thank you. And Marshall Sutcliffe signing off. Hey, Marshall Sutcliffe here with Shahar Shenhar. Shahar, you're currently our reigning world champion. and you're looking to run it back. You have now secured your spot in the top 4. How crazy is that?
It's really crazy. I'm still in shock, to be honest. I'm not getting ahead of myself and saying I'm running it back yet. But yeah, I'm just still in shock. It hasn't hit me yet. So,
you know, I was commentating your last match, and you had a really great draw against Tarkir Yamamoto in that last game.
It was basically the perfect draw. I played turn 3 Ashiok after Thoughtseize his Thoughtseize, and I saw that he has Sage and Doomwake Giant. And so he played Doomwake Giant to try to beat down my Ashiok. Then I played my own Sage, and then I just kept Ashioking him. It was basically the perfect draw.
You ultimated Ashiok in the end.
I ended up ultimating it, and he conceded a turn or 2 later.
Wow, so that must have felt absolutely fantastic. What does your next few days look like? There's a day off tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that day off is not a day off for me.
It's not, is it?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be waking up at 9. Well, not waking up. I'm going to be waking up at 4 a.m., but I'm going to be meeting at the Israeli team here at 9 a.m. We're just going to be testing. Probably going to do like 2 to 3, maybe even 4 team seals, and then we're going to figure out our standard, unify. And then that's, I guess, just tomorrow, and then the next, I'm just doing the tournament.
And then you're going to play the World Magic Cup for the next 2 days, and then you're set to play in the top 4 on that Sunday, and then who knows, maybe you could run it with Team Israel
like
as well.
Last year. It was same thing there.
Right. Now, talk to us a little bit about, though, what it would mean to you to be the first 2-time world champion. You know, we've never had one in Magic.
What it would mean to me? It would mean to me the same thing as it is to be the first, world champion of Israel. It's not really a difference. I mean, it was just doing it again. Like,
no big deal, just doing it again.
It's not what I mean, but it just the first time was so amazing that the second time is not going to be able to top it. It's just going to equal it,
Sure, but still, it has to mean the world to you to do it.
Yes, it certainly does.
Yeah, and right now it's interesting because you've actually accomplished so much, even just in this tournament. Pro points, racked up a bunch of those already.
I got 9 pro points.
9 pro points. That's more than winning a GP.
It is.
Yeah, it's not too bad for a few days.
It didn't used to be, but it is now.
It is now, yeah. And then moving forward, you're going to lock up a bunch of money here as well, and it looks like you're going to have to try to stay focused. Are you worried over the next couple of days that a lot of your focus is going to be taken by the World Magic Cup, or are you really just going to turn your attention to that and just forget about the World Championship for now?
I'm not really sure what I'm going to do when it comes to testing against Yuya's match and Yamamoto and Chapin's. I haven't really figured it out yet because I do have to do a lot for my team, and so I think I might do. I'm really going to focus on the World Magic Cup, but then after the tournament, I might spend like 5 or 6 hours each day. Maybe not 5 or 6. That's probably too much. Like 4 hours each day, just grinding that the Yuya matchup, and hopefully I'll feel more comfortable. And if I don't make day 2, then I'll definitely be just playing for practice. Yeah, just playing.
All right. Well, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, wishing Shenhar all the best in the top 4 of the World Championship. Hi there, Marshall Sutcliffe here, and I've got Yuya Watanabe with me. And for translation purposes, Kyoko, thank you for joining us. First, congratulations. You are in the top 4 of the World Championship again. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so first question. What was I going to ask first? We already have these questions set. Yeah. So you're playing against 3 of the best players in the world. Talk to us a little bit about what it feels like to play against those type of players.
今回トップ4に残った後の3人についてなんですけど、なんか特別な思いとかどのように感じますか？
そうですね。3人ともやっぱり非常に素晴らしいプレイヤーっていうのは、毎回プロツアーなどで戦ってて思います。チャピンとかはチャピンが優勝したプロツアーで2回負けているので、今回できればレジメ道を外したいなと思いますし。シャハーラは僕と一緒で、ワールドチャンピオンの肩書きを持っているんで、今回シャハーラと準決勝で当たるので、シャハーラとはどっちが本当に強いワールドチャンピオンなのかっていうのを決めたいと思います。
Okay. In general, he played against them in many pro tours, so they know how great they are.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Of course.
And about Chapin, at the pro tour that he won, was it M15? What's the name? Journey.
Journey to Next.
Journey. Okay. He lost twice. Yeah,
Okay.
against them. So it's not the player that he wants to play against.
Oh.
And Shahar, no, he is. This will be his second title too.
Yes.
So it'll be a tough match.
Yes, for sure. You got to shake hands with Kentaro Yamamoto in the round before the last. How special was that to be able to sit down and have a draw into top 4 with somebody else from your own home country?
山本さんと引き分けで最近絶好に帰りましたけど、日本の選手で、山本さんと一緒に先にトップを決めたという時の気持ちを教えてください。
もう非常に安心しました。もう
So relieved.
Relieved.
山本とは普段から、一緒にマジック、プロマジック一緒にしてる中で、こういう舞台で2人で、合意の上の引き分けで、お互いのトップ4を決めれたのは非常に光栄なことですね。
I was very happy because Kentaro is a very good friend of mine, and we practiced a lot together. And I was just relieved that we were able to confirm top 4 before other players.
Okay. Now, the next few days for you, are you going to get some rest? Probably not, because you've got to play in the World Magic Cup.
次の明日、明後日なんですけど、世界選手権の日曜日の前なんですが、どのように過ごしますか？
休みなんかないっすよ、マジでもうね。
No way, I have to go through this.
Too much magic?
マジ。もう明日はチームメンバーで集まってチームのデッキの最終調整をして、明後日残りの2日間はワールドマジックカップの初日と2日目をやって、そこでトップ8を目指す戦いをして、できればトップ8に入って日曜日両方に参加できるように頑張りたいと思います。
Yeah, he is going to meet up with his teammate tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
They have to go through the gameplay and their strategy again, and their goal is to become top 8. He wants to play the championship game on Saturday for both events.
Oh, jeez. So, one last question for you. You have a chance to be the first 2-time world champion for Magic coming this Sunday. How much would it mean to you to get that?
2回目の世界選手権優勝ということにかけて何かコメントお願いします。
そうですね。1回取ったタイトルなんで、もう1回取りに、去年取り逃してしまったので、もう1回取りに行くよう頑張ります。王座を取り戻します。
I'm gonna do my best. I've done it before, so I'd like to do it again. And he missed it last year, so this time around maybe.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, wishing Yu Watanabe all the best in the top 4 of the World Championship.
Hi, everybody. Brian David Marshall sitting here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer Patrick Chapin. Patrick, 2/3 of the way there. Pro Tour journey into next. It's a very long third. The Swiss rounds of the World Championship is the second third. And now 2 matches to go to achieve your stated goal of becoming the world champion. How are we feeling?
I guess pleased so far, but mostly just focused on the next 2 matches. It's going to be nice to get a few days of rest and do a little preparation for those matches. But there's plenty of time to think about anything else after those 2 matches.
Now you have a lot of experience playing against the competitors in this top 4 through the Swiss rounds. You actually played against most of the top of the standings here repeatedly as you kind of sat on top and people churned through trying to knock you off the top of the hill.
Yeah, I actually played against the rest of the top 4, the other 3 guys in the top 4, 7 times.
Wow.
So half of my matches. And then the next 4 people in the standings, played against all of them also. And I played against a lot of really great competitors this weekend, and from the looks of it, almost all of them are at the top of the standings.
So you're headed towards the showdown with Kentaro Yamamoto. How did those matches play out for you during the Swiss rounds?
One of the games, he was a little light on mana and actually conceded before showing me what he was really playing. And he made it look like he was playing a very different strategy. It made it look like he was playing a blue-black control deck. And this was the first round where we didn't have deck lists. So I sideboarded as though he was a blue-black control deck. Oh. And it turned out that he was a Sidisi whip deck. But fortunately, my plan against blue-black control involves boarding in all the unoffenses.
That worked out well for you then. So what's your plan as far as play testing? Do you know the matchups pretty well? You've seen these decks. It's a small field. As we said, you've played all these guys. So is it more of getting yourself into a mental state, or is there actually a lot of research you can do into the matchup?
I mean, there's going to be some play testing against their exact version, just becoming familiar with them. Particularly Yuya's deck, which is a slightly different build of Jeskai than I have a lot of experience against. But mostly the next few days going to be trying to get some rest, get unjet-lagged, maybe walk around Nice a little bit, and enjoy watching the Magic World Cup. Yeah. And as far as preparation, or testing, I guess, testing with Paul Rietzel and possibly the Pantheon guys like Huey, Owen, and Reed.
Okay. Well, good luck this weekend, and congratulations on 2/3 of the journey.
Thanks.
So those are the 4 players in the World Championship. We are still halfway to finding out which 8 national teams will be joining them. But I've been joined by Brian David Marshall, who had, I take it, quite a fun morning in the booth.
Yeah, it was fun. We was working with Ben, watching some great players play Team Sealed. Just very, very interesting format, that straddles somewhere between, limited and block constructed. It exists somewhere in between where you just have these decks that regularly have 3 and even 4 of the most powerful commons, sometimes multiple uncommons, and a really good chance that some of the most powerful rares are going to show up. So it's kind of this weird hybrid format.
Yeah, it feels incredibly powerful.
Yes,
it's one of the reasons it's so much fun, is that you get to do the things that really you can, in regular Sealed, you sort of dismiss as, well, I put 2 mythics together and watch what happened.
Or even the things that just won't ever really happen in a draft because, you can't reliably get 4 Savage Punches. Where we saw multiple decks with 4 Savage Punches. Yeah. So, this red-green archetype that almost never shows up in draft is something that we saw in multiple decks pull off in the Team Sealed rounds.
Yeah, epic stuff. We have all the results, we have all the math done behind the scenes, which means it's time to reveal where these 16 seeds will play out their 3 remaining matches here on Day 4 of Worlds and Day 2 of the World Magic Cup. So, let's get to it, and we begin with Pool D. So this will feature your number 4 seed, who is the Netherlands. They are the top seed in Pool D. They are joined by the number 5 overall, who is Serbia. So 2 Europeans will clash. The 3rd seed in Pool D is Hungary, the number 12, and that, by our calculations, mean we should see the number 13 seed, who is Denmark. So, Netherlands, Serbia, Hungary, and Denmark will play out Pool D, with the Netherlands and Serbia knowing that 2 and 1 will get them in to the top 8 tomorrow. Brian David Marshall, talk us through Pool C.
So, Pool C starts out with, at the top of the pool, Mexico as the 3rd seed. The 2nd seed in the pool is the Slovak Republic as the 6th seed. And then we revisit the Cold War at the bottom of the pod with the Russian Federation as the 11th seed and the United States as the 14th seed, who will both be fighting to go 3-0. To guarantee getting through into the top 8.
So just checking, the United States have to play Mexico and the Russian Federation, and then even Flocka Matej Zatlkai.
Correct.
Okay, super. As a 4th seed.
As the 4th seed, they know that going in that they know they just have to win all 3 of their matches here.
Okay. Although 2 and 1, it's possible.
It is possible.
That's how they made it into here. Let's go to Pool B and see how the seeding plays itself out. Your number 2 seed overall is Israel. Shahar Shenhar keeping the dream alive. 2 and 1 will be enough for them. They're joined by South Korea, the number 7 seed. So they too only need 2 and 1 to guarantee a place on Super Sunday. The 3rd seed in this pool is Hong Kong. So Li Shichan, Meng Qizheng, they will come in as the 3rd seed, and that leaves Greece. They made it into the top 16. Great job. They were in 32nd place yesterday. They've upped their game to 15th here. Can they clamber now 7 more places to be the 8th seed, for example, going into day 3? That's all they have to do, for sure, against Hong Kong, South Korea, and Israel. I think Greece will think they've got every chance of qualifying from that pool. But we have one pool remaining, Brian David Marshall. It's Pool A, who is the top seed.
So I don't think this was a team that a lot of people had on their radar coming in, but Uruguay is the top seed. They are just going to need to go 2 and 1 to advance to the top 8. You've got to be very proud here, Rich. In the 2nd seed in this pod, England. They started out 0-2 and have battled their way back. They just need 2 more wins to go into the top 8. And then Brazil in the 3rd seed. And finally, we have Slovenia in 16th place, advancing to the next round of pool play, needing, well, as we've said a couple times, a 3-0 to guarantee getting through into the top 8.
All right, now we're going to stay with Pool A because we've been number crunching, but we've also been deck crunching. And we, of course, know that from here on in, these 3 rounds will be fought out over Team Unified Standard. BDM, before we get into what each team is playing, quick refresher course for those who couldn't be with us yesterday. What is this Team Unified Standard thing?
Very easy to describe. 75 cards here, 75 cards here, 75 cards here, A, B, and C. Take them, put them on top of each other. As long as it's still a legal standard deck, you're good. You can't play a 5th copy of Tranquil Cove. You can't play 6 copies of Sarkhan Dragon Speaker. You can only play 4.
Can I stop looking now at the deck here and... Oh, sorry.
No, I'm not done shuffling.
Okay, fine. 225 cards, 1 deck, must be standard legal. So that was the puzzle that everyone came in yesterday. Let's see what the teams in Pool A came up with and see if there are any clues as to how the afternoon might go for them. So why don't we take a look in Pool A at Uruguay. You see the number 1 seed there. They are the top seed, joined by England, Brazil, and Slovenia. And here are the 3 players who will play for Uruguay. Sebastian Martinez will be on Mardu mid-range, Federico Rivero on Soldier aggro.
I'm assuming that's more of a Wait Weenie deck.
Right. And then Martin Castillo will be Abzan aggro.
So a lot of teams had a control player. Their control player is just Mardu mid-range.
Right. And that's something I'll be interested to see when we get to the Netherlands, because I believe that they follow this very similar idea of let's try and narrow our color options down. Let's not get too fancy. Let's not go super clan-wise. Let's be just nice, neat package, aggro, aggro, aggro. But we'll see how that pans out. That's Uruguay. Why don't we take a look at the number 2 seed in this pool? It is England. And congratulations, must say, to Fabrizio, Francesco, Ricardo, and Dave, who are the England team. Well done to them. And you see that their 3 decks, they are going the control route, blue-black control for Fabrizio.
It's very funny, right? So in Uruguay, we saw Mardu mid-range at sort of the slow end of their clock. Here it's their aggro deck, right, with 2 control decks. You know, Abzan Whip and the classic blue-black control, you know, being the more controlling slower decks.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that Fabrizio Anteri, who has all 4 of the GP top 8s associated with Team England, he's on the blue-black control deck, which on the one hand means he will not be helping his teammates during key matches.
Interesting choice.
But it also means that if they are at 1 and 1, who is most likely to be carrying the team into the deciding game? It's going to be the control deck with your captain and your best player. Interesting. So it's almost like, can they get to his game mattering? That's going to be super interesting. Why don't we look at Brazil then in Pool A? What are they playing, BDM?
Well, you know, we did a team deck tech with these guys yesterday. Mateus Rossetto is playing red-white tokens, red-green mid-range for Thiago Saprito. It was very interesting to see how they split the red, 2 lightning strikes, across the two decks. And they also had to split the green between Tiago and Willie Adel. Willie Adel playing CDC Whip, the same deck he played in the World Championship. But splitting the green was pretty easy because he's playing red-green mid-range. They wanted more Elvish Mystics than they wanted Sylvan Caryatids, which they left in the Whip deck.
Okay, and the final team in Pool A is Slovenia with Robin Dolar. He is in the center seat as the captain, and I love his choice of deck.
Of course you do.
Of course I do. It's like, it's just that one little stage better than blue-black.
Right, again, you see people sort of staying, if you see Magic being in two aisles, like the sort of the aggro aisle and the, aggro side of the aisle and the control side of the aisle, being much more to the control side here with Sidisi Whip, blue-white control, and then again, Mardu mid-range being the fastest deck they have on the team.
All right, so that's Slovenia. So that's at the end of Pool A. Let's go. As you can see, the pairings are posted for the first round of Unified Team Standard. Here's Pool B. Israel, the number 2 seed overall, but the number 1 seed in this pool. South Korea will also need 2 and 1 here. Hong Kong and Greece. Let's take a look at some of the decks. So why don't we take a look at what Team Israel are going to play. So again, BDM, we see the captain right square and center.
Yeah, Shahar Shenhar is playing Abzan Wep. Stav Brenner's playing blue-black control, so again, 2 very control decks, but instead where we've seen a lot of times it's been control, and then mid-range, Elon Boston's playing red-white tokens. I believe this is the list Sam Black kind of brought to the World Championship that caught everybody by surprise with Chain to the Rocks and Heliod's Pilgrim. So
Okay.
like 7 Chain to the Rocks in the deck.
Right, okay. So why don't we take a look at South Korea, who needs 2 and 1. Again, the captain is in the middle. Nam Sung-wook there, Sang-Yoon Kim and Joo-Hyun Oh. And we've got mono red aggro, which isn't something we've seen a lot of so far.
No, we've mostly seen Boros instead of mono red.
And I think part of that is because the Mardu midrange is so popular and some of those red cards want to end up there.
Yes.
But then this is the first time so far that we've seen black-green Constellation, Doomwake, Giants and Friends.
Right, and absolutely. I'm curious how the Mardu mid-range and the mono red maybe split up the Lightning Strikes, which has been one of the big struggles with having 2 red decks.
For sure. Let's get into the 3rd and 4th seed. The 3rd seed is Hong Kong. So this time your captain is on the right in seat C. Of course, Li Shichan is playing Jeskai Ascendancy.
And really one of the only people we've seen playing the not the aggro deck that we saw Yuya Watanabe playing in the World Championship. He's playing the combo deck that he played into the top 8 of Pro Tour Kanza Tarkir.
Right, and of course, because although you've got 2 Jeskais on the list there, the fact is that Li Shichan is in a very different subset of the trade binder in terms of where are my 4 copies.
He only really needs the Ascendancies from the Jeskai cards.
Quite, okay, but it is obviously a Jeskai Ascendancy deck because that's the card name.
And so Jeskai aggro is not going to be like the aggro deck we've seen from Yuya Watanabe because it will not have the Ascendancies.
Okay.
They are needed in Lee's deck. And then Abzan aggro in seed A there for Gama. Yep.
Right, and we've not seen a lot of that so far. Rounding out Group B, we have Greece. Well done to Socrates, Rosachaeus, Bill Chronopoulos, and Panagiotis Savidis.
Chronopoulos is an awesome name.
It really is. It really is. And they've gone super grind.
Yeah, no, there's nothing aggro here. Mardu midrange, Teamer midrange, and then Sidisi Wep. They're just like, we want this game to go long, and we're going to win it. We're going to grind it out.
And they certainly did, because they were, again, as I say, they got in 32nd place at the expense, ultimately, of Japan yesterday. They came in as a 4th seed, and they snuck in the door, and here they are, 15th. A ton of great teams are already out the door, and Greece is still in it. Great job by them. I'm sure they're rooting for them.
That was the first team member on any World Magic Cup team mentioned by you at the start of our broadcast.
Correct. Socrates was the first word of the World Magic Cup, and he's still in it. Well done, Socrates Rosachaeus. All right, so let's take a look at Pool C then for you. And we'll see that Mexico is the number 1 seed here. The Slovak Republic have slipped a little. They were the number 2 seed overall overnight, but they've fallen to 6. Fortunately for them, although they've given up a 1 seed, they are still a 2 seed, which means 2 and 1 will be enough. But what an absolutely stonkingly packed group that is.
Yeah.
That is crazy tough. And I mean, if you're handicapping that, arguably the number 1 seed has got the toughest job in the room, which is crazy.
to win 2 matches against Pro Tour champion, former Player of the Year, and a Magic Online champion across the three teams there.
Quite. Just absolutely crazy. So that is Pool C. Just show us Pool D before you go, if we can, to remind people who's in that. Pool D gives you the Netherlands, Serbia, Hungary, and Denmark.
Hungary battling back from 0-2, much like England.
Okay, well, Pool D is where we are going to start. And we're going to take a look at the matchup. I believe it's going to be the Netherlands up against Denmark. Now, Frank Karsten is not given to hyperbole. This is a man who goes, yeah, the difference between 1.3 and 1.4 is 0.1, and that makes me very happy.
He is a man who would play 3.7 Arcbound Ravagers if he could.
If he could. I absolutely agree. So Karsten has done everything in his power to navigate the Netherlands to here. But now it's time to step up, because there's no more hiding places. It's time for the top 16 of the World Magic Cup. Let's take you down to the booth. It's showtime.
Hello there. Welcome to the booth here at the World Magic Cup. Randy Buehler, Ben Stark, Marshall Sutcliffe, and we are ready to watch the Netherlands versus Denmark in our first of what is going to be 3 very exciting matches. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with 2 Hall of Famers, Randy Buehler and Ben Stark. And we are just about underway here in the feature match area with the Netherlands. You take a look at Frank Karsten of the Netherlands versus Denmark, his opponent Martin Müller. And we are just about underway here. Looks like players can start. Randy, what are we looking at as far as this matchup goes?
I am staring at the Netherlands decks, and you can just see Frank Karsten's fingerprints all over them. They've got an Abzan deck, and a Mardu deck, and a Temur deck. And now if you think about it, that's 3 different mid-range decks, all of which overlap. So they split cards everywhere. The Thoughtseizes are split, the Lightning Strikes are split, even the Elvish Mystics are split across these decks. Wow, that is not the way most people attack this format. Most people have like a blue-white heroic deck or like a red-white deck. It's really interesting the way Frank put these together.
All right, well, it looks like he started off with a pretty nice one here with a Fleecemane Lion to kick things off, though it's going to get struck down by lightning from Martin Müller, and he's going to pass the turn back to Karsten. What's the follow-up play here for Frank? Well, he's got a Windswept Heath, so he can play a 3-mana spell here. What is it going to be?
Probably
maybe
a Courser if he just fetched second forest.
That's what I was thinking too.
I mean, he's not necessarily going to have to play it this turn. You get the second forest even if you're going to play it next turn. I don't know if he has other 3 drops. I'm not,
Yeah, these are Team Unified Standard deck lists, so they're not quite the same as what you'd see in a normal Standard, though they're very similar, and it is a Courser, and it reveals the best friend of every Abzan player.
Siege Rhino is awesome. That card, when we first saw it, as soon as the pre-release happened, you were just like, wow, there's going to be an Abzan deck. There's going to be a mid-range green deck around this card.
And it has certainly lived up to the hype. I've heard a few players call it the best card in Standard here over the course of the tournament. And Martin Müller, his play, not too bad. Hordling Outburst, one that maybe wasn't super high on people's radar, but has actually seen a fair bit of Standard play already.
Yeah, I think that's because of the Jeskai deck that Team Channel Fireball played at Pro Tour Cons. It's built on spot removal and a few dudes, and it's not great at killing small creatures. It doesn't have any sweepers or anything like that, so if you want to remove those tokens, you pretty much have to use spot removal on each token individually.
Right, and that's a pretty tall order. Now, Frank finds an Unoffensive the Foremost on top of his library after drawing his Siege Rhino for the turn, and it looks like he's lining up a draw. It looks like he's actually considering attacking Ben. Is he thinking about representing an Abzan Charm here or something?
Yeah,
What's his thought process here?
Yeah, it might be kind of a free roll attack for him. If he's going to play the Siege Rhino post-combat, then he doesn't need to have the Courser back. So I I think he just, attacks. If it gets chumped, it kills a guy. If not, it does 2 damage, and then he's got the Siege Rhino back to block.
Yeah, so it's just a free attack, so he doesn't even need to represent anything there to get in for 2. He does, and make that 5 on the turn thanks to Siege Rhino, and he passes the turn back. So right now, Frank Karsten kind of outclassing what Muller's up to, although a Crackling Doom is pretty nice, as it's going to kill the Siege Rhino and let him get in for 3, and then the additional 2 damage from the Crackling Doom. So 5 points right back at you, Frank Karsten, as he draws Onofenza and finds another one sitting on top of his library.
Yeah, it's an interesting line from Muller there, who could have played Butcher of the Horde, but elected for Crackling Doom in the attack. He just wants to keep Karsten's board low rather than developing his own.
All right, so Frank's going to play a land, gain a life from the Courser, crack in there for 2. He is ahead in the damage race currently. And here's Onofenza the Foremost. So right back up to 6 power on the battlefield here for Frank Karsten, and virtually 7 on the attack as well. So he is remaining assertive. We do see that Frank's deck seems to skew a little bit towards the lower end. We saw the Fleece Mane line from him early in the game too.
Yeah, it's still a mid-range deck. It's not all the way to aggro, but it definitely has the more aggressive creature set.
He doesn't have any Rakasha Death Dealers or anything like that? Yeah, that's usually the marker for the aggro deck.
Right. Yeah, no, he's still a Courser Caryatid deck. He's no Air of the Wilds, no 1-drops, but does have the Fleece Manes, does have the Anafenzas in the main.
I like that. Those are both such strong cards. Unless you want to go way over the top, like with Ari's Planeswalker version that he won the Pro Tour with, I think if you're going to play a more mid-range version, I think you use Fleece Mane and Anafenza.
All right.
Of over the top.
Yeah, here's over the top indeed. Sarkon, the Dragon Speaker, comes down, and
he goes down. He wants to kill Onofenza.
Is he going to kill Onofenza, or is he going to kill Courser? Because with another Onofenza sitting on top of the library for Karsten, it's pretty aggressive here to actually just take out the blocker.
No, he'll almost certainly take out Courser.
Yeah.
This game's not ending anytime soon.
Right.
So, I mean, you want to take away that advantage of being able to put the lands into play off the top of your library and draw almost all spells for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think that Frank is fetching in response because he already targeted the Courser. Yep. He wants to gain an extra life. And also, he didn't want that second copy of Onofenza sitting on top of his library, so he gets to shuffle that away, too.
Yeah, I like that play.
Seems like a decent sequence here, actually, for both players, kind of. Getting that Courser off the battlefield is nice for Martin. And Frank's getting some value here as well. And he finds a Windswept Heath on top. And down goes the Courser. No attack, of course, for Muller. He just has to pass the turn back. But now he gets to hide behind 3 tokens and maybe start bashing with Sarkon.
Well, Anafenza's probably going to attack Sarkon because there's no reason not to make Martin throw away a token to keep it alive. Of course, you'd much rather kill Sarkon, but that's not really an option. And then I think what we'll see from Martin will be the Butcher, finally.
Now, how aggressive does Martin get here, Ben? Does he Butcher sack a creature, or are those creatures too important at protecting Sarkon?
I wouldn't sack one with a Sarkon out. The way I see it, if he's hitting with the Sarkon and he's got a Butcher out, that's 2 decent threats that Frank has to deal with. Okay, well, I guess we're going to see a different line by him.
Yeah, let's take a look at his hand here and see what Muller's working with. He's got another Hordling Outburst.
Okay,
so.
well, there's nothing wrong with this play.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's better or worse. Pretty close. Now he kind of goes wide, which makes it tough for Frank to be able to stabilize. But if Frank has a Bioblight, he might be able to catch back up now because he can Bioblight the Goblin and then kill the Sarkon with the Anafenza. So that's why I didn't like this line. I like the play a Butcher line. But Frank doesn't have a Bioblight, so it worked out.
Sure. So Frank forces Martin to chump block with the token to keep his Sarkon alive, and follows up with a reasonable play here in Fleece Mane line. He's now considering if he wants to monstrous at main phase here. He would have to take a life hit to do it, but he's got to figure he's probably doing that anyway at some point.
Well, he can use the Windswept for black mana. That's kind of nifty.
Wow.
Because he has an Urborg out.
Sure, so he doesn't even need to take
So he doesn't need to take one, but he wouldn't just randomly do it there because with the 2 mana open, it could get Lightning Struck in response. Even though you can't really stop Martin from Lightning Striking it, you pass a turn, and then at least you end up doing it on his turn, and he has to use the mana then.
Right, so now bang, 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 and that is 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, and thanks to the Lightning Strike that took Carson down to 10 on end step, that is going to do it for Game 1. Martin Muller of Denmark defeats Frank Karsten. We'll be back right after these messages.
Play like the pros by jumping into a Vintage Masters draft right now. Vintage Masters Draft is available until December 10th. Join the fun by downloading Magic Online at www.mtgo.com. Friday Night Magic expands to all formats starting in 2015. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts at Friday Night Magic. Check out your local store for details, and remember to tell your friends Friday night is about to get even better. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
Back in our feature match area here at the World Magic Cup, these players have made it to this last stretch before the cut. They've got to play 3 matches today, and we're going to jump in on our middle table. That's table B, where we see Iso Bean playing against Thomas Envoldsen.
Yeah, the Danes have a blue-black control deck in their mix, which I think should be a good matchup for them because all the Dutch decks are mid-range. So you get the blue-black against a mid-range. It's pretty reasonable. We actually heard earlier that Ashiok had been going at it for a while. I think that's why you see a large stack of cards over on the side. Managed to turn 4 Pelukrinos, did Ashiok. This is still that same game, though, right? This is still game 1?
This is game 1. So both players at 17. We see the Perilous Vault being perilous indeed.
Yeah, apparently turn 4 Pelukrinos was not good enough for the blue-black control deck.
That's not a sentence I thought you'd say this weekend, Randy.
I guess Crater's Claws had a little something to say about that.
All right. So is it time right now to fire off the Perilous Vault? He's got a lot of life total to work with.
Oh, do you see what's hiding in his hand?
I saw he has Aether Spouts.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, he's just kind of got it all. That would have been an interesting decision between Take the 5 and Jace's Ingenuity or Perilous Vault. But when you have Aether Spouts, just put them right back on top.
Or bottom.
Or bottom.
You got to figure the Elf's going to hit the bottom.
Right.
Now, the Boon Satyr's a different one. That's a quality spell. It probably would be better than your average draw step, so he's going to go ahead and put that back on top. Now, he does get to reload here, second main phase. The Perilous Vault just sits there looming over every board state it's in, and it just warps everything.
Yeah, this is a really good situation for the blue-black control player. You're still at 17, and you're only facing 1 threat, and your Perilous Vault's already on the table. It's kind of exactly how they hope it goes.
This is how they drew it up. Somewhere Andrew Cuneo is at home fist pumping. As I saw him do this at the Pro Tour multiple times with this type of deck.
Do you think Cuneo has a fist pump in his repertoire?
No, I don't.
This is kind of a tough decision for him because he can't really do 2 things yet. So he has to decide which thing he wants to do. And if he decides on Jace's Ingenuity, he might do that main phase. So he's got a lot of options to consider. I think he'll probably just pass the turn and Hero's Downfall Pelukrinos.
Yeah, this is the thing about that Perilous Vault that gets kind of cool is that they try to play around it by playing 1 threat at a time, and then you just kill that threat and reload with card draw spells like Jace's Ingenuity.
Do you like the Downfall better than blowing the Vault?
Yeah, because the Vault has the ability to exile things like Ash Cloud Phoenix. He could definitely just do nothing here because he has Jason's Ingenuity.
Right.
I definitely wouldn't blow the Vault right now, though. My choice would be between Hero's Downfall, which uses less mana, so it could definitely be worse, or just take the 5 and then Jason's Ingenuity end a turn. I mean, obviously, if he dumped his hand into play, then you would Vault end a turn, but that seems unlikely, to happen.
Wow, he actually did decide to fire off the Perilous Vault. Now, I think part of the reason for that is that he's got a second copy in his hand. But interesting play there.
Yeah. It's also true that Jace's Ingenuity plus Hero's Downfall is a pretty nice turn, and he was 1 mana away from being able to do both of those on the same turn.
Yeah. I really don't like blowing that Perilous Vault there, like I said. I mean, he could take the 5 and then end a turn Jace's Ingenuity, and then he's got the Perilous Vault, which, means that his opponent can't play the Boon Satyr because he can just Vault it all away. So then he gets a clear board. He can Vault during the next turn, and then he's already Jace's Ingenuity. He's still got the Hero's Downfall up to keep the board clear, or dissolves if he drew into them. Right. I think that's a much better play.
All right, so right now, yeah, this Ash Cloud Phoenix gets to jump in for a little bit of damage, but we're going to jump back over to Frank Carson versus Martin Miller. I want to see how this game ends. We're going to keep an eye, of course, on all of our matches, and we'll keep you as up-to-date as possible of what's going on, especially in our feature match area here. And there's a Sylvan Caryatid for Frank Carson to start things off. Temple of Malady is going to get a scry effect for Karsten.
I take 2 damage from my lens, 2 towers, and 2 other triggers.
And he has an on-offensive the foremost here on turn 3. So reasonable pressure, and this kind of mirrors what we saw last game in some ways. We see now a Hordling outburst for Martin Mulla, and players are just sort of developing as normal. The question starts coming in over the next few turns. Here comes Onofenza crashing into the red zone and getting in there for 4.
Since it's not that slow a version, I think I like this matchup for Frank.
I think we're going to see a wingmate rock here, gentlemen. There it is, and that does have the raid trigger. So a pair of rocks joins the battlefield, and all of a sudden Martin Mulla finds himself with 3 lowly 1/1 tokens, facing down 10 power and what will probably be 11 power by the time it's actually attacking. There's a Stoke the Flame, so that can help mitigate some of this by killing one of the threats. But does Martin Mulla just have to go into control mode here where he just tries to pick off threat after threat?
Yeah, it looks like he's got a Sarkin in hand. So if he can take out one of the wingmates now with the Stoke, if he finds a land, and even if he doesn't, he's got a Crackling Doom, I guess, for the Anafenza. So basically, he has the removal to kill the threats. He has Sarkin, Stoke the Flames, and Crackling Doom, and he's facing 3 threats that he needs to deal with.
All
So
right.
I think he's fine.
I think Mardu generally can kill all the major threats that Abzan puts out.
I think so too. Yeah, Crackling Doom really helps shore up a lot of the awkward stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, it's particularly good against Blue-White Heroic, but I mean, it's good enough in this matchup that you started to see Mardu have success once the metagame became all Abzan.
All right. So it looks like he decided to go Crackling Doom and then use my tokens to Stoke as well. So he's left Frank Karsten with just the 1/3/4 flying rock. And interestingly, Mulla has Stormbreath Dragon in hand, which also has protection from that creature. So he's actually in a pretty decent spot, assuming Frank doesn't just snap off another wingmate rock here or something like that.
Did you see Frank's hand?
I did not. You can look at it.
I think it was mostly land. He might have a removal.
You're right. He's got a Hero's Downfall and not much else. So this may have swung back in Martin's direction here, even after a really great start from Karsten.
It's one of the problems with these Abzan decks. They tend to be a little bit threat light, so if they're 2 to 3 good threats they draw get dealt with, then they're mostly lands and caryatids.
Right. All right, so that's a Rabble Master, which is going to get immediately Hero's Downfall in because Martin Mulla, unfortunately for him, did not find his 5th mana there. At least an untapped mana source. He did find a Temple of Triumph, but can't cast those 2 5-drops he's got in his hand. He'll have to settle for a pretty nice one there, though. Okay, rock token in.
I don't think he's that upset about trading the Rabble Master for Hero's Downfall and clearing a path for Stormbreath.
Agree.
Yeah, and if Frank didn't draw a threat this turn, Martin's going to have a huge turn because he's able to play the Sarkin, killing the Wingmate Rock token, and then there's nothing out to attack the Sarkin back.
And that's exactly what happened here. Frank Karsten sitting on a pair of Windswept Heaths. Not a lot going on for Frank. And there's that Sarkin you just mentioned, Ben. Takes down the Wingmate Rock token. Remember, Mulla won the first game here. And he's looking to get a really quick match win for Denmark if he can finish off this game. All right, but Siege Rhino might have something to say about that. Though he's still not in a great spot, is he, Ben?
Frank's back is definitely to the wall. He could win this game, but we know that he has to beat not only that Sarkin plus a Stormbreath. So he's going to have to draw a removal spell, maybe be able to clear the way for Siege Rhino since it has Trample, and deal with that Stormbreath. I don't know.
Well, all he's really got to deal with is 6 points of life.
That is true. Martin
Yeah,
Mulla's
I mean,
at
Stormbreath
6.
is capable of getting in the way, but what are you going to go Stormbreath not attack?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this is going to be a defensive Stormbreath to protect the
Protecting
Sarkin.
from white to hold off the 4 points of trample damage from Siege Rhino?
Yeah, that's why I think he needs to draw a removal to deal with the Stormbreath, which not a lot does.
Hero's Downfall.
Hero's Downfall, which he's used 1 copy of. Bioblight will allow him to kill the Sarkin, but it won't. The Stormbreath will still be there for next turn. And Abzan Charm can't target the Stormbreath, obviously, because of the protection from white.
Right. So passes the turn back with the Stormbreath up as we have described here. And let's see if we can figure out Carson drew Thoughtseize for the turn, not what he had in mind. One turn too late, and you can see on Frank Carson's face that he knows that he's in deep trouble here.
I think I would cast the Thoughtseize. You know he has spells in hand, and this doesn't leave you dead on board or anything like that.
He sees Rabblemaster Hordling Outburst.
Pretty rough spot for Frank. Those are both cards you didn't want to see at this point. But considering he's dead to a land, I guess it's better than seeing a land. I think he'll probably take the the Outburst, I guess. No, I don't. He's in really bad shape now.
But he knows it. Yeah, that's about as anguished as Frank Carson gets right there.
Does the 1/1 haste from the Rabblemaster make it lethal? I don't think so because of the Carotid. It's 2, 8, 10, and Frank's at 11. Yeah, so this is a close call.
So land is monstrous for Stormbreath Dragon, and therefore lethal. 7 plus Sarkhan's 4 is 11.
Right, and on board it's 9. With the hasted 1/1 from the Rabblemaster, it's 10.
Right, but so this spot is so bad that Karsten starts out saying, all right, my opponent needs to never draw land again. Right?
Yeah.
That's the start of the hypothetical where he wins the game, is my opponent's drawing a spell every turn.
Right.
Until I deal with Stormbreath anyway.
And Martin finds the land. It's untapped. He activates Stormbreath Dragon. Monstrous ability goes on. Frank Carson takes the damage, and in comes the team. And Martin Muller wins his match for against Frank Karsten, and Denmark is up 1. Thomas Hendricks, though, has won his match already for the Netherlands, meaning that we're going to get a deciding match.
You know what? That's another Mardu deck. Mardu is 2-0 in this match.
Mardu's a great deck.
Yeah, Team Mardu. A very similar Mardu list to the one we just watched win. Are they still in game 1 on table B?
That is correct, Randy. We are on table 1, game 1 on table B. Iso Bean versus Thomas Enevoldsen, and these are the fun ones to just pop in on, you know.
Well, when the blue-black deck has complete control like he did when we left this game, you know that the game doesn't necessarily end quickly.
Exactly. There's the graveyards. That big pile of cards is the sort of chaff from Ashiok sitting there. All right, and there is an Ash Cloud Phoenix, but Iso's at 2? So, I mean, I'm not sure how Tomas finds a way to finish him, but he will.
Sounds like we're up to Ashiok number 3 in this matchup.
Wow. Ashiok putting in work.
That's how you draw it up with Temur, right? You have lots of removal so that you can kill your own creatures after Ashiok steals them.
Not sure if that was plan A, but...
Thomas has a great removal in hand. He's about to play a Silence the Believers, taking out both creatures.
Geez, with the Strive.
And I'm assuming they're both? No, one of them's a Rattleclaw Mystic. But they're both exiled. And he gets to tick down. No red mana available to get Savage Knuckleblade haste. Yeah, I know. We're all a little sad about it. But Crater's Claws. Now, this is what's been happening, is that Tomas has been playing creatures off of Ashiok that weren't originally his, and Izo's been killing them over and over and over with his own removal spells.
It's good that he made sure to do it for 6, because he could have pumped the Knuckleblade with that Opulent Palace.
Oh, nice. The one that's in there just as an extra blue-black dual land?
Yeah.
Right? And meanwhile, Ashiok Nightmare Weaver still just putting in great work here. Tick-tock, 1. Okay. Boon Satyr. And there's an answer for that, too, in the form of Bile Blight. And, I mean, we're going through the motions here, right? Like, Tomas, is there a way he goes from 11 to 0 here?
2 burn spells.
2 burn spells that do 11, like 2 Crater's Claws?
Yeah. Izo just chose to Crater's Claws away the Ashiok. I guess he's just really trying to outdraw him down the stretch. The Ashiok would have probably put creatures into play, and with Izo at 2, he has to protect his life. Usually, you know, life's a pretty expendable resource against blue-black control. You're just trying to attack them, but, you know, he's really, you know, he's the one on the back foot here.
So this kind of has to be a Rattleclaw Mystic, right?
Yes.
Ezo can't turn up an Ash Cloud Phoenix right now.
Yes, and an Ash Cloud Phoenix, it would be important to play it face up because if it gets killed, it still goes down.
Yeah.
You don't lose the two life or anything.
So he's just basically played it as extra toughness since Rattleclaw Mystic making mana at this point isn't super relevant.
And it makes a bonus mana the turn you unmorph it, which could be relevant with Crater's Claws.
Sure. Meanwhile, Tomas has Murderous Cut, all types of stuff.
It's not maybe the biggest decision, but a close, interesting decision for Izzo is whether or not he sacrifices the Wooded Foothills. He's at 2, so I mean he would go to 1, which is precarious, but I don't know that there's anything that does 1 and not 2 out of blue-black. Maybe if he steals an Elvish Mystic with an Ashiok or something like that. And you don't want to draw lands at this point, and it's not that big a library. So I could definitely see sacking it for the thin-out effect at this point.
Tomas is down to 9.
0 creatures in Tomas's deck, by the way.
I like that.
Yeah, he just the
found a
Ashiok.
Despise here, which I'm assuming is not going to hit, but it might. It did hit something. It's gone. I couldn't quite see what the card was, but it looks like he was holding on. It was a Storm Breath Dragon.
Well, with the Perilous Vault in play,
Yeah.
he couldn't put the 3rd creature in play.
And speaking of Perilous Vault, away it goes, knocking out these 2 creatures.
This game felt pretty close, but Thomas drew Dissolve, and I think he had a Hero's Downfall. So he now has, Ashiok with a counterspell to protect his life total from burn and a removal spell. So he's starting to sit pretty comfortable.
Okay, looks like he found maybe a Boon Satyr down there. A lethal Boon Satyr, and I think he has 2 Dissolves now. No, he's still waiting.
I think he's just trying to deck him now.
Okay, he's only got 3 cards left. Yeah, you're right. He can just protect Ashiok and not mess around with the whole deal. And yeah, Tomas Enevoldsen picks up game 1. Now, the situation we're in here is this is match 1 of 3 that the players are going to play in Team Unified Standard to decide who makes it to the final day. And since 2 matches have already finished, this is actually just the match that is going to decide which one of these teams picks up that critical first win in the pod, Randy.
Absolutely. It's even more critical for Denmark as well. The Dutch at least have the edge on tiebreakers. They came in as the top seed in this pool for stage 2, so the loss is not fatal for them. But you're looking at the 4 seed as Denmark. You really need to 3-0. The only way to control your own destiny is to rattle off all 3 wins. 2-1 probably good enough, but if there's a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 0-3 pool, which is very realistic, you're going to lose the tiebreaker to the other 2-1 teams.
Right. So can you break it down a little bit bigger picture for us, Randy, here as far as how this pool thing works out? Because this isn't something we normally use for Magic.
Right. At this point in the tournament, there are 16 teams left. They're divided up into 4 pools of 4 teams each. What we're going to see this afternoon is inside each of those pools, they play round robin. So you already know all 3 of your opponents for this afternoon that you're going to play in Unified Standard. 3 rounds, finishes out the round robin, and now you just look and say, okay, who won the group? They get to go to Sunday. Who finished second in the group? They get to go to Sunday. The other 8 teams are done.
They're done. So half of the teams remaining in the field are going to make it to the top 8, and they're going to get to come back to play tomorrow to try to become World Magic Cup champions.
Yeah, and then tomorrow is just your normal single elimination bracket amongst the 8 of them.
So every single game win counts. And right now, Denmark needs 1 more.
Yeah, these
to
are
keep their hope alive.
Huge games, every decision. I mean, and it's not just you playing for you either. You factor in the national pride. You factor in the teammates that are counting on you. These are definitely very high pressure moments for these guys.
Yeah, you get the teammates kind of hovering over you too, which adds an extra layer of pressure perhaps. And I've had a chance to chat with a lot of the players doing interviews and stuff for the news desk this week. And, I've asked a bunch of them about what it's like to play for their country. And it's top of their list almost across the board. I mean, everybody's just like, it's a huge deal. I know people are watching at home. I'm so proud to be here. I've got the flag sitting next to me on the table, which you can see right there. And it definitely adds some really cool layers to what's already, something that's pretty great, a Magic tournament.
in Magic, I've gotten to do a lot of great things, winning the Pro Tour and a Grand Prix, but I've never gotten to play on the U.S. national team. And I've tried a lot of times, and it's something that I've always wanted. I got a little close a couple years ago. I was actually the top American in pro points going to Pro Tour Dragon's Maze, and then Joshua Layton put up the top 4 and ended up earning the slot. And I can remember feeling like really disappointed, really happy for Josh, but really disappointed that I didn't end up getting the spot. I didn't actually end up getting that close because Martel and Eric Froelich also top 16 that Pro Tour and passed me, and I did badly in it. But nonetheless, I remember feeling very disappointed that I wasn't going to get to play on the national team when I thought I had a really good shot since I was top American going into the last tournament.
I wouldn't be surprised to see you on that team at some point, Ben.
Oh, I appreciate that, but it's a tough feat in the United States.
It is very tough.
I mean, you either have to win one of the 3
what is Frank doing?
World Magic Cup qualifiers, or you have to have a lot of pro points. Owen Turtenwald took the slot this time, and I think he had something like 71 pro points last year.
Yeah,
71.
To get to get the pro points out of the American team, you basically need to win Player of the Year.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Okay, I see
at least
mulligan
maybe
here.
second.
Here's a mulligan.
The year I was talking about missing, I had 62 or something. It's a very tough feat.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure that Denmark has now kept.
Izo Bean's the one who's kind of up against it on the Dutch side here. He's got about 25 minutes left in this round, and he needs to win 2.
So let's see if he can do it. Iso is playing Teamer mid-range. Tomas is playing blue-black control.
I know who Kibler's rooting for.
I do too.
Yeah, Izo should be the one who benefits from sideboarding. He gets to take out the creature removal spells that don't really do anything in the matchup. Although, I guess for the only reasons he survived long enough to get decked that time around.
Yeah, and Crater's Claws is still pretty good in the matchup since the games often go long. So I assume he's mostly only taking out lightning strikes.
And you know what? They split the lightning strike, so he's only got 2 of them anyway.
What does his sideboard look like? I wonder what he could have brought in.
Well, Magma Spray's not for this matchup. Stubborn Denial, I don't know how good Stubborn Denial is in this matchup.
Probably pretty good.
I mean, how do you have the 4-power creature to actually trigger the Ferocious all that often?
Not always, but if you can get a spell in the early turns, it's
just an early Force Spike is pretty good. Destructive Revelry can get Perilous Vault. That's, I would think, what that card is there for. 3 Teamer Charms, a Reclamation Sage, also good against the Vault, and a Storm Breath Dragon.
Okay, so some okay stuff, some upgrades basically. Not really anti-blue-black cards, but maybe some small upgrades.
His deck actually has fewer dead cards than you would expect for the matchup, but his sideboard doesn't have anything super specific anyway, so.
So he might not have done a whole lot of sideboarding here.
That's how I read it. I think he'll have answers. He'll have the ways to blow up the Perilous Vault.
Yeah, makes sense.
Hopefully he does. He's down to 5 cards here.
Oh, jeez.
Is Iso, and he has kept 5, so we're underway in the feature match area. Netherlands versus Denmark. This is the first match of pod play here in the last section of the tournament before we cut to the top 8. And Denmark really needs to win this. They want a 3-0 to put themselves in the lock position to make it into the top 8. Netherlands doesn't. They don't have to.
Yeah, they know that a 2-1 will definitely be good enough because of their seed.
But it's not that easy to win 2 straight matches.
It is not at all.
Sure, they would prefer to win.
Yeah, no, but I don't just say that. Like when somebody's 9-1 and they take a loss in the Pro Tour and they still have 2 more losses to give for top 8. Of course, you'd always rather win, but they're still really comfortable.
Yep.
But needing to 2-0 is not that comfortable. Sure. Needing to 2-0 is still your back sort of to the wall.
For sure, anything can happen, including what we're seeing here.
Oh, man.
And here comes Heir of the Wilds crashing in. It looks like Heir of the Wilds is going to get in for a little bit of damage here, but
that's it, though.
That is not a long-term game plan for Iso.
Yeah, that Stubborn Denial has already been Thoughtseize. He's got 2 Yavimaya Ghosts in his hand. Period, the end.
Starting down cards against the blue-black control with all this attrition and just looking to make the games go long. It's not a good spot to be in.
Now, this is a terrible spot for the Netherlands. He has found yet another land. At least this one lets him dig and push presumably another land to the bottom. And Tomas says, well, if that's all you got, all heroes downfall, your 2-drop. And he's just going to pass a turn back. So it could be worse there for Iso.
You really need to get ahead and pressure this blue-black control deck.
Yeah, he has had no pressure here outside of that Heir of the Wilds. Now, good news / bad news for the Netherlands. Tomas passes a turn back without playing a land, which means he's missing land drops. It also means his hand is all spells. He has 6 spells in hand right now. Yikes.
Cannot dig yet. Would love to get to 5 for Jace's ingenuity.
Disdainful Stroke says no to Ash Cloud Phoenix, which is a problem permanent. That thing can be a pain to deal with, so he wastes no time there. There's that 5th land. It does enter the battlefield. Tap Temple of Deceit. He's also going to Thoughtseize just to clear the way here, but it's just that Yavimaya Coast.
Didn't you know about that Yavimaya Coast? Oh, no, it's the 3rd Yavimaya Coast.
It is.
Funny.
What I am wondering about, it looked like he had that Thoughtseize in his hand on the last turn.
And he didn't use
it. He knew the hand.
He knew the whole hand?
He knew the whole hand was 2. He saw those 2 Yavimaya Coasts early.
Well, so he drew and played Ash Cloud Phoenix last turn, then he knew about that Yavimaya Coast.
No, he played the Yavimaya Coast. He drew a 3rd Yavimaya Coast.
Oh, okay, he drew a 3rd Yavimaya Coast, you're right, yeah. So it's tricky.
Okay,
Prognostic Sphinx in from the sideboard.
Yeah, here it is, Prognostic Sphinx. Super good blocker. Tomas nice and stable here at 12. But there's a Polukranos. Okay, so things are moving forward a bit here for Iso.
Get a downfall for it, right?
Yes, he does. He just drew it.
They're trying to figure out whether they want to dig first.
Probably makes sense to fetch before you start doing all the scrying and digging.
Right. Well, they look comfortable over there on the Netherlands side,
Wow.
but they may be...
That was the shrug and the smile of, well, you didn't do anything wrong. Things just happened.
Yeah. And you know, it's always disappointing to lose, but you can't beat yourself up about those games. Personally, you know, I do get a little bit upset with myself when I blow a game in a big moment, but sometimes the cards just aren't there.
Right, and that might be the case here for the Netherlands. They have put together a little bit of an offensive with the Polukranos, but I don't believe that the World Eater is long for this particular world.
Okay, so Phoenix maybe. What else actually? The Phoenix might have cost 1.
And the Denmark team going over their options.
You're a 19 or 18?
One off for your fetch land instead of one off for your
Yeah,
that would matter.
It looks like they're...
You can pay green. Well, you should.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it looks like they're figuring something out, because I'm pretty sure this turn is just going to be Hero's Downfall, the Polukranos, and attack.
I think you're right, Ben. Yeah, there it is. All right, it was a life total situation, and it looks like he gets to dig through time as well.
He's going to do that before he gets the 3 scries.
Right.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, if you're in the Netherlands seat, seeing him resolve a dig through time here just has to be completely disheartening.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they gave up on the game a couple of turns ago.
Okay.
I think at this point they're thinking about the next games. And
yeah, I do see an inordinate number of smiles on the other side there for...
I believe they are resigned to their fate. Make a good point, though. The Dutch team do look happier than most teams would be losing here.
Yeah.
Well, as you guys mentioned, they're not eliminated. They just need to win 2 straight, and they should make... Well, if they win 2 straight, they will make it through.
Yeah, there's an outside chance they can go 1-2 and still advance.
Right. That would require, what, the 3-0, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 scenario?
Precisely.
I love
happens.
block play.
It happened, I think, twice in the first set of 8.
Sure.
At least once, and I think twice.
It could definitely happen, because if you're already assuming they're 1-2 for it to matter, then you're just talking about a specific breakdown of 3-0, 1-2, 1-2 compared to, say, 2-1, 2-1, 1-2.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, another attack with Prognostic Sphinx keeps the goodness flowing on the top of the deck for Envelton as he chips away at Iso's life total.
You sure you want to put those lands on the bottom? Aren't lands good here?
As you mentioned before, I don't think it matters much what he puts on the bottom.
Yeah, he did put a swamp on top.
Card that has seen standard play, though, not recently.
Well, I mean, he didn't get all the Thoughtseizes he wanted. Oh, actually, that was the Dutch that split the Thoughtseizes. I don't know what the Danes did.
I found the choosing the 3 different Team Unified standard decks to be pretty interesting. We talked a lot about the Dutch. What was Denmark's split?
They went blue-black, and they haven't. Their Obzon deck is kind of an Obzon whip deck. And then the other deck is Mardu.
Mid-range, yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I saw Shahar Shenhar was playing an Obzon Whip deck also.
He's playing Obzon Whip or Sidisi Whip?
Obzon whip.
Interesting.
I remember when we watched them, I noted that he was like a green-black, similar to what PGO ran, but then he had Siege Rhino in it, along with, Hornet Queen and Whip and, Satar Wayfinder and a lot of the standard characters for these whip decks. I hadn't really seen that on Magic Online previously or anything like that.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the mid-range decks, you wind up playing against so many mid-range decks. You need some cards that can just be trumps in the late game.
Yeah, and I had seen Whip in Obzon. Willie ran that back at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir, but I hadn't seen Siege Rhino in like the Whip deck in the Satar Wayfinder Hornet Queen deck.
Oh, sure.
That was something completely new to me.
Got it.
Yeah, that deck has popped up here and there. It made an appearance at the TCG Player 50K. It's been sort of hiding in the shadows.
And it makes a lot of sense because, the core of that deck is obviously the black-green, as PGO chose to eschew the blue in Worlds anyway. And Siege Rhino's a great card, so, you can only go so wrong putting those in the deck.
Meanwhile, Tomas managed to deal with every threat that ESO has been able to put out, including that last Boon Satyr, and with the grip of 6 cards in hand for Enevoldsen, it's hard to imagine that Prognostic Sphinx is ever going to die. All right, so, well, here's a Savage Knuckleblade, though, for ESO. In response, Dig Through Time from Enevoldsen, who finds immediately 2 copies of Dissolve, which is, I'm sure, one of the cards he's searching for here.
Yeah, pretty much exactly what he wants to see when he's ahead and in a comfortable position with a Sphinx out.
Yeah. Could get Stubborn denied here. No, they don't have it. And the board stays clear outside of Prognostic Sphinx, which once again is doing the whole Scry 3, draw nothing but awesome stuff for the rest of the game thing. And yeah, you have every right to smile, Tomas. You're in a great position and about to seal the deal in the first round. And there is the hand. So, Denmark defeats the Netherlands here in the first round of this last pod and puts themselves in a spot where they can back-to-back and get in.
Yeah, no, we allowed to be rooting for 4 seeds to just beat 1 seeds across the board? We allowed to root for the home team?
You are.
All right.
I allow this.
It makes it more exciting, right?
Team USA is in the same seeding position as Denmark. They're in the 4 seed. They really need to 3-0 if they want to control their own destiny.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes. For fans of the Netherlands, they're still okay.
Yeah, they're still fine.
Right. I mean, they're going to need to pick up a couple of wins over the next 2 matches. They have to back-to-back to put themselves in for sure-ish.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's
100% if they 2-0.
2 teams per pod. 100% if they 2-0, 2 teams per pod. I mean, if you'd gone back at the beginning of the tournament, you told anybody, we're just going to drop you into the tournament with 2 rounds to go. If you win them both, you make the top 8 on Sunday.
Everyone would take
Everyone
that.
takes
100% of people take that.
Yeah, I think so.
So not too bad for them.
No.
And then for Denmark, of course, they've got their work cut out for them. Still,
They're
2 more
basically in the
matches
same
to go.
situation.
Yeah, but they've earned that.
Yeah, by winning here, they basically did all the work that the Dutch had done earlier in the week.
Right. And so for those of you just tuning in as well, we've got 4 pods left, and we just saw 1 match from one of the pods, but it's the same situation in all. Only 2 teams from each pod of 4 get to advance to the top 8 to come back tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be pretty crazy as well, because we'll have the top 8 of the World Magic Cup, and we'll have the World Championship top 4 as well. I have been eagerly awaiting that for a year, so I'm pretty excited for that one. But in the meantime, we get to wind things down here on the World Magic Cup, and we're going to get 2 more matches, ahead of this as well to see who's going to make the cut. And we're going to get into those really exciting kind of elimination rounds too. I mean, that one effectively was in some ways, and the next 2 are going to be for sure.
Those are my favorite to watch.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite to play also.
Yeah, you like the big pressure moments, guy?
Love it.
Yeah. What about you, Randy? Are you a big pressure moment guy?
I mean, I'd rather just win all the early ones and not have any pressure. But yeah, I mean, like I said, you get dropped into the tournament and told, win this match to keep going. Absolutely, sign me up.
When you've played as much as we have, the early rounds, and sometimes it can feel a little routine, but playing for top 8 never feels routine. When if you lose, you're out, and if you win, you make it. Those situations are always exciting.
Right. And I think that, one of the things that we're going to see here, of course, is the team aspect, right? We're going to be watching players and teams working together to try to get to that point, which adds another exciting layer that you don't normally get when it's all the pressure on yourself.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to let down your friends. If you're one of those guys that isn't hard on yourself, you still don't want to let down your friends. That's definitely extra pressure.
All right. Well, let's head down to the feature match area where we have an interview.
Hi here, I'm Tim Willoughby down with Thomas and Evelson down on the feature match floor, and congratulations on that win there. First I think you probably need to win out in this section if you want to make it through to the next stage. Is that about right?
Yeah, we had some rough rounds around here, so we need to win them all, I think.
And happy to be back in Constructed now?
I am. I'm not sure all of the team members are, but I actually think we have a pretty good construction for this event.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about your deck choices because you're on blue-black control that in the main deck is running in relatively few win conditions. Are you worried a little bit about your rounds going to time a little bit when you've got two other matches that you need to potentially help out?
I'm sure that my other teammates can handle their games, but I'm not really worried about it because the 4 Ashioks are really hard to deal with individually. So usually you'll get to a point where at least the last one you can somehow protect with a counterspell, so that in the end you'll just deck him. There's not really a standard deck that can deal with that.
And I guess the one thing about having, I would say of the 3 decks that are on your team, yours is likely to be the one that finishes last. How nice is it having a few extra sets of opinions on your decisions as games go late?
I mean, it's obviously great to have decisions helped out by other team members, but especially for a blue-black control deck, usually you have to make a plan far in advance, and it sort of goes in your head, like you're talking in your head about what you want to do. And sometimes when we're talking in Danish, sometimes it can give away things, and maybe you'll even disagree about things. And especially with blue-black control, you have issues with the time. So sometimes you need to just sort of rush things, and you're already stressed from round 1 of the first game because you have to finish them all 3 in 50 minutes.
So it's pretty much you're just showboating in front of the rest of your team if it comes to it that they have to watch your match finish.
Well, at least holding the cards, you'll have the final say. So in that sense, yeah, at the end of the day, I will make the final decision.
Well, I mean, we have got just a couple of minutes left on this round. I'm going to let your team go off, refresh, get ready for the next round. So you've got 2 big rounds to go if you want to make the next stages in the World Magic Cup.
All right, welcome back to the booth here. That's Randy Buehler, Ben Stark, Marshall Sutcliffe here. And, well, you heard it from them. Denmark looking to move on here. But for now, I think what we should do is send it over to the news desk where Richard Hagen, I'm sure, has a bevy of updates awaiting us.
Just so you know, Marshall, the phrase for bevy is usually beautiful maidens, but I do in fact have updates which will please some and disappoint many others. So how about a bevy of updates for you then? Let's get to the big board, take a look at Pool A for you, and this is Uruguay, England, Brazil, and Slovenia. Now Uruguay have been immaculate today so far. They were 3-0 in their pool this morning, but they have just lost a really nerve-wracking one. We'll see if we can get Nate Price in, our roving reporter this afternoon, to tell us a bit more about that one. But Uruguay fall to 0-1. They need 2-1 to advance for certain because they are a top seed. Slovenia, they are winners. Robin Dola and the guys, well done to them. They really needed a good start. They've got one. England, Brazil are still going. When BDM and I talked about the division of the decks in this Team Unified Standard, we noted that the captain of the England team, Fabrizio Anteri, was on blue-black control, and that it might all come down to him. You better believe it's all come down to him. By the time the other 2 matches were finished at 1-1, he was only 1-0 down. But Pearl Lake Ancient and a bunch of heroes' downfalls made it 1-1, and we are now waiting to find out whether the blue-black control deck of Fabrizio Anteri can claim the final victory over Brazil, or whether it will be Willie Adel and Gabriel Fair and the guys who go to 1-0 in that one. Let's take you to Pool B then. This is Israel, Greece, South Korea, and Hong Kong. And look at that, another top seed in trouble. Israel have lost their first round. That puts the dream in danger for Shahar Shenhar. We know he's coming back tomorrow anyway for the top 4 of the World Championship. Will he be back for the top 8 of the World Magic Cup. He had that loss to give as a top seed, 2-1 makes it in. That puts South Korea in terrific shape because they beat Hong Kong. Li Shichan, Meng Qizheng are down 0-1, and South Korea now need just one win from their remaining 2 matches against Greece and then against Israel. As for Greece, the bottom seed, they were 32nd seed coming in. They were 15th seed coming into the afternoon, but they have won their match. You'll hear more from Team Greece in just a moment. So that's Group B. Let's go to Group C for you now. Mexico, the Slovak Republic, Russia, and the United States. This is a killer group. Let's see what's going on there. Well, we have a win for Team United States. That's Owen Turtenwald, Isaac Sears, Neil Oliver, and the guys there. They've done the business. They're 1-0. The Slovak Republic with Matej Big Z Zatelkai and Ivan Flock are still going up against the Russian Federation, which means that the number 1 seed, this is the curse of the number 1s, they've all lost their first round so far. Mexico 0-1. Now they must win their next 2 to be guaranteed. Lots of configurations though if you're on the top of the pile coming in. Marcelino Freeman leads that team. So finally, what about Pool D? Let's take a look at our final pool here and look at that is the sweep. All 4 number 1 seeds coming in this afternoon have lost their opening match and are now up against the wall. That spare loss they could have had, they've all used it up in the first round, which means that Serbia are in pole position at 1-0 and Denmark there are 1-0 with Thomas Enevoldsen defeating, as you saw in the feature match, the Netherlands. So that's where we are. We're going to bring Nate Price in to give us more updates in a little bit. But first, we're going to hand you over to Brian David Marshall, who's with one of the teams that are just doing a tremendous job this weekend. They're into the top 16. They're 1-0. Let's meet Team Greece and Bill Chronopoulos.
Brian David Marshall here with Bill Chronopoulos of the Hellenic national team, the team from Greece. How you doing?
I'm fine.
So you guys came in with some work to do today.
Yes.
You've had to win out and win out.
Actually, not win out because our last pod was due to tiebreakers. We needed 2-1.
Okay.
If no other 2 were 2-1s as well, which happened. So with a 2-1, we proceeded. And yes, we just hope for a good pool. We were confident about our skills. And yesterday we had a bad pool, actually, with fetch lands and useless rares and, well, value, but not the decks that could do well. So we were 1-2, and then won 3 more constructed rounds to finish just at the end of the day at 32nd place. Yes.
Now, I know, I mean, when you talk about nations with a lot of Magic success, Greece has not been one. You've had a couple Pro Tour top 8 competitors, but we not one of the major forces. But I know it's a country that is very passionate about Magic,
yes.
And you guys have been pushing.
We have a very passionate community, very good players, not top players, but if we were given more PTQs or more chances, because due to the geographical place of our country, it's not very easy to travel around, I'm sure that Greek players can do very well.
I remember reading about a rivalry with Cyprus players coming into Greece.
No,
Cyprus,
no, they are friends.
To steal the PTQs.
Yeah, they are friends. They are brothers. But yes, if they try to do something, we punch them.
So, I mean, you've had some. I know you have 2 Grand Prix top 16s in your career.
Yes, and lost both the winning ins.
Lost your winning ins, and very impressive. What I thought was very impressive, 65% match win percentage at the Grand Prix level. But you say it could have been a little better.
Yes, last year I lost. I didn't make any day 2 in 4 Grand Prix that I played. Really lowered my statistics, but it's okay. It happens. Just a bad year. But it seems at the end of the year, it's getting a bit better.
Okay. So what would it mean? What would it mean for your team? Not only to top, the team finished 11th last year. You missed out on tiebreakers. For the top 8. What would it mean for the Greek Magic community to see you guys playing on Sunday?
Well, everything. We will show that we have good players as well, and that we are a team, a country, a force that should be respected. And So apart from qualifying for the Pro Tour as well, which I've never been to, that's a funny fact. Till I was qualified for the Worlds, everybody was telling me I'm the best Greek player, not being yet qualified for a Pro Tour. Well, if you count this as a Pro Tour, I'm not that kind of guy anymore. But still, I need to go to the Pro Tour. I've been qualified 2 times, never managed to go. One due to army duty, one due to not having the money because I top 16 in Grand Prix and I had to pay my trip to the US. So yes. Now a top 8 would mean that I will be in a Pro Tour finally.
All right, well, I'm wishing you good luck the rest of the way and to the rest of the Greek team.
Thank you very much.
Bill Chronopoulos, Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the wall.
Much to Brian David Marshall there, bringing you the scores from Greece. Bill Chronopoulos and the guys, fantastic work making it all the way here. And they are very much in with a shout, especially if they can win their next one. Then the third round, we'll see what happens. I have been joined here at the wall by our expert reporter extraordinaire with longer legs than I have to get him round all the tables.
Oh, yeah.
Nate Price, welcome along. What can you tell us? I know you've got some sort of flavour for us from a couple of the matches that already are in.
I do, actually. I had a really good time. I'm always drawn at these events to my Uruguayan friends with the wonderful powder blue ties, so I stopped by to take a look at their match. And looking at the matchups beforehand, it actually seemed like it was really, really in Uruguay's favor, especially their, like one of the ever-present decks in this format right now seem to be the variants on the Whip of Erebos decks.
Sure.
They are very, very powerful. And Uruguay actually had a very interesting way to defeat them by going for an Obzon aggro deck played by Martin Castillo. And you'd think that Anafenza is actually very, very good against both Sidisi and the Whip. But he actually ended up losing his match to Juric on the Slovenian side, who's playing that Sidisi Whip deck. The middle match was actually very, very interesting as well. Federico Ribeiro was playing Red-White Heroic up against Robin Dolar's Blue-White Control deck. And it's not a particularly good matchup, again, for that Blue-White Control deck because the ability to just spit out as many tokens as quickly as it does gives it an opportunity to attack both vertically and horizontally, depending on how things go. It's got a lot of resilience to recover after end hostilities. And turns out that he was able to end up winning for the Uruguayan side. So that gave them a nice even 1-to-1 match. And there were a ton of people. All of Latin America basically was hovered around that match watching. We had the Guatemalan team off of the one side. There were a couple of Peruvian team members hanging out just beside watching as well. As Sebastian Martinez and his Mardu mid-range deck took on Davor Dechevnik on his also basically another Mardu mid-range deck. His was more centered on tokens. And that fact in itself actually proved incredibly important in this last match as there was a wonderful, wonderful start by Martinez with an early turn 2 and turn 3 Seeker of the Way.
Right, so 2 of those, that's great.
Yeah,
that's
fantastic. But you're outclassed a little bit when you look at a pair of Hordling Outbursts, especially when they're followed up by an Elspeth Suns champion and the just ridiculously horizontal attack that the Slovenian brought to play made sure that he was able to swarm around the Uruguayan and took the match so that Slovenia advanced 1-0.
All right, thank you for that, Nate Price. More results coming in. Now, I think I'm hearing that I have the result of the England-Brazil match. Do I have that coming right now? England against Brazil, what do we have there? Give me a result, please. Just hearing now. And we have... yeah, we have that one. England defeat Brazil. Fabrizio Anteri gets the job done with blue-black control. That wasn't a tease, by the way, boys and girls at home. I was waiting for that right along with you, but I heard it was coming. The slip was being handed in. I'm going to hand you back to Brian David Marshall. He is in the comfortable chairs, and he's with someone rather famous who's currently the world #1. So here comes Brian David Marshall with Owen Turtenwald.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Owen Turnwald, #1 ranked player in the pro rankings right now, and just got your first win in the second round of pod play. You guys advanced to the top 16 on a 2-1 record, so things had to break a little bit right for you there. You're in the bottom of your pod again. Mexico, Russia, the Slovak Republic, the 3 teams you're going to be playing against today. You've already beaten Mexico. how does the rest of this pod look for you? I know you have one bad matchup here.
Yeah, if we get paired against Russia, we're in big trouble. We actually played them on day one in Team Constructed, and they just destroyed us. Like, every matchup is just like nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. So we're hoping for double mana screws all around if we get paired against them.
Right, you said Crackling Doom against your heroic deck.
Yep.
And how do the other matchups look?
There's a blue control deck against the whip deck, which is basically the reason you play blue control, is to get paired against whip decks, and that's in the middle. And on the end is Jeskai tokens against something, but something that we can win, but you know.
And then the last team's the Slovak Republic, obviously one of the more experienced teams with two, very well-established pros, but you maybe like your matchups a little better there.
Yeah, it's a tough problem because the remaining teams in the pod are a team of people who have really good decks against us and a team of people who have really good players against us. So there's no good pairings from here on out, it seems.
Okay, but you're up for the challenge. A 2-1 might get in. A 3-0 definitely gets in.
Yeah, if we 3-0, we lock it up. We're playing on Sunday. If we go 2-1, there are lots of combinations in which we do make it or we do not make it because we're at the bottom of the pod. We've been at the bottom of the standings basically all weekend. Yeah. So we're the underdogs in this scenario.
Have you been impressed with your teammates? As you guys have fought back? I mean, three guys with Neil Oliver has some Grand Prix success, but not guys who have the same amount of success you've had. Have you been impressed watching them play?
Oh, I've been thrilled, absolutely thrilled. They're all just excellent players, and I couldn't be more proud of the way that they've both played the cards in their hand and conducted themselves all weekend.
Yeah, I know. I was listening to when you guys were playing in the Team Sealed round on camera. Apparently, Neil Oliver actually had a lot of input into building the double Dune Blast deck in terms of, you were like, no banners, and he was like, no, here's why I think a banner's right. And you were actually able to sort of go, be convinced by him, which is, probably a challenge if you're, with your level of experience versus playing with some players who you're going to be maybe skeptical sometimes of their suggestions.
Yeah.
How are you able to take in that advice from players?
Well, as a general rule, I would just never put a banner in any deck, ever. I've just noticed that people who play banners lose significantly more than people who do not play banners. Right. So that's a rule I try to stick by. But as we were building the decks, I mean, it's not often you have two Dune Blasts. Right. So you both are incentivized to get to 7 mana, and the additional mana fixing is useful. Also, if you happen to flood out, you can be drawing a card and trying to dig into your Dune Blast. So. As a rule, I would never do something like that, but he seemed convinced that it was a good thing to do, and it looked like it would fit well with our cards, so I was willing to accept the input.
Awesome. That's great. Owen, I'm going to let you get back out to the feature match area. You've got 2 more matches to play. I'm Brian David Marshall, Owen Turtenwald, sending it back to Rich at the wall.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and, of course, to Owen Turtenwald giving us his time. They're the #1 ranked player in the world right now. More interviews coming right up. We've got Martin Muller of Denmark, the Danish phenom, bringing home the bacon, you might say. Doing very nicely, Denmark, at the moment. They, of course, won in their first round over the Netherlands. So let's bring you up to date. If you're just joining us, welcome. Where have you been all week? This is day 4.5 of the 5. Why don't we stick the pods up behind us, show you what's been going on in Pool 1. Uruguay are at 0-1. That's because Slovenia are 1-0. And now you see it, there it is. England defeat Brazil, Fabrizio Anteri with blue-black control in the marquee matchup at the end of that one. On to Pool B we go. Israel, South Korea, Hong Kong and Greece are in this one. We know the Israelis, all the top seeds lost, remember, this round. So South Korea and Greece, we heard from Bill Chronopoulos just a few minutes ago. South Korea and Greece currently in pole position in that one. Then let's move on to Pool C. Let's take a look what we've got there. And we have Mexico 0-1 because USA, as you can see, are 1-0. And then the Slovak Republic, that has come in. They have defeated the Russian Federation. It looked like Russia were in good shape in that one. Slovak there. And then finally here is Pool D, where you've got the Netherlands having their defeat. Let's take a look at Pool D. If we can, finally, just to set you up for this round, Serbia and Denmark are the winners of that one, and Hungary are up against it, and the Netherlands are up against it. So, a reminder where we are. There are 2 more rounds to play here on day 2, or day 4, if you've been with us all week, of the World Magic Cup. For the #1 and #2 seeds, 2 wins and 1 loss are enough. If you are a 3 or 4, you might get in on 2-1. That's what the United States did in the last set of pools this morning. You might need 3-0. But right now, well, just those 2 rounds to go. We're waiting to hear our feature match for this coming round. I'm looking at the pairings. You've got Uruguay will be facing Brazil. They are both at 0-1, so that is definitely going to be pretty much an elimination match. England play Slovenia, the unlikely one might say, winners of their round 1. They will go against each other in the next round. So that's the pairings for Pool A. The pairings for Pool B look like this. Israel at 0-1, but the number 1 seed, remember, up against Hong Kong. They are also 0-1. So again, almost an elimination match. If Israel lost, there's some weird combination where they finish 1-2 along with everyone else, and the bottom seed is a 3-0, then they would make it in as the best 1-2. But nonetheless, massive 0-1 matchup, Israel against Hong Kong. The winners in that group also go head-to-head. That's South Korea and Greece, the 2 seed versus the 4. That is Pool B. Why don't we take a look at Pool C then? These are the pairings for them. We have Mexico, who are 0-1, against the Russian Federation, who are 0-1. It seems like all the losers paired together. It's like a Swiss tournament, this. All the winners paired together, because what a clash we have in Pool C, my word. The Slovak Republic, Ivan Flok, Matej Zatlkai, Mikhail Guldan, and Jan Tomčany, they are up against Team USA this round. If the Slovak Republic wins as a number 2 seed, they are in. Even if they lose, they can win their last match of the round against Mexico, and that would see the Slovak Republic, one of the big favorites for the tournament, through. So USA cannot knock the Slovak Republic out of this tournament, as they did Chinese Taipei with the bonfire earlier this morning. But if USA win from their 4th seed at 2-0, that might be enough. They might need their final round win over Russia, the Cold War classic. We'll see what happens with that one. And then into Pool D we go. What do we have there? Well, we have the Netherlands, and they are up against Hungary. Again, the 0-1s have been paired against each other in this middle round of pool play. Netherlands against Hungary, and then Serbia will face Denmark. So that's what we're looking at as we look at these 4 sets of pairings going into the middle round of pool play. Now, you at home know that only 16 teams can still win this tournament. Who's going to do it? Join us at the hashtag WMTGWMC. Name your final 8. Put them on there. I'm going to send you down to the booth, because we are just about ready for this second and penultimate round of pool play here on day 2 at the World Magic Cup.
Thank you for that update, Rich. And we're just about ready to head down to the feature match area, but not quite there. Players are still getting shuffled up, mulligans resolved, that kind of thing. So I wanted to take a quick minute here. Randy, set the stage for us about the match that we're about to see.
Team USA.
Yes.
Slovak Republic.
Right.
These are the 2 best teams in what is, in my opinion, the toughest pod we've got going. So this is the showdown for stage 2. Both teams won their first round. So the Slovaks can actually clinch Sunday with a win. They're a 2 seed, so if they win this, they're 2-0. At 2-1, they guaranteed they're in, because their tiebreakers are good enough. 2 teams can't get ahead of them. Team USA, meanwhile, they can't clinch with a win, but they're in great shape with a win. The thing that's got me nervous for the Americans is Owen saying they have terrible matchups against the Russians, who we know they have to play in the last round. So this is kind of must win.
All right, well, let's find out right now. It's time for United States versus the Slovak Republic. Hello welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Ben Stark. We've got a massive, massive battle on the horizon here. United States versus Slovak Republic, two of the most powerful, heralded teams in this tournament coming in, and it is at the latest stages. There's only this round and one round to go before we decide who makes the top 8. There's Neil Oliver. You just saw Ivan Floch. Randy, what do the decks look like here?
Kind of interesting. Both players chose to play the Jeskai Tokens deck that Yuya Watanabe unleashed on the world in the World Championships and will be playing tomorrow. Both teams also chose to play a black-green Constellation deck. The only difference in the deck setups is that the Americans have a blue-white heroic, kind of Tom Ross-style heroic deck, whereas the Slovaks have gone totally the other side of the spectrum, blue-black Control, Pearl Lake, Ancient, Perilous Vault, etc. I mean, if you got Ivan Floch, I guess that's what you do with him, right?
And that's who we're watching right now. You take a look at the Slovak Republic's team stats on the right side of your screen, and you'll notice Matej Zadelkai, Ivan Floch, 2 Pro Tour top 8 competitors. That is Neil Oliver on the right side. He's a Grand Prix winner, 2-time Grand Prix finalist besides that as well. Of course, Owen Turtenwald is looming at one of the tables on the side here as well. So we have a real clash of the Titans as Ivan Floch is resolving a Thoughtseize here, Ben.
Yeah, and I'm betting Ivan Floch is pretty happy as he sees Neil's hand. Neil has 2 spells. One is a Treasure Cruise, which can't be cast anytime soon, and one is a Seeker, which is a good 2-drop, but not that powerful. You don't have spells to cast. So I mean,
and it's about to leave his hand.
Right. So with Ivan seeing these, being able to take either one depending on his hand. I mean, if he has a way to stop Cruise, I'm sure he'll take Seeker. If he has no ways to interact like with Cruise, like Disdainful Stroke or Thoughtseize or Dissolve, then he might take the Cruise. But either way, this is a really bad hand for Neil here, especially after being Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I can't Ivan just plan on finding a way to deal with Cruise by the time that happens? That's going to be, what, 5 turns from now?
Yeah, it's forever from now. But the thing is, it's not like you don't get draw steps. And, when you're in a good spot like this, you do want to plan for the game where Neil draws some spells,
Sure.
If Neil draws nothing, then, Ivan's going to win.
All right, so let's see. Well, Neil started off by drawing something, a replacement Seeker of the Way. Does it resolve? I see a Dissolve in hand for Ivan Floch, but he's also got a Hero's Downfall. He may even have a Bile Blight in hand. Yes, he does. So all types of answers. He decides to use the most mana-efficient route possible by firing off the Hero's Downfall there. Keeping the Bile Blight in hand also lets him use it on some type of tokens, right? Like a Hordling Outburst or something along those lines.
Right, and it looks like Neil is drawing spells. I think he has a Rabble Master.
You're correct, he does. And that, of course, is plan A for Neil Oliver here, as a very spell-light hand and had one of them stripped away with Thoughtseize. And Neil certainly has his work cut out for him here. Is this the Bile Blight or is this a Dissolve?
I'm not sure, but it looks like that Thoughtseize barely even affected Neil. He played turn 2 Seeker, turn 3 Rabble Master anyway.
It sure did. He's even got Evolving Wilds to power up his Treasure Cruise for next turn.
Yeah, the Dissolve is on cue, ready to nail the Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, you can see that Ivan Floch has made sure to keep that in his hand, preferring spot removal for the creature so he can counter the Cruise later. There goes that Evolving Wilds for Neil Oliver. Now, also down in the feature match area, we've got Owen Turtenwald playing against Mikhail Gul'dan, and Jan Tomkani is playing against Andrew Beckstrom.
Which means, by the way, the Slovaks have continued their strategy of sitting out one of their best players to go into the coach role.
I cannot believe
I know, me neither.
that Matej is not battling in this right now.
Matej Zadelkai is not playing one of these decks. He is in the coach role. Now, we haven't seen him over Ivan Floch's shoulder. I don't think that's where he's going to be spending any attention, right? He's going to be helping out both Jan Tomkani and Mikhail Gul'dan.
I mean, clearly, you can go different ways with your strategy as far as how to approach this. I don't know what's best, but I do know Josh Utter-Layton chose to do the same thing and sit out when he was a captain of a relatively weak U.S. team. So, I mean, if you think that you have 2 maybe weaker players and that they need help, there could definitely be something to be said for sitting out one of your better players so that they can see which match looks close and go help that person and let the unclose match just, run its course.
How did Josh feel about that at the end of the event? Did he think it was the right call?
I don't really remember, but I know that, he obviously discussed it beforehand. I'm sure he got insight from Luis and, the rest of us. And, if he went with it, he's a pretty smart guy. So at least, I can't say that it's right or wrong, but at least there's some merit there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Treasure Cruise hits the stack, but not for long. Ivan Floch immediately snaps his Flooded Strand, and this thing is going to get dissolved right out of the game. There was no way he's going to let a Treasure Cruise resolve. So now a lot of pressure back on Neil Oliver's draw step turn after turn to keep finding spells. He's done a good job so far of doing that, but he needs to keep it up.
Yeah, he finally hit a land this turn. First one since that Thoughtseize.
Yeah, and this is one of the best Treasure Cruise decks in Standard I've seen, because with Jeskai Ascendancy, you have the ability to turn all of those cards you draw off it into spells, cycling through your lands.
Everybody's been trying to break Jeskai Ascendancy in a combo deck of some shell, and Yu-Yu is just like, no, I'll take those 8 combo cards out. This deck looks awesome. This Ascendancy is great just for value.
It does. Yeah. So here's Jace's ingenuity. Looks like on the main phase to make sure that Ivan can keep hitting his land drops. He didn't have any answers left in hand, so there is an opening now for Neil Oliver to resolve a spell, so that's nice, but he would need something along the lines of a Treasure Cruise to really punish Ivan, and instead he finds a land. So what was already a land-heavy hand for Oliver took a turn towards the spells, but now it's back to being all lands. Meanwhile, Ivan Flock has plenty of action in his hand with another Jace's Ingenuity. He's got a Thoughtseize, a Bile Blight, and all that kind of stuff. And he's also now drawn a Pearl Lake Ancient as well.
Sounds like Yantam Kani has a Jeskai's Ascendancy on his side of the board, by the way. He's got the Slovak version of the tokens deck.
Yeah, and we're not going to get a great representation of this Jeskai deck in this game because obviously, it wasn't a great draw by Neil and it was a near perfect draw by Ivan. But I'm really curious to see how this deck does down the stretch. Yuya is a great player. It's a brand new deck, from what I hadn't seen anything like it before Worlds. And a lot of teams seem to have chosen to run it here in this World Cup.
I've seen it do some really powerful things over the course of the weekend, getting itself out of positions that I thought, well, it just can't get out of this, and all of a sudden it does. It really is kind of one of those surprising decks. Could be the case, though, that, once you know how to play against it properly, it takes a big hit. And all right, there's a Pearl Lake Ancient now for Ivan Flock. This one's going to take a while, though, so why don't we jump over to our A table. That's our front table. It's Andrew Beckstrom versus Yantam Kani. So, again, Jeskai tokens, this time against Blue-White Heroic. So what could be a real slugfest there on that table is two relatively assertive decks going at it.
Yeah, the Americans went for the other side of the spectrum with their third deck, with the super aggressive Heroic.
And we're going to jump over there in just a moment. In the meantime, more shenanigans here from Ivan Flock, who's got the Pearl Lake Ancient. Let's not put that one in the bin.
I wish.
I heard Neil say, "I wish."
Yeah, not really even draws here from Ivan and Neil. Neil with a really weak draw, and Ivan with a near perfect draw this game.
Yeah, when your opponent plays Pearl Lake Ancient and you draw a Lightning Strike, things haven't gone super well for you, and again, another 2-drop there from Neil. So here's a live look in, though, at Yantam Kani versus Andrew Beckstrom. That's Andrew on the right, Jan's on the left. And it looks like both decks have had a chance to kind of do their thing here. A couple of tokens and an Ascendancy out for Jan. Ooh, but Stoke the Flames, nope, that's not going to work.
Wow,
Feat of Resistance is going to save the day here.
Perfect.
Does that resolve?
I think they're just sorting out the triggers from the Jeskai's Ascendancy.
Right, Jeskai Ascendancy puts 2 triggers on the stack itself. There's another trigger. There's all types of triggers, and looks like they're sort of in the middle of figuring it out.
Oh, and you know what may have happened? He may have basically let him respond and
miss the triggers.
Yeah, because if he says Stoke and okay, it's on you, then if the other person plays a spell, it's kind of too late to do your triggers, right?
I mean, technically, the other person could just put a spell on top of those triggers as well.
Right, but if you gave them the opportunity to respond.
Yeah.
So, they can't just slap down feet in response to your Stoke to steal your ability to do your triggers.
Right.
But if you were to say, like, for example, any responses when you cast Stoke or something, he probably didn't say that. I don't really know exactly what happened. We just tuned into this game.
Right. I think you're right. I think that there was just a clarification there. But he is looting now. He has untapped his creatures, so looks like it's all going to happen. But remember, all right, so it looks like he let those resolve. So here's Feat of Resistance. It's going to put not 1, but actually 2 counters here on the favorite Hoplite.
Mm-hmm. He's kind of going off here.
He kind of is going off here, and especially when he gets to attack and draw 2 cards from Ordeal of Thassa there.
Sure. So this counter? Is that what it's targeting? Yeah, it targeted this, and I transferred. Yes. Draw for turn? Yes.
Okay, draw a card.
How about we draw some more cards?
And there's another counter and a trigger. Draw 2 more cards. He needs to find a couple of ways to protect this thing further. And it looks like he's done just that. In the meantime, chump block. Hero of Eros sitting up there as well.
Not interested in attacking into tokens that have been pumped up by the Ascendancy, though.
So was this all on Andrew's upkeep then? Is that what happened?
Oh, yeah. I think
that's why the lands are tapped now. All right, so he's actually going to run out another favorite hoplite in, and the shields are currently down here for Beckstrom. You know, no matter, he may have God's Willing or something like that in his hand, but he can't cast anything. So maybe an opening for Tumkani to use some burn spells here to try to mitigate the board. Favorite hoplite's going to be tough to kill as a 6/7. Yeah, second Jeskai Ascendancy is going to get some cards, but it feels like the tempo hit he's going to take from having to pay 3 mana for it this turn is going to be pretty rough to recover from. You got to feel like Andrew Beckstrom's ahead here, Ben.
Yeah, he pretty much has to find a Jeskai Charm and then have Andrew not have a God's Willing or Feet of Resistance. The only card in Andrew's hand I saw clearly was a Defiant Strike, I believe, so I don't know whether he has a God's Willing or Feet of Resistance or not.
Okay.
Now Andrew's got to figure out, does he want to attack into a token and an untapped mana and 2 Jeskai Ascendancies?
Interestingly, I think Andrew seems to have drawn a very creature-heavy hand. I think he has 2 more Hero of Eros in his hand as well.
There's not a whole lot you can play for 1 mana out of this Jeskai deck, so I think it's a good situation for Andrew to attack. He even has a Defiant Strike to pump his guys, so if somehow Jan did have a spell, it's possible that Defiant Strike would end up trumping it.
Now you're right, there's no 1 mana spells in the main. I mean, not unless you count Treasure Cruise.
So here's a nice attack here for Beckstrom, who's sitting at 17 life anyway. And not under a ton of pressure as there's only just the 1 soldier.
So just fire off Defiant Strike here, right? Get a token,
get
a couple damage in.
Yeah, you probably do, right? Because you get it a couple of extra damage as well.
Oh, he must have. Okay, this is a more mana efficient way for him to play his hand. A pair of 2 drops.
It's funny. Usually they build 1 big creature.
It's so funny how wide he's gone here.
Yeah.
Wider than the tokens deck.
And he's got Defiant Strike and I think another Hero of Eros in his hand too.
Whatever works. You want to put out a couple Jeskai Ascendancies instead of blockers, then I'll just put out 5 little creatures.
No kidding. So Jan Tumkani getting towards desperation mode. He does have an Erasure Alarm, though, which can do some serious work in this deck, as he can play Instance on his opponent's turn and pump up his tokens.
He played it main phase so that he could loot twice.
And here's a Scry. Lots of library manipulation once you get the Jeskai Ascendancy down.
There's going to be a lot of fireworks on this turn.
There certainly are. And let's see what Andrew Beckstrom draws. This is a big draw step for him. And unfortunately for Andrew, it was just a land. Temple of Enlightenment's going to ship a card to the bottom. And right now, Jan can play Stoke the Flames. That would make his soldiers into 2/2s, which are untapped.
3/3s with the 2 Jeskai.
Excuse me, 3/3s. Thank you, Ben.
And, I mean, this is where you use that new cool feature on Magic Online, attack with all my creatures.
My favorite button.
Yeah, but it's not going to be that horrible for Jan because he does have the Stoke. So he's going to have 2 3/3s and the ability to deal 4 damage.
Right.
Definitely still a clearer attack for Andrew, though, because when the dust settles here, I don't think it's going to be too great a spot for Jan Tumkani.
Yeah, I mean, Jan's down to 9 life here. He's got major issues. That 1 favorite hoplite sitting down there is cracking in for 6 damage on its own. He may be forced to chump block with one of his 3/3s.
Yeah, one thing he could do, I think, is do this Stoke before blockers, so to see how it ends up working out, because his guys will untap from the Jeskai Ascendancies. And then if the Stoke successfully clears out that Battle-Wise Hoplite, you know, he could then go ahead and make whatever blocks he wants. Like, he could try and block both heroes with his 3/3 tokens. Would he be able to live 6?
I think he would take 7.
Yeah, he would take 7. So he would die to anything.
Anything.
But I'm not sure that you're trying to beat
anything. Is he just dying to anything here, perhaps?
What's the other card in Tumkani's hand?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But he does have double Ascendancy, so maybe if he can get into a
Seeker of the Way, Randy.
Okay. Right, I mean, 2 loots. He could come up with another instant in theory.
Right. So
well, he's going to be tapped out, though, right?
There are some turns where I blame people for going deep in the tank, but this is not one of them.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot, and here it comes, Stoke the Flames, to kill a hero of Erois. Trigger, 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 trigger. There are 4 triggers on the stack. That's a fun one. That Ascendancy. It looks like the Americans are posturing a little bit about if they want to respond, but they don't.
Yes, triggers are low.
Yeah, the trigger's resolved before the creature dies.
Seeker goes away. Hordling Outburst replaces another Hordling Outburst. Stoke resolves, and now the 2 soldiers are 1/1s, or 3/3s, excuse me.
Yeah, and
so chump block.
Yeah, he makes that decision, which having drawn a Hordling Outburst makes more sense than it did previously. He's still going to need to find another spell that he can basically play after the Hordling Outburst, so he can trigger those Jeskai Ascendancies again and have 3 3/3s on
Right.
Andrew's next turn if he's going to stay in the game.
And sorry, here's Defiant Strike on the hero. That makes sure that it trades with the token.
Right. So that's why his back's still to the wall, but we know he gets his draw step plus 2 loots from the Jeskai Ascendancy when he plays the Outburst.
Yeah, that could be huge. I mean, one thing that this deck is great at, it's a tokens deck. It puts out a lot of small creatures, and they can block well. Now, unfortunately, if he plays the Hordling Outburst here, which is what he's going to do, they're all going to be red creatures, and that means there's a lot of things. God's Willing comes into play, Feat of Resistance, and of course, cards like Aqueous Form.
Sure, but if he doesn't have, if Andrew doesn't,
he tanks on whether to discard land or land, trying to convince Andrew that he's got real spells.
Yeah, if Andrew doesn't have anything and Jan had drawn into Raise the Alarm or Lightning Strike or something like that, this game would be far from over.
Yeah.
Because Jan has Treasure Cruises to refuel if he can stabilize or even just basically stave off this pressure.
Right.
As is, I think Jan is going to be pretty much out of it because he didn't find Raise the Alarm or Lightning Strike or anything to do here.
And by the way, I think that's God's Willing off the top for Andrew Beckstrom.
Well,
now, does he have... Go ahead, Ben.
Oh, no, that'll just end it, I think.
Well, will it, though? What if...
2 untapped mana.
2 untapped mana, right.
Could be Raise the Alarm.
I mean, it's not 2, it's 4 with Stoke, but that's not big enough to kill the favorite hoplite
Well,
anyway.
if he goes pro-red and then Raise the Alarm happens, that's obviously annoying.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Randy, because I don't think he should go for it. He's in a pretty good position, and Raise the Alarm is one of the things that, you think he would have been looking for with those loots, and he saw 3 cards that turn.
Right.
So I think you kind of don't really want to just go for it here. You're in a good position. I think you just attack, use your God's Willing profitably after blockers. If he has nothing, it's like chump. If he had chump double block or something, and then you can God's Willing and you're in a great spot. If he has the Raise the Alarm, the God's Willing is certainly better to use post Raise the Alarm. So since you're good if he has nothing anyway, and God's Willing will still be pretty effective after the Raise the Alarm, I don't think it makes sense to just go for it in this spot.
Okay, well, let's see what the Americans come up with here.
Hopefully he doesn't agree with me, though.
Something about us knowing it would work if he went for it.
Yeah.
But no bias.
Well, you can't blame me for rooting for the Americans.
Keep it going, guys. Okay. All right, I'll make your point. Like I said,
Okay, here's God's Willing. He might just be going for it.
He's just got the read. You don't have it.
Pump this up. Protection from red. And I think that the Americans have decided just to go for it, and it's going to work.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice.
And it absolutely works there. 1 mana short for Jan Tomkani, and Andrew Beckstrom picks up the first game of that match.
Is Owen still in game 1?
All right, I'm assuming that we've moved on to game 2 here.
Yeah, this is Flock and Oliver game 2.
Yeah, so let's just say that Flock won that first game.
He did.
And we move right into a clear board on turn 5.
Yeah, I was going to say 5 lands on Neil's side and no other permanents.
Although, interestingly, he's firing a Jeskai Charm right at Ivan Flock's
Hell
head
yeah,
here
what are the
on
life
end step.
totals?
So the
That's
life
the real
totals have
question.
come into play in a pretty major way here. There's a Treasure Cruise in hand now for Oliver, and he's going to fire it off. Getting aggressive, but a pair of negates for Flock's essentially ensures that that's not going to resolve anytime soon, even though Oliver does actually have another Treasure Cruise in hand. Just don't think he can really
17 to
protect
20.
it. Jeez, and another negate.
Jeskai Charm knocked him all the way down from 21 to 17.
Yeah, and
He's at
lands
13.
are a pretty good draw for Ivan, too, because he
13,
has the Pearl Lake Ancient. So, I mean, anything could happen, but this is where Ivan wants to be in this game.
Jeskai Ascendancy now off the top for Neil Oliver. Though it doesn't really look like it's going to do a ton. Flock has so many counter spells in hand, he might just counter it no matter what.
You want to play the Ascendancy here first, because if he has exactly one counter, you want him to use it on the Ascendancy.
That's right.
You'd rather the Cruise resolve. And if he has no counters, it's better to play the Ascendancy first also.
What, 1 mana short of cruising that turn?
He is 1 mana short, that's right. He's going to do it this turn, but it's also going to get countered. Wait a minute. He found a Disdainful Stroke. Can he make this work? No.
No, it's not the right one. He needed to find a negate.
Can't do it. He will be able to leave up Disdainful Stroke, but it's unlikely to counter anything super relevant. But here goes Treasure Cruise on the stack. And this is what those negates are for, Flock, so he's going to fire that off. That Pearl Lake Ancient stays in his hand for another turn. He finds an Urborg, and now he's got enough mana to cast the Ancient as well.
Kind of an unfortunate set of draws for the Americans here.
Oh, he's going to run it out there.
Well, it can't be countered.
That's right, so bang, hit for 6.
If Ivan had just drawn a different potential finisher, like Dig Through Time, Neil would have been able to Disdainful Stroke it, and, you know, he would still certainly be in this game, maybe just a little bit behind. But exactly the way these cards lined up was just very fortunate for Ivan. I mean, Pearl Lake Ancient, you know, coming into play while Neil's last card is a counterspell.
Right. Or from the Slovak side of things, he savagely outplayed Neil Oliver.
Well, Ivan plays this deck extremely well.
I know, he's
blue-black. I don't mean to make it
world-class.
sound like, you know, it's just all luck. Blue-black is an incredibly difficult deck, and you see Ivan making all these decisions very quickly, knowing exactly what he needs to do. And I can't criticize a single decision he's made. Everything's looked spot on.
Yeah, he's a world-class player of this deck. All right, we've got life totals from one of our side tables at 55-3.
Close game.
That is the Black-Green Constellation mirror match.
All right, so Mikhail Gul'dan has beaten Owen Turtenwald in that first game.
You mean Michael Gul'dan and Matej Zadokai have beaten Owen Turtenwald?
I would assume that. And here comes Pearl Lake Ancient once again. That's going to drop Oliver down to 7 and put him potentially on a 1-turn clock.
Can Flock trigger Prowess to finish it next turn?
Yeah, could absolutely be the case.
1 Prowess trigger?
Yeah, he's got a Hero's Downfall in his hand, which is actually kind of perfect if Neil leaves up the 1 blocker.
It is. You know, Oliver's down to 7, Ivan Flock's at 11.
Oh, wow, and Ivan's other card is a Dissolve, too.
Jeez. All right, both tokens hit the red zone. Flock's like, yep, 9.
Neil deciding, like, I can't really beat a removal. I'd have to leave both up, and I'm, you know, in a bad spot anyway.
Yep.
So I'll just attack with both.
Yeah, this is the kind of point where you get to assume they have nothing because your only chance is that they have nothing.
But Flock just has a almost stone lock on this game, right?
Yeah, everything is a lot different from nothing.
He can protect his Hero's Downfall with a Dissolve.
Yeah, Ivan's got this. We'll be going to one of the other matches to see what's going on.
Right, so there's the trigger of Prowess on the Pearl Lake Ancient to pump it up to 7 power. And all he's got left to do is crack it into the red zone.
Even help.
There it goes, and Ivan Flock takes the match. So Slovak Republic is the first one to take one of the 3 matches. One more match to go for them. You see Matej Zadokai there sitting with Mikhail, and he's jumping back over, very active in the coach seat. You know, if they didn't have him actually battling, they figured they're going to have to get a lot out of him from the coach seat, and it looks like they've done just that.
Yeah, I mean, the strategy makes sense to me. You have 2 good players. So you have Ivan playing the hard deck basically by himself, focused on his match, not distracted, but not really able to help his teammates. And then you have Matej to look at the 2 matches. Probably one of them is close and hard, one of them's not that close, and he can just, you know, go and weigh in and help exactly where needed.
I feel like, to be fair, they have 2 great players. Jan Zamkhani has a Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah, Jan certainly is a guy who wouldn't necessarily need help. I don't know if he's still really active or not.
That's fair. I mean, I think he's a cut below Matej and Ivan these days. I'm sure Gul'dan is the one who's been getting the most support.
Absolutely.
Now that Flock's done, though, easy.
Now they've each got a personal coach. Look.
Yeah, that visual's great.
Yeah, they're grouped in 2 groups of 2 here.
I mean, not to be a traitor, but I'd probably take Matej and Tomkani in a heads-up battle there. That's a lot of experience there. Both Pro Tour top 8 competitors.
Yeah, and it looked like for the Americans, Neil came over to help one of these.
To help Andrew.
Right, well, Owen's mostly just focused on his own match. So they're doing it pretty similarly. They didn't sit out the same player, but now, with Neil's match done, he runs over and helps Andrew, and Owen is just basically on his island, focused on his match.
You got to figure you'd just be slowing down Turtenwald.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually really like that. In team, I think too many cooks can spoil the brew. Of course, it's better to watch a match if you have nothing else to do because you might catch, a blatant mistake or something and help your team. But I don't think it's productive to have 3 people discussing every play.
I agree with you, Ben. I've seen it. And in fact, I heard some of the players say that as they let their teammates play. They said, what we found is their brains just shut off.
Yep.
6-card hand here for Tomkani.
Andrew Beckstrom on blue-white heroic. He picked up the first game. We just watched that on camera. By a bold play on the last turn. Sometimes you just decide they don't have it. Maybe they'd seen a couple of raise the alarms earlier.
They had seen
in the
at
game.
least, we saw one and we didn't watch the whole game, so there could have been 2 or 3 in the yard.
That could make it less likely.
I feel pretty confident that it really wasn't better to go for it than not go for it there.
Sure.
But, it worked out, and I'm glad they went for it.
Okay, in comes the favored hoplite for just 1 point of damage, and a follow-up land for Beckstrom means not exactly an explosive start, though you'll often see this blue-white heroic deck play their creatures one mana off curve so that they can protect them. Goblin Rabblemaster, though, says, here, take one from my little friend, and there's a Defiant Strike to get a counter on favored hoplite and draw a card, signaling maybe a lack of lands or something like that.
Well, it does replace itself, use your mana, and put the counter there permanently.
So maybe just using your spells?
Yeah, I mean, I think you more often than not would probably power up your creature there. The Heroic deck doesn't play that many lands and has a lot of cheap spells, so on games where it's not flooded, it generally wants to use all its mana if it can.
Just cycle on through?
Yeah, I mean, I know every deck wants to do that, but it's not the same with decks that have a lot of lands, like Blue-Black Control, for example. They can wait on their spells to maybe get slightly more value, knowing they're going to make a lot of land drops and they're not going to use all their mana every turn.
Right.
A deck like Heroic, if it draws exactly 3 lands or something, wants to try and do that.
Okay. So Ordeal of Thassa there netted 2 cards and another +1/+1 counter on the favored hoplite.
Once again, we see he used all his mana, so that Defiant Strike wouldn't have had the opportunity to be used this turn.
Right. It's also a 4/5, so they've gotten it out of Stoke range, but not out of Glare of Heresy range.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was going to be close outracing that Rabblemaster. I think he was going to be able to outrace the Rabblemaster. Stratus Walk in particular was going to be super useful, but Glare of Heresy ends all those plans.
Yeah, wow, and this is a huge chunk of damage now. 6 hitting Andrew Beckstrom. And being behind is not where this deck is good.
Right. I mean, he's got the ability to build another large creature if you look at his hand, right? He's got hoplites, he's got spells to put on them, but can you do that quicker than that Rabblemaster's going to finish you off? I'm not sure you can.
He might just have to trade with the Rabblemaster here, or use potential God's Will or Feat of Resistance to try and eat it.
And just hope that his opponent doesn't Lightning Strike, Jeskai Charm.
Well, he actually has Defiant Strike and God's Willing, so he can't get around Jeskai Charm putting it on top, but he can get around Lightning Strike, I think.
Okay. Not bad.
Tomkani just drew another Glare. Or am I misseeing an erase?
No, I think it's a Glare. That is definitely a Glare of Heresy.
Well, if he goes for Glare, this is going to be awesome for Andrew. This is, Andrew's happy he drew Glare.
God's Willing says no. Naming white?
Are you supposed to name? Yeah, okay.
Gotta name white. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the Rabblemaster doesn't have to attack, so it's not the end of the world for Jan. Presumably, he will make a goblin and attack with just those, and one of them will suicide itself for the good cause of 2 damage. But, Andrew, with the guy out, not taking a lot of damage, and he's got the opportunity to start playing guys and building again. And that's what his deck is trying to do.
Jan asking how many cards you got. And in comes the team. One of them's going to get eaten. But 2 damage still going to hit Andrew Beckstrom, who's definitely not at 20. I think he's at like 12.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He took that 1 hit for 4 last turn, and then
for
2 here.
For 6 and then 2 here, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, now you see the true team aspect coming into play. That's Neil Oliver.
So the other match in this group is done. The Russian Federation defeats Mexico.
Okay.
So Mexico is 0-2. The Russians are 1-1 and are going to play Team USA next round. That's actually really good news for Team USA.
How come?
It means that if they beat the Russians next time, that there can't be, they're in. They no longer must win this match.
Wow.
Yeah, that's great.
Now, what does it mean if they do win this match? Does that secure it, or do they still have to beat the Russians?
No, if the Russians beat them, the Russians have the tiebreaker edge.
Okay.
This match is now irrelevant.
Wow.
Well,
now, what about
don't tell me that. This is a good game.
What about for the Slovak Republic?
There's probably some crazy 1-2 scenario where it is still relevant. But
sure.
I mean, the Slovaks, we knew coming in if they won this, they clinched. The Slovaks control their own destiny. Even with a loss here, they could just beat Mexico. The Slovaks can, in fact, still back in at 1-2, I think. If
whoever's 2-0-3-0.
Mexico would get the 1-2.
Okay, but this is still important for Slovak to win this match then.
Yeah, Slovak is playing to clinch, and the United States is
looking on to the next match, although they clearly won't know that yet.
Yeah, the United States must beat Russia next round either way.
All right, so all the goblins come into the red zone, and Beckstrom says, we can do this. Block, 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 all of them die. Remember, they must attack. That wasn't some reckless bluff.
Yeah, we talked about when this group came out. Mexico at the 1 seed was probably not the toughest team in the group. The fact that the 1 seed has gone 0-2 is why these scenarios are lining up the way they are.
Yeah, and they are interesting.
Yeah.
And I really do love this whole group thing. I know I said it once earlier, but with the seeding, so what you did early in the tournament has a lot of weight, but then anybody could advance. All the matches are exciting. Well, except this one apparently right now. But this is a great game of Magic, so I assume they're still going to try and win it. So we can still study and analyze their plays and
they also don't know,
figure out what's going on.
Yeah, let's
they
not
have
forget
no idea
that
the
there's
Russians
still
have won.
a lot on the line here for Slovak Republic too. So to start things off for Beckstrom here, Stratus Walk. Remember, it only costs 1, thanks to the hero of Erois.
So it's all going to come down to the Cold War in the last round. The U.S. versus the Russian Federation for the spot on Sunday.
By the way, Owen Turtenwald has made an appearance here.
Are we holding his match? Is that what's going on?
I do think that's exactly what's happening. Yeah, so Owen has now showed up. And, oh, by the way, that's the #1 Magic player in the world that is now peeking over your shoulder and figuring out what's going on.
Yeah, this is a good little tribunal.
Yeah, what you'll hear, though, is that the judge is now going to step in and make sure that things are proceeding in a timely fashion.
You see Ivan over their shoulder.
Yep.
It has turned into 3-on-3.
It's actually 4-on-4.
I wonder, I wonder if I'm in that position, Ben, reflecting on what you said a minute ago about too many cooks. I wonder if I just get out of the way and just let Owen.
That's what Gul'dan and Sears have done.
Yeah.
Gul'dan on the one side, Sears on the other.
Yeah, that's why I called it a 3-on-3, because they're watching. They obviously care, but you see them kind of standing back and letting the pros lead.
Yeah, I see that now. One thing I've also seen some of the teams do is Neil Oliver's actually keeping life total. So it's just something that Beckstrom can just take off of his table. He doesn't have to worry about keeping track.
That's interesting, because I have seen a lot of teams do that, but I feel like keeping track of the life totals also keeps me updated on the life totals.
It is a decision that you have to make. On one hand, it's one less responsibility that your brain has to think about, but on the other hand, that information is something that kind of gets etched into your brain every time you write it down, and having to look over time and time again might be more distracting than just writing it down yourself. It's something that each team has to figure out for themselves.
I wonder if Neil is mostly playing this game, as far as making the decisions, because I think he was here for the start of the game. And I know that Neil and Owen have both praised Andrew, but Neil clearly a stronger overall player than Andrew.
Yeah, he's more experienced as well.
So if I were Andrew, if Neil saw this whole game, I would want Neil to basically, lead here.
Yeah,
Neil
I'm with
hadn't
you.
quite finished losing his match at the very start.
Okay, so interesting. He got here around turn 2 or 3 then? Certainly
Yeah,
pretty.
about the same time we did.
Yeah,
Wow, ordeal of
certainly pretty early.
Heliod?
That's what the deck does.
That's standard playable? So he's going to gain 10 life here. Or is he? Looks like Jan has... so they were going to go to attacks. Andrew was about to battle, and Jan stopped him to have a little chat here with Matej Zadelkai.
He's got an erase. He can point at one of those at the ordeal if he wants to turn it off.
I mean...
You see the smile on Jan's face? He's kind of like, am I really going to do this?
Am I going to erase an ordeal?
This is a tough game for Jan to win.
Think of it as W deal 10.
But yeah, exactly. You certainly want to erase that, right?
It's a hard game to win with this deck if you let him gain 10.
Yeah.
If you put it that way, Randy, I'm a lot more sold on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough game for Jan to win, but I think this is a clear play. He's at 12. That's about the only thing you have going.
Nice try.
Okay. So that hoplite still has flying. And now you hear Owen Turtenwald chiming in. Attack with everybody but the hero of Eros, he said.
Yeah, he wants a blocker so that Rabble Master can't get in an attack.
Yeah, you're definitely not scared of the Rebel Master blocking. Not really sure what you are scared of. Maybe some sort of end-of-turn removal on tap.
They're fine trading. I heard them say pass priority. They're just like, yeah, that's fine.
Happy to trade with the Rabble Master. There's another one coming, though.
This is after sideboard. I wonder if Jan has access to any sweepers.
That's an interesting decision. I'm going to answer that question for you, Ben. No, he does not. So Andrew Beckstrom wins his match for the USA here. Remember, Ivan Floch defeated Neil Oliver in 2 relatively quick games himself, and that leaves Owen Turtenwald down a game in the Black-Green Constellation Mirror against Mikhail Gul'dan and company.
Yeah, and you see Neil quickly settled into the coach seat. I'm sure Isaac and Andrew are going to come over, watch, and if they see anything wrong, they'll speak up. But, I think this is going to be a little two-headed giant here.
I think you're probably right. With one very large head, Owen, I think, is going to take the strong lead here. He certainly has a lot of experience with these sort of mid-rangey type decks as well. This isn't like one thing where he's out on a limb like, I don't usually play these. He knows exactly what he's doing here.
Yeah, this is the same deck that he ran in the World Championships, right? For the most part, I mean...
Yeah.
They might,
yeah, Pantheon played Black-Green Constellation.
Right.
This is their list.
They might have had to change a card or something depending on splits, but, I mean, for the most part, I think this is virtually the exact same deck.
Probably a big part of the decision-making process as well for Turtenwald, as after having put in however many hours with the deck in preparation for the World Championship, having it in his hands here had to be a big deal.
Yeah, and I spoke to them afterwards, and they really liked their deck. I know none of them are in the top 4, but I think Reed 5-0'd or 4-0'd the standard with this deck.
Oh,
and,
wow.
I think that they felt pretty good about it and had a pretty good record overall.
Okay, well, let's let the value train ride here as the old Courser of Crewfix comes down with still a land drop to spare, and he's going to hit that right off the top of his library. Llanowar Waste hit the battlefield and gains him a life. So, we talked about this start before, guys, but the old carry added into Courser is in effect here.
Yeah, I also, there is more on the line for Team USA here than I said a minute ago. There's actually a scenario where if they win this and Mexico beats the Slovaks, that they can back in with a loss against Russia.
Oh, wow.
So this is definitely a big win. The other thing on the line for Team USA here is if they 3-0 the pod, they get one of the top 4 seeds, they get to choose play draw on Sunday for at least the quarterfinals.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very relevant,
Yeah, no, so there's multiple reasons the U.S. want to win this game, even though to control their own destiny, they must beat Russia next round.
Did I just see Feast of Dreams?
That's choosing play draw in all 3 matches, too. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said, did I just see Feast of Dreams? Is that what that is up there? It is, right? I've drafted that card before.
Somebody was ready for this matchup.
Okay. So remember, this is Team Unified standard. So these decks aren't quite fully powered, independent standard decks. They've had to share the card pool with each other. So it's not like every deck can have 4 Courser of Crufix. There's only 4 to go around for all 3. So you'll see some sideboard stretches like that, like a Feast of Dreams or something like that you might not normally see.
Yeah, but there was also a ton of this in the World Championships.
Yeah.
Straight black-green and a lot of Sidisi Whip, black-green-blue with enchantment creatures. So I think they might have just decided to come ready for that deck.
Yeah, that makes sense.
PGO went 8-4 with this list in the World.
So that's a great record in the World Championships.
That is a great record, absolutely. The lists are pretty close. They're not card for card identical, but they're pretty close here in this mirror.
Okay.
I mean, they've both gone all the way to Eidolon of Blossoms.
Courser of Crufix gets Murderous Cut, but the card draw keeps flowing here for Turtenwald as he has an Eidolon of Blossoms to immediately get him another draw step. So Ben, where does this game go from here? Both players have been kind of jockeying. They've both done some things, but what's the big play that we should look for to see when somebody really pulls ahead?
Well, this matchup can go back and forth and can go long. You see some really high life totals, some really long games, and a lot of cards get drawn pretty frequently. I don't know that there's any one play. I mean, there's a lot of big plays. Eidolon of Blossoms is actually really good. If that happens to live, Owen keeps drawing extra cards, that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, Eidolons are big deal. I think Whip of Erebos is the most important card in the matchup.
Yes, Whip
if either player gets an unanswered Whip, they're in great position.
Okay, so Whip of Erebos we'll be keeping our eye out for as well.
But the thing is, there's answers. There's Reclamation Sages.
Yeah, an unanswered Whip.
Yeah. But I'm just saying there's like a lot of answers back and forth. So that's how you get some of these great epic games where it's not just like, does he have it? It's like after he has the Whip, then we have to see if he has the answer.
Yeah, how much value does he get from the Whip before you find the answer?
Exactly. I think one of the big cards that's tough to answer is Farika.
Yeah, both players have 2 Farikas in the main.
I know that one of the reasons Owen thought they had an edge against other CDC Whip decks was because they play 2 Commune with Nature and Farika, so they figured...
Commune with the Gods?
What?
Commune with the Gods.
Commune with the Gods, I'm sorry, yeah. And they can search for Farika, and Farika is very tough to deal with, so they feel like that's one way, while everything else is trading off, they can get a Farika going and then, win the game.
Not an edge in this matchup, though. Gul'dan plays 3.
Oh, wow. So they have Feast of Dreams in the sideboard and 3 Farikas, so they really wanted to beat Sidisi Whip or Black-Green Constellation.
Only 4 Feast of Dreams in the sideboard.
Only 4?
Only 4.
I should have went with 6.
Wow.
Yeah,
Commune with the Gods was what Owen Turtenwald played there.
They came ready for this matchup.
Crazy.
And there's a Read the Bones. So we have definitely seen the incremental card advantage, and right when you mention it, Ben, I saw Farika being drawn by Owen Turtenwald. A nice little Read the Bones there. Murderous Cut to finish off the Eidolon of Blossoms, and you can see how crisp Owen Turtenwald is with his play here. He knows this matchup inside and out. He knows exactly what the important cards are, and he even bashes in there for 2 with his own Eidolon.
He definitely does. One of the few things I'm wondering about is why he did the Murderous Cut on his turn. There probably is a reason.
To attack?
Oh, okay, to get in the 2 damage, sure.
Yeah. And there's a Commune with the Gods on the other side. Let's see what it reveals. Whip of Erebos.
Mm-hmm. A little Whip versus Farika battle?
Yeah. How does that pan out?
I don't know. It depends what's getting whipped back, what's in play, how many creatures are in the graveyard for Owen to start making 1/1 death touches with his Farika.
Sure. All right, and another 2-for-1 back in the other direction. There is a lot of jabs being thrown here. Reclamation Sage takes down Eidolon of Blossoms for Owen Turtenwald, but his leaves behind a 2/1 body.
Yeah, Owen does not have much black mana, right?
He's only got 2 black mana sources, the Sylvan Caryatid and the Llanowar Waste currently.
Yeah, if he gets into a Farika versus Whip battle.
Yeah, he found another one here with the Temple of Malady, and there's even another one with this.
All right, so he's got plenty of mana now.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard for Gul'dan to...
Yeah, next turn is going to be pretty big for Owen Turtenwald. He's going to untap with 2, 4, 6, 8, up to 9 mana that turn, and he can kind of go off.
If this Eidolon lives, he's going to go off. It's not going to be kinda. I'm not 100% whether this Eidolon's going to live yet or not, but Farika makes 1/1 enchantment creatures.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And
so
Owen
if that
found his own
Eidolon
Whip.
of Blossom sticks, he's going to get to draw a card for each time?
Oh, yes.
Oh, baby. I see a Reclamation Sage, though, in hand for Mikhail Gul'dan, and I'm assuming, based on his play last turn, that he's going to kill this Eidolon of Blossoms again.
Sure.
I may have assumed wrong here.
You might be right. If he used
Is
that
there another
Nithcos
mana?
for mana, he might have a couple in his pool.
Correct. That could be the case too. So we'll see if he just magically plays that Reclamation Sage from his hand for free. We'll know. And there it is. Iolana Blossoms down. So Owen Turnwald doesn't get to completely go crazy here. Only one damage is going to get through. All right, so Courser Crew Fix to start things off here for Turnwald. Finds a Jungle Hollow. Might as well play it. What's next? Another carry added. He's got that Farika.
I think he'll. I guess he's debating between Reclamation Sage on Corsair or Farika. There's no real reason to play the Whip here. I think he'll go with Farika, yeah. You want to start making 1/1s, and you're not that scared of Corsair at this point. Also,
what, 1 pip from turning it on, too?
Yeah, and you know your opponent could have definitely found a Whip by now. So I don't.
You saw your opponent find a Whip.
Oh, okay, sure. So so you definitely don't want to spend your Reclamation Sage on a Corsair as opposed to that Whip.
Right.
I like Mikal's shirt there.
It's fairly ironic. Sleeves aren't bad either.
And I see a Doomwake Giant there for Gul'dan. Does that do much here?
Well, it really depends on how Owen blocks.
He's certainly going to have that in the back of his head.
I mean, if he made an attack with the Reclamation Sages, the Caryatids, if they blocked, they would die to the Doomwake.
That's right, but it looks like he's going to just run it out there first main here. Doesn't seem to be the play here.
Well, if it lets him play extra things, then this is probably right, because it was going to be a minimal amount of damage. If it doesn't let him do anything extra, then I don't think he needed to do this pre-combat. I think I would have made some kind of attack with the Reclamation Sages.
And there's the Whip of Erebos, which is a second trigger on the Doomwake Giant. So this is just going to allow him to attack for 5 damage or so.
Yeah, the nice thing about this is it lets him attack with the Corsair also.
Oh, okay. That makes it 7.
Yeah, I don't think I would send the Wayfinder, because that Corsair's just going to block it, and the Corsair wasn't good at chump blocking anything else. But I don't think that'll matter. I don't think he's that concerned about the Wayfinder on tap. And he actually gains a life from the Whip, so maybe it's not wrong. But the Wayfinder also could block a potential 5/5 Farika or something of that nature. But with Owen, definitely the one on his back foot.
All right.
No big deal either way.
No big deal, but Mikal Gul'dan, he's out of cards now, but he's got a fairly impressive board state. As he passes the turn back to Turnwald, it's on you, Owen, to figure out a way to get through all of this. He's got a lot to contend with. There's a Whip of Erebos, a Doomwake Giant over there. The rest I think he can handle pretty easily. Reclamation Sage on the Doomwake Giant, so the whip gets to live.
He figures he can fight it with Farika, I guess?
I guess that's going to be his strategy.
He can't quite whip back anything from his graveyard yet.
He's got his own Whip of Erebos.
But that turns on Farika.
It certainly does, and he gets to attack for 7 of his own, and this also has lifelink.
Sure. 17.
And you can see how these matches have the potential to be fun.
I can see that immediately. Now Owen's at 17. Mikal Gul'dan drops down to 20.
I think they've got 18 minutes left. They obviously had an extension when we were holding them, but I believe it's 18 left.
Remember that Mikal Gul'dan is up a game here.
Yep.
And as far as matches go, the USA has won 1 match, and the Slovak Republic has won a match themselves. So this is going to be the decider. This is a big match for these countries for setting up their chance to make the top 8. And then if they are to make the top 8, to give them the best seed possible. You know, when you take being able to choose whether you're going to play or draw and you multiply it by 3, it ends up being a really sizable advantage.
That is really important. The change to those rules, allowing the higher seed to go first, has definitely gotten people to play in some of the later rounds when they might have ID'd.
And the dance begins. Whip back my Eidolon. Nope, eat it with Farika.
Yeah, so it gets turned into a snake. So Gul'dan does get something out of the deal.
And that shows us why Owen, Reclamation Sage, the Doomwake, he felt he could mitigate the whip's effect with his Farika. It's not horrible for Mikhail Gul'dan because he's getting 1/1 death touches and he's gaining life, but he's not gaining all the value of whipping back Reclamation Sages and Doomwake Giants and things of that
He just
nature.
made an attack, though, that allowed Owen to block with Reclamation Sage and get it into the graveyard.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that could be bad. Good eye, Randy. This getting rid of Gul'dan's whip means there will be no more snakes hitting the battlefield for him, courtesy of Owen Turtenwald.
Yeah, that may have been one of the first true mistakes here in this really long, hard game.
It's tricky, though. Is he just going to not attack?
Well, if you have a really big attack, but with Owen still at this much life, with a whip in play...
Just don't even bother attacking?
Yeah, not an attack this small. You got to wait until you have more going on.
And here's Read the Bones to kick things off for Turtenwald, and he finds the Eidolon of Blossoms as well as a Satyr Wayfinder. Is there a point in the game here, guys, where decking yourself becomes a thing? Wow, 2 good cards off the top there for Owen.
Yeah, Doomwake's pretty good.
Doomwake as well.
I think decking yourself can be real in matchups like this, but with Owen having a Farika and his opponent really under control, I don't think he's worried about it in this particular game.
Okay. He did issue, though, the Wayfinder. He didn't want that, and again, he found that Doomwake Giant instead. And wow, maybe he's going to deck himself the good old-fashioned way, just draw a bunch of cards. He's already got an Eidolon of Blossoms in hand, and now he's going to have one for next turn as well, at least. No, he doesn't even want it.
Yeah, Scryland.
Ooh,
That's
Queen.
what he wants.
Now, this is kind of what he wanted here, right? There's no Doomwake Giant on the other side, and this can actually attack.
He's really sitting pretty right now. I know there's a lot in play, and he's got to consider exactly how to maximize things. But with his opponent, inability to whip back creatures, just get a 1/1 snake every turn, and Owen's ability to whip back creatures, draw cards. He's got access to everything that deck does to really gain extra value.
Yeah, I mean, Owen's winning percentage at this point has got to be well over, what, 80%?
Yeah.
90%?
Yeah, I don't know how Owen can lose. There are probably ways because these
the
decks...
Eidolon on top of Gul'dan's library could chain into enough advantage.
Right.
It's going to have to be something like that, where Gul'dan chains a bunch of value off that Eidolon.
Right, these decks do some really powerful things, so nobody's ever locked. But it's definitely going to be quite an uphill battle for Mikhail Gul'dan.
Yeah. All right, and this was the culmination of that error we saw a little while ago. The Reclamation Sage has now been whipped back, and Whip of Erebos hits the bin there for Gul'dan. He does not have access to that powerful artifact enchantment anymore. And Owen has Farika, God of Affliction, still fully powered up and attacking for 5 alongside a Reclamation Sage. Another one. And again, the consideration is, does Gul'dan actually want another Reclamation Sage in Turtenwald's graveyard?
I think
that one's going to get removed from the game.
Yeah, that's the one he whipped back.
That's the one he whipped back?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think what Gul'dan is deciding is whether to basically chump block the Farika or not. He's got plenty of life, but he also knows Doomwake Giants are flying around, so he might just want to throw a 1 toughness creature in front of the 5/5.
Yeah, that snake is not going to live all that long.
Exactly.
I mean, right now it's holding off Courser because it's a death-touching snake.
Yeah, and just forcing your opponent to do something maybe a turn earlier than they would have might be the right play because life isn't really a valuable resource for Gul'dan in this game.
Owen elects to play a Caryatid instead of leaving up Farika mana.
A luxury he has because he knows what Gul'dan's going to draw.
Okay, well,
Eidolon
you guys
into
just
Eidolon.
said chain them together. And,
Yeah,
and
that's
remember,
a good start. There's a Nykthos in play, too.
I was just going to say
Nykthos
that.
makes, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
We could see a really big turn here. There's a Courser in play, too, to help clear a land off. So Gul'dan's got the ability to draw a lot of cards and make a lot of mana.
All right, so here's the first Eidolon of Blossoms to draw
Silence
the
the
other
Weavers.
Eidolon of Blossoms.
That silence is an answer to Farika.
Yep.
Silence of Believers on top of the library. He has access to it here. He's got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a flurried finish here, or maybe just beginning.
So he gets the black mana.
He gets to draw 2 cards. He's also got 2 Caryatids up there that can give him black mana.
Right. I'm wondering if he can silence Owen's Courser and Farika now, if that's what he wants to do.
4 floating, I believe.
Wow. Silence the
4, 5,
Believers,
6,
one of
7.
the only ways to kill
Yeah, he can strive it once.
Owen doesn't have an instant speed way to take Farika off of creature mode, right?
No, he's F6'd.
All right. And away they go. So we mentioned chaining together spells. Well, that's exactly what Gul'dan did. He went blossoms into Silence the Believers, and even got an extra land drop out of the deal. And in he comes into the red zone. Now, remember, these creatures don't have lifelink anymore.
You know what, though, guys? I think Owen's going to have some haymakers on his turn to fire right back. This is going to be fun.
This is going to. So Owen's got Doomwake Giant and an Eidolon of Blossoms in hand.
That'll deal with the Eidolons.
Yep, and of course that Hornet Queen sitting on top of his library as well. Triggers Snake down.
And Wayfinder and Sage.
Yep. And he's going to get to kill both Eidolon of Blossoms here too?
Yep.
Wow, you weren't kidding, Ben. Huge haymakers here for Turtenwald. What is he getting back now?
Yeah, if this wasn't Worlds, I would play this deck even if I didn't think it was good.
No kidding.
It just looks like so much fun.
This looks sweet.
Yeah, and the Eidolon that he whips back kills the 2 Caryatids.
It kills the 2 Caryatids, and he drew another Farika as well.
You just played these.
Yeah, Owen, that was a great turn, but you don't get to attack with him also.
I think he does get to only attack with the one that he whipped there.
Yeah. Those 2, that turn sequence was insane.
This has just been brutal turns. It's like they pass a turn feeling like, finally, I've stabilized. And by the time it's their turn again, they have almost nothing.
And you know what's the most amazing part right now? This is game 2.
This is game 2. Mikhail Gul'dan up a game over Turtenwald.
Draws are not good for Team USA, for the record. They're much better for the Slovak Republic.
I was just about to ask you that, because of course Gul'dan doing nothing wrong. You see his pace of play has not changed even the slightest.
Yeah.
But he could concede to preserve time if a draw was really bad for him.
Right. No, the Slovaks control their own destiny. They need to win next. I mean, if they win, they win. They're in. If they lose or draw, then they need to win next round.
So a draw is basically a loss for them then.
Basically, there might be some backwards, like additional draw scenario I haven't thought of. I mean, barring another draw next round, I believe that's correct.
So someone tell him to concede so we can get to game 3.
So yeah, so Owen just drew a Nykthos there.
Oh boy!
And might be able to have another one of these really explosive turns.
Yeah, we talked about how good Owen's position was a couple of turns ago. Like, the best chance Gul'dan had was to chain those Blossoms. I don't know that he could have chained them better. Blossoms into second Blossoms into Strive on Silence the Believers.
Can't think of a
He
better
could have.
one.
He needed to find an answer to that whip off of the second Blossoms.
Yeah, okay.
Wow,
Okay.
and now he plays his second copy of Doomwake Giant.
And even though that's a lot of cards, if he did find the Reclamation Sage off that second Blossoms, he might have very well won this game.
And the Courser dies now too, so the entire board state for Gul'dan is now gone.
Still got his Nykthos. Does that count?
No. All right. We mentioned it a few times ago that he's going to need some impressive draw steps to get out of this mess.
No, we're done.
we finally out of options here for Gul'dan?
We're done. This game is over.
Yeah, and he has
Next
a Jungle
turn,
Hollow on
presumably.
top of his library.
Which shouldn't be revealed, but yes.
I don't know why he's not conceding.
You have 9 minutes.
Because there's no way he can think that Owen's not going to be able to finish this game.
Also, the draw is better for the Slovaks than the Americans because if the teams wind up tied, the Slovaks have the tiebreaker.
Okay, and
right?
does that
so
help the
they'll
Slovaks?
both be 101. If they do the same thing as the Americans next round, they beat the Americans. If they both lose, the Slovaks would get in anyway.
You see
if they
how
both
quickly
win,
Owen
then the
Turtenwald is
Slovaks would have
playing?
the higher seed.
You see how quickly Owen Turtenwald is playing, just jamming everything in the red zone continuously. He knows what a time crunch they're under. Look how fast Owen is moving here. They need to pick up the victory here to ensure their future.
So it's a tough spot for the Slovaks because a draw is better than a loss, but nowhere near as good as a win. Because they do need a win to guaranteed advance.
All true.
All right, we'll be back right after these messages.
Have you ever dreamt of drafting the greatest hits of Magic? The all-new Legacy Cube is available on Magic Online until December 10th. Download Magic Online at www.mtgo.com and live the dream. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir start December 13th, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Brussels in April. Visit magic.wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, back in the feature match area. Here at the World Magic Cup, the United States playing against the Slovak Republic, two of the heavy-hitting teams in the field at large. And we're playing a high-stakes match here that is going to be played very quickly. You're going to see the pace of play change a lot.
Yeah, no, both teams want to win this. The Slovaks clinch day 3 with a win here, and the Americans put themselves in great position. Neither team can be eliminated. Because the Russian Federation won the other match, and because the 1 seed Mexico is 0-2, the United States can make Sunday, even if they lose here, by winning next round against Russia.
A match where the Americans think they're underdogs.
Now, that's a great point. The Americans lost to Russia already in Unified Constructed, and they felt like it was 3 bad matchups.
Okay.
Dmitry Budakov and company await.
Yeah, if the U.S. does manage to win this, they can actually back into Sunday by losing to Russia, but having Mexico do them the favor of knocking off the Slovaks.
I love this pod play. We just don't get this kind of stuff normally. I also love it that you're in the booth with me, Randy, to explain it all, because it gets a little bit complicated. A little bit of strategic talk, perhaps, from the Slovak Republic team. And you see Owen Turtenwald. He doesn't look particularly patient. That's because the clock is running down. And if you look, you can see one of our judges, Gavin Dugan there of Canada, and he is he's intently watching the match. You know, we have to make sure
46 seconds.
Yeah, the players get a good shot at actually finishing a game of Magic. And as we've seen from this matchup, that can be very difficult to do in a short time period. There's a lot of big, swingy, sort of life gain draw cards and nobody doing a whole lot until the big hits start, which we saw for, 4 turns in a row. It was just massive swings.
Oh, jeez.
They're going to so it looks like Slovak Republic is going to take a mulligan, and Owen has kept.
Yeah, I don't think the draw is all that good for the Slovak Republic here.
I don't think it is either.
Well, we're talking about it. Gul'dan doesn't look like he moves particularly quickly, but he didn't do that the whole match. Yeah. And his pace of play didn't change one iota.
Agreed.
I mean, that's not really on the table.
What?
I mean, there's been no.
Oh, no, but what I'm saying is we're like, let's go, because we want to see a climax to this match. We want to see a winner. But in reality, Gul'dan, he's playing quickly. He's not shuffling particularly quickly, but that's just how his hands move and what he's been shuffling.
Yeah.
We've seen Owen get frantic because Owen's trying to play his absolute fastest here.
Yep. And you can see Owen Turnwald. You can see just by the look on his face that he'd really like to see a deck presented here.
And what I'm trying to
it's hard not to feel that, right?
Right. What I'm trying to say is we're feeling that through Owen, but you can't expect Gul'dan to move at Owen's speed. Gul'dan is shuffling, playing very reasonably.
Gotcha.
We have like 2 different, kind of emotions here coming from, Gul'dan and Owen. One is like frantic, and one is like, okay, I'm going. You know what I mean? I'm going like as best as I normally can.
Totally. And yes, he is very deliberate with his motions.
Owen's facial expression is great, though.
I mean, it's hard not to feel sympathy for him. Okay, we are underway here, though, in Game 3. Lands for both players. And I wouldn't be shocked to hear, some judge suggestions just because of the fact that the team aspect means that oftentimes you'll look to your teammates and say, which land should I play? Well, you should probably play this one. And it starts to become apparent that you're not going to be able to finish the match in a reasonable amount of time. I don't know how the judges have to maneuver based on the fact that it's a team event, if there's a more leeway for that or not. That's kind of out of my pay grade as far as judging goes.
I mean, I just played Team GP Nashville.
Yeah, how did that go?
I mean, we had some issues with that. Chris Fennell, and Neil Reeves, all fast Magic players. But, when 3 people are discussing a play, time ticks.
Yes, it certainly does. So Owen Turtenwald fires off a Courser of Crufix on his turn. Okay, there's about 3 minutes left in the round here, and that is going to make things very difficult as far as getting a match finished here.
Gul'dan is out of lands and only on green mana.
And here's a Courser to follow up.
Gain a life, top, go.
And he's going to keep that on top after gaining a life. And pass the turn back. Gul'dan draws his card for the turn.
Another black card.
It is a Feast of Dreams, and he passes the turn.
Yeah, 6 black cards and nothing else.
Wow, remember, we have the 5-turn rule here as well. If Owen Turnwald can put something big out on the battlefield, the USA might be able to steal a win here if Gul'dan can't find black mana, and very quickly. He finds it, but it's tapped.
Going to be a close one.
Wow. So Turnwald has 5 of the mana symbols needed, of the 7 mana symbols needed to make Farika active as a god, and I think he's got... He's gonna read the bones into that Eidolon so that he can get an attack in for 7 right now.
Wow.
This is amazing, just watching Owen
execute. Look at Owen go. It is unbelievable how fast he's playing here. He cracks in for 7. That's almost half of Gul'dan's life total. Now, things are going to change quickly here, though, because Gul'dan has black mana now. We're at 1 minute left in the match. That is not a second black mana source. He's going to have to settle for 1. But I think he's got a Doomwake Giant that he can play here.
Yeah, or no silence.
But that means that if he plays Doomwake Giant and Turnwald has a removal spell of some sort.
He does.
That could be it.
And
All right, he's going to pass up because he wants to use Feast of Dreams. So if Owen Turnwald can play enough green or black mana symbols to keep Farika a creature, he could stay ahead on board here.
It's the first
30
time,
seconds left in the round.
It's the first time we've seen Owen think a thought in this match.
Yeah, he actually has to here because he has to wonder what his opponent's up to.
Yeah.
Commune. So he finds at least 1 green mana symbol out of the deal, and it looks like 2.
This is interesting. He'll probably take Sage, but he might take Courser just for the mana symbol.
He wants to have the insurance where if one of his creatures dies, it doesn't take Farika offline. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time in the round. The judge will step in and will tell them that they're going to be in the 5-turn rules here.
3 attacks should be good enough for Owen Turnwald.
Well, probably. McCall does have Feast immediately, but yeah, with the Farika.
With the Farika, right? And there's even more insurance for Owen Turnwald in the form of Doomwake Giant. He draws a card off of Eidolon of Blossoms, and in comes the team. So what can Feast of Dreams do here?
Not much.
Kill an Eidolon of Blossoms to take 2 less damage?
Not much. Randy is spot on. I mean, this was quite an effort by Owen.
This is an insane effort by Owen, as he's still getting in for 7 damage, dropping Gul'dan down to 1.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we're touting him beating an opponent having mana problems, but for him
This is what had to happen, Ben.
Right, and for him to make all of those plays.
He did it! Owen Turnwald defeats Mikhail Gul'dan in like 2 minutes in one of the grindiest matchups you can see.
That's what I was talking about. If Owen had played a little slower and thought a little bit more, he would not have had enough time to close out that match.
Number 1 player in the world, Owen Turnwald, gets the job done for the United States. It's the stuff of legends. Unbelievable performance there and great action in the feature match area. That was insane. Randy, real quickly, where does that put the United States? Are they into the top 8 now?
No. They are in good shape if they beat the Russians. If they lose to the Russians, they can back in if Mexico upsets the Slovaks.
So
look, here's the problem. If the Slovaks win, they're 2-1, having lost to the U.S. If the Russians beat the U.S., they're 2-1. So's Team USA. If we have 3 2-1s and an 0-3, the 2-1 that misses is the U.S.
Because of previous...
Because they were the 4 seed coming in. They have the worst seeding. They can't let it go to tiebreakers. So if it's 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3, they're fine. If it's a pair of 2-1s and then a pair of 1-2s, they're fine. They just, they control their own destiny. There's a chance they could back in, but they have not clinched.
Wow. And so they've earned the right, though.
Yeah.
To play
they've
against
done everything
the Russian
they can do so
Federation
far.
And earn their own spot in the top 8. And then they've also put themselves in a position where they might get in anyway.
Yep.
That was insane, Ben.
That was exciting. I mean, given any amount of time, a great player like Owen is normally going to find the best play. But given no time, he has to just make whatever play, seems intuitively the best to him without ever thinking a thought. And watching him go like that, it was exciting.
It was really exciting. And like you said, look, things did have to go right. He needed his opponent to not have black mana for a couple turns in a row there. But those are the things that need to happen when you need a matchup like that within just a couple of turns. Let's head out of the feature match area. Tim Willoughby is standing there for an interview.
Thank you there, Marshall. I'm here with Owen Turtenwald, and that was one crazy match at the end there.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Now, I can see that you're probably sort of reeling a little bit from that one. I mean, how much does experience become a big part there, where it looked like you basically had no time to make any decisions to get that match completed?
Well, it didn't take a whole lot of experience to win that one because I was casting spells and he wasn't. I mean, he just had 2 forests in play and I'd cast 9-10 spells before he even had a chance to get back in the game.
I mean, that match always looks like kind of a grindy one. You've got Whip of Erebos on both sides. I mean, did you know going into even that second game that time might have been a factor?
Oh yeah, I wanted to concede for a large part of the first game because he had Farika and Whip out before I did, but I figured there was like a 5 or 2% chance I could win, and I ended up drawing a Whip and a Farika in which the board was a stalemate, and if I had drawn Doomwake Giant on my final turn, I could have crawled back into the game, but maybe I should have conceded. It's hard to tell.
Now, I don't want to make your life more difficult, but I've just found out the result from the other game in your group. It sounds like Mexico defeated Russia. So you're now going to be playing Russia in the final round. Sorry, Mexico lost to Russia in the final round. So you're going to have Russia as the final barrier to make it into this match. Now, how do you see that match going?
Well, we lost to them on day 1, so not great, but we'll see.
And that was in Constructed also?
Yes, it was.
So a little bit of time for revenge. I'm going to pass things back to the booth there. Thank you very much, Owen Turnwald and Team USA.
Thank you very much for that, Tim Willoughby. You can see that Owen was like, okay, well, he didn't play any spells. I played a bunch of my spells, and that got the job done. At the heart of it, that's what happens. For now, let's go back to the news desk where Richard Hagan has tons of updates about what's been going on besides this intense match here in the feature match area.
All right, thanks so much to Marshall and the guys there in the feature match area. Now, yes, we do have lots of results and lots of permutations, but we also have players who are thickly involved in this competition who also want to talk to you and share the excitement of their Magic World Magic Cup here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you across to there. Now, we had the chance to have a translator come in earlier in the week to talk with a couple of the Japanese players, but someone who has decided to give English a whirl, one might say, is the captain of the South Korean national team, who have locked up the slot in the top 8. So we thank him very much for speaking to us in English. Let's see how this goes. Brian David Marshall is with the World Championship competitor, Nam Sung-wook.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you, Nam Sung-wook.
Thank you.
I know this is not this is your first time talking in English on camera.
Yeah, yes.
A little nervous. It was an incredible match we watched. Your teammate had just a prophetic flame speaker in play, 2 creatures, a couple creatures, and he draws Dragon Mantle.
Yes.
Dragon Mantle, draw a card, attack, and then the other player has to block.
Yeah.
He thinks. Finally puts a couple creatures in the way, but Titan Strength, pump, 16 damage, and you guys qualify to play on Sunday.
Okay.
So exciting.
Yeah.
What does it mean for South Korea for you guys to be playing on Sunday and have a chance to win the World Magic Cup?
Yes. Korean always 1 or 2 proto competitors, so practice very difficult. But now, Junyoung Park, me, practice with mid team. Yes, that's okay. But other PTQ player and other competitors practice very alone is very difficult. Yeah.
So having a chance to play test with them was very good.
Yes. But this we can practice together is very important.
Yeah. So what's even better now? You said very few South Koreans qualified for the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
top 8
Yes,
in World Magic Cup means
Yes, yes.
everybody gets an invite to Pro Tour Fate Reforged. You were already qualified.
Yes, yes.
But bringing everybody with you to the next Pro Tour, how big is that for you to have more South Koreans playing on the Pro Tour?
Yes. Well, I'm already qualified for Platinum Pro, but other people this is very important chance for pro Magic player. Yes.
Okay, and then finally, I know there are a lot of South Korean fans at home watching this, rooting for you, cheering you guys on.
Yes.
Do you have a message for them? Just right to the camera,
Okay.
speak to them in your own language and tell them what you feel.
Yes. I wanna visit in GP in Seoul. Korean is very yet GP competition, but I wanna GP Seoul. Yes. Okay. And 자 8강 갔어요. 한국말 아니 코리안에서 8강 제가 갈 줄 알았습니다. 네. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good luck on Sunday. Give me another high five here.
Yeah.
We're going to send it back to the desk and Rich Hagon.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. I've been joined by Nate Price. We've got more interviews coming up. Nate, I want to ask you about a match that was going on in Pool A. Now, Brazil defeated Uruguay, which puts Brazil to 1-1, Uruguay to 0-2. They still have chances, though, because number 1 seeds can sometimes sneak in a 1-2. But the other match in that group was England against Slovenia. Fabrizio Anteri, with his blue-black deck, lost very quickly. Then on the other side, it was reasonably quickly tied at 1-1. So what did that leave?
That left David Inglis and Robin Dolar from Slovenia battling it out in the middle. Inglis was playing an Obzon deck that tends to be a little bit slower, and he was matched up against Dolar, who was playing the blue-white control deck, which also plays really slow. So their match went actually incredibly long. I watched 2 complete matches before I finally made it over to them. And I was actually incredibly surprised when I walked past and looked at Dolar's board, and he had 3 copies of Prognostic Sphinx playing defense against 3 copies of monstrous Fleecemane Lions. And then I thought he was going to break it wide open with the 4th copy of Prognostic Sphinx. So he had 4 full Sphinxes in play and 3 monstrous Fleecemane Lions on the other side. But Inglis actually has put himself far enough ahead that his cats were able to overcome the half cats on the side of Dolar. And you should have heard him cheer. And I know he came back and saw you pretty soon after that, didn't he?
He was a very, very happy man. That means that England at 2-0, because they are a number 2 seed, are in the top 8. Congratulations, Forza Inglaterra. Great job. Well done to the boys. And with that thought, over at the far side of the studio is none other than the captain of Team England. Here's Brian David Marshall with Fabrizio Anteri.
Thanks, Rich. Of course, I am here with Fabrizio Anteri. Got to feel great. You've had a lot of success on the Grand Prix circuit, but this is like your big final day breakthrough here.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't have ever guessed that it was going to be in a team event, that I was finally going to make it to a Pro Tour. It definitely feels great, especially because I lost my match in the last round, and then I was like, geez. And even worse, because I was the only one with a good matchup. I lost a good matchup, and then I was just rooting for my teammates, which both had a average or probably bad matchup, and actually they both won their matches. It was great for sure.
That's the joy and heartbreak of team competition, right?
Yeah.
You can win your match and your teammates can lose, but
Exactly.
you can lose your match and then they pull through for you. Talk to me about that, watching this match with 4 Prognostic Sphinx from the blue-white deck staring down the Obzon deck. What was your emotional roller coaster like watching that match?
I was really afraid about Elspeth because he was eventually starting attacking in the air, and I knew Elspeth will just make the whole difference because he was going to have blockers every turn for the Lions. At some point we bring back some Lions with the Black Soul, and so I knew the Lions are really good in the match. Actually, he was asking me, because we have the Lions in the side, he was asking me, should bring them in, and I'm thinking, let me think how they can resolve, and Monstrous Lion was like, they don't have cards. I don't think they're very useful. So I was like, bring the whole set of Lions in this match. So yeah, I saw the 4 spins, but he was tapping. He first tapped one sort of wide tapping lance. It was like, he tapped the sources wide, so I knew, okay, it's the 4 sphinx coming. The sphinx is fine. We can survive the sphinx. So yeah, and well, actually, there was a turn that I thought he got it. He got some cards in hand after scrying and drawing some cards, and David played an Owned Queen, and Robin just said resolve, and it was like, what? that was definitely the spell that also make the match.
So Sphinxes, Lions, but it was Wasps that were the final sting.
Yeah.
for Robin Dolar. Talk to me a little bit about what it means to you to be bringing. We had David in here yesterday for an interview, and he talked about how this was his PTQ.
Yeah, exactly.
So he won his PTQ. What is that? As the captain, bringing these guys along with you. What does it mean to getting them to the Pro Tour?
Wow, a lot. I haven't even think about that. I was really, really happy for David because I know he was the one talking about it, want to get qualified, and actually he got qualified by winning an epic Game 3, being the last match. So I'm really happy for him. And yeah, now we're all going to the Pro Tour. Probably this is another big chance because there are more qualified players for England in the Pro Tour. So probably this will help. There will be a biggest group. It's going to be modern. They're going to have a lot of time for testing. So maybe we'll see more English players or Italian living in England players doing well at the Pro Tour.
I've already talked to Rich about it. He's like, you guys are all English today.
Yeah.
He's so excited. It was very emotional watching David, who I know was really nervous about coming here and getting through. I mean, he was tears in his eyes.
Yeah, for sure. I can see the happiness. Yeah, he was super excited about that last game, and I know how much it means for him. I mean, there is no Pro Tour invitation for me because I already got it, but it means a lot, and I'm really happy for the whole team that we make it. And we still will work really hard tomorrow to see until what point we'll get.
How do you handle the last round? Do you guys play? Do you just take a handshake, go draft? What do you do?
For tomorrow, you mean?
Well, no, you have one more round here today.
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean much. We don't even have to, because I'm really close friend with Robin, so we don't even have to play and try to win so they can win. They're just going to kill each other against Brazil. So for us, we'll still focus and we'll still play because to get a higher seat on tomorrow to the play and draw rule. So we'll still play, but we're definitely playing without the same stress that we played the whole day and yesterday.
Okay. Fabrizio, congratulations. Let you go out there and play your heart out. This is Brian David Marshall sending it back to the news desk.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. He is going to join me right here at the news desk, and we will walk you through all the permutations in all 4 groups, and they are stunning. This pool play delivers in incredible fashion. Hi, BDM, welcome back. Shuffle on up. Well done.
Oh, no.
No, where's he gone? There he is.
There we go.
All right, so this is the way things look. Why don't we take a look at Pool A first of all? So if we take a look, this is Uruguay, England, Brazil, and Slovenia. Pool A right now has England at 2-0, and they are locked. So let's take a look. Here we go. So England, the number 2 seed in the group, cannot be overtaken by 2 teams. England are in. We know that at 0-2, Uruguay, well, they're about to play England. They could get to 1-2 by beating England. England would still be at 2-1. And then the winner of Brazil and Slovenia would also be at 2-1. And even if there was a draw for some reason in Brazil against Slovenia, one of those 2 teams would go above Uruguay's best possible 1-2. That means Uruguay is out, and the match between Brazil and Slovenia is a straight, Brian David Marshall, win and in for the top 8 of the World Magic Cup.
Right. So England, they were just talking about the idea that they would need to play this last round, but they're just going to be able to play for fun and for seeding here for tomorrow. And you really see the difference between pool play and normal Swiss play here. Uruguay, which has been at the top of the standings throughout this tournament, would maybe still be alive in a normal Swiss event. But once again, they're going to fall outside of the top 8 in the top 16. That's where they finished last year. Great performance by them throughout, but a little short of the mark. And
sure.
Willie Adel, his tournament experience has to favor him here in this last round.
A massive, massive match for them. Let's go to Pool B, and this is full of incredible stuff as well, though it's actually pretty straightforward. Let us show you Pool B. This features Israel, South Korea, Hong Kong, and Greece. So, the last remaining Dream Chaser, that was Shahar Shenhar, the reigning world champion. He is back tomorrow to defend his title in the individual competition, but at 0-2, because of the way the pairings work, we have Israel out. South Korea, we know, are in, Brian.
Yeah, we just had Nam Sung-wook at the chairs talking, thanks to him, but the curse of the top seed here continues.
It's just been crazy. 0-2 for Israel. That means that the matchup between Hong Kong and Greece will deliver you your second team here. So Hong Kong and Greece are about to play for a place in the top 8. Socrates still going.
Yeah, and Li Shitian still going.
Right.
Just an incredible matchup, and really I don't know if that's going to be, it's got to be equal parts relief and agony for Shahar.
Sure. Let's go to Pool C. This time it's Mexico, the Slovak Republic, Russia, and the United States. Now hold on to yourselves, because you think, look at that great position. United States 2-0, which is true, and good on them, and what an amazing, amazing end that was. Russian Federation 1-1, Slovak Republic 1-1. The top seed Mexico are 0-2. Now, Mexico face the Slovak Republic. Let's imagine Mexico wins that one. They go to 1-2. The Slovak Republic would be at that point 1-2 as well, and then all good. United States in. But now let's imagine that the United States, who are playing the Russian Federation in this final round, if they lose, they will go to 2-1. The Russian Federation, by beating the United States, will be 2-1. If the Slovak Republic defeated Mexico, Slovak Republic would be 2-1. Mexico would complete the 0-3, and then you would have 3 2-1s, and the bottom seed of those 3 would be the United States, and they would be eliminated. So to be sure, they must beat the Russian Federation. And BDM, you've been around for a while. USSR, as it would have been back in the day, Russia, the Russian Federation.
Back in the USSR?
Right, exactly.
This is a terrible matchup for the United States. They've already lost playing in Team Unified Standard yesterday, and Owen said, this is not a good matchup, but they knew 3-0 was something that they might need to do here.
Okay, and finally, Pool D, let's take a very quick look. Let me set this up for you very swiftly. The players are just about ready. Netherlands, Serbia, Hungary, and Denmark.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Netherlands 0-2, but they are not out. This is another pool where you could have 3 teams on 1-2, with Denmark clear, beating Hungary to go to 3-0, and the others could all be 1-2, at which point Netherlands could make it in. All right, that's the pools. 5 rounds are done. There is one more round between us and the top 8 of a World Magic Cup. Who better to guide you there than our triple threat in the booth? Let's hand you down. First voice you'll hear, Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. One more round here from the World Magic Cup. Randy Buehler, Ben Stark, and myself, Marshall Sutcliffe, are going to bring you every minute of action of Hong Kong versus Greece now. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Magic Cup. We are in Nice, France. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with 2 Hall of Famers, Randy Buehler, Ben Stark, and we are ready to get underway in an elimination match. Hong Kong versus Greece. You take a look at Li Shitian there, the 3-time Pro Tour top 8er. He is ready to play against his opponent, Panagiotis Savvidis, and we are just about ready to start. Jeskai Ascendancy That's the combo deck in the hands of Li Shitian versus Sidisi Whip in Cividis's.
I'm sure Lee's happy about that, considering he top-8'd the Pro Tour with the stack.
Yeah, he's got to be. Now, how's this matchup in your mind, Ben?
I think it really favors him. We saw him beat Godenis in a very similar matchup. And, I mean, if you look at Panagiotis' deck, he has very little pressure. His deck has a very good late game, but not a better late game than going infinite, effectively. So, I mean, I think this is a matchup that really favors Lee in the combo deck.
So we're in the last round of action here at the World Magic Cup before we cut to our top 8. And what that means is, because of pool play and the way that things have come out, this is a winning in, Randy.
Super clean. The winner goes to Sunday, the loser goes home.
Both of the teams are 1-1 in their pool. There's pools of 4 teams. They play each of the other 3 teams once in a round robin style. So this is the third of those matches. And like Randy said, super clean.
Yeah, the South Koreans are the other team in this pod that has already advanced. And the Israelis, to the shock of everyone, are out.
I'm shocked.
I am too. I really thought Shahar was going to be going for the double tomorrow.
When you told me that, Randy, I said, wait, what?
Yeah.
You mean out of that match?
They're 0-2.
And that was it.
They've just been really high in the standings the whole tournament.
Yeah, they were first for a while. Okay, well, in the meantime, Li Shitian has started things out decently here with, well, so Cividis wastes no time with the Thoughtseize. I respect how quickly these players are playing as Jeskai Ascendancy hits the graveyard there for Li Shitian thanks to the Thoughtseize from Cividis, leaving Shitian with a pretty unremarkable hand here, a pair of lands and a Rattleclaw Mystic to join his Sylvan Caryatid on board. But as you mentioned a minute ago, Ben, it's hard for Cividis to really capitalize on setting Li Shitian off balance like this.
He doesn't have enough of a clock, so Lee would have to whiff for a very long time. Lee has a lot of turns to draw into a dig through time, or just naturally, another Jeskai Ascendancy. I mean, he has ways to find it, Tormenting Voice, Commune the Gods, just basically all the time in the world to set up this infinite combo, which, Panagiotis really can't stop. On the other hand, Thoughtseize is probably Panagiotis' best card because a lot of those combo pieces have to stay in Lee's hand. He doesn't have anywhere to hide them. So if Panagiotis can, Thoughtseize the Jeskai Ascendancy here, find another Thoughtseize maybe by the mid to late game and keep him off his combo, he could win the game.
Yeah, one of the best ways we've seen Li Shitian play around that kind of thing is by playing dig through time on end step to try to find 2 pieces, but that can be a pretty big ask. It's not easy to do it, where the way it normally plays out is that Li will have 1 or 2 pieces in his hand, needing to find another one, and that's where the Thoughtseize can really come break things up. So Li Shitian has a very clear route to victory here, though. He just needs to assemble the pieces as quickly as humanly possible. And he's not going to face too much resistance as far as anything other than Thoughtseize goes. So it's just really a matter of time here, and he's going to get quite a bit of it.
Yeah, also, when we saw Lee play against Godenis was playing just black-green, just like we just saw Owen playing. And that deck is considerably slower than this 3-color Sultai Sidisi Whip deck. Sidisi is not that slow.
The actual card Sidisi.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not blinding aggression, but it's very likely to put 5 power into play on the 4th turn. So it could present a real clock. Maybe not a super fast clock, but at least a real one where Lee will have to find his combo in only a couple of turns.
That's a great point. This one definitely has the ability to get out ahead. In the meantime, Li Shitian is going to have to settle for attacking for 2 with a Morph. Not exactly where he wants to be. Yeah, this deck's plan B is not amazing. And he's really going to need to dig. And, all right, well, there's Sidisi. You just mentioned her. The Brood Tyrant herself, but actually whiffed. She did not hit a creature.
And not only did she whiff, do you see what she did hit?
Land, I think?
Land, Thoughtseize, I think.
Oh. That's a little sigh of relief there for Li Shitian, but he can't find anything. Now, you'll also see him make sure he keeps some amount of cards in his hand in case he does find an Ascendancy, because he's going to need loot fodder. He's going to need things to discard to that loot effect. You can take a look at Cividis' hand here. Hero's Downfall. That can interrupt some parts of the combo, though with a Sylvan Caryatid already on board, it's unlikely to do much, outside of maybe crimping a little bit of mana here for Tien. But as you can see, Panagiotis has decided that he really wants to try to solidify his board state more ahead of time. Is he going to play another Sidisi here? He is. He's just going for it. I mean, this is the fastest possible clock he can get if he can hit a zombie token here, and he does.
And it's the right play if he doesn't have anything better to do. Better to make a 2-2 and, keep accelerating that clock.
Yeah, his hand is double Whip of Erebos. Those aren't doing much here, and a Hero's Downfall, again, isn't doing much either, so may as well.
Well, I might have played Whip. He did have 2 Soul of Innistrades in his yard, I believe. So whipping those into play might be better than just making a 2-2.
Take 2 time. Okay. 14.
Which is all he netted out of the deal.
I would do the second Sidisi in this matchup if I had nothing else to do. Lee's deck doesn't really have ways to remove Sidisi, so it's not like you need the second one in your hand in case he kills the first one. All you're really trying to do if you're Panagiotis is present the fastest clock you can.
All right.
In this case, I think he should have just put out the whip.
All right, so here's Tormenting Voice, though, off the top for Li Shitian. And he's going to try to find some combo pieces. Can he do it? No, I think he found an Altar of the Brood. Is he on that plan?
That's his kill, yeah.
That's his kill condition?
It's the same kill from the Pro Tour.
From the Pro Tour, yeah. I remember Luis Scott Vargas was playing that version.
Yeah, that was Channel Fireball's kill as well.
Yeah.
Well, Lishi was actually using a Nissa at the Pro Tour. I think he switched to the Channel Fireball's kill.
He's kept it in his hand.
It's kind of a backup plan, though, anyway. More often than not, when you go off, if you have a single creature that can attack like a Rattleclaw, you can just kill them with that because you can bounce all their permanents. And even if you don't, you can realistically bounce their creatures and set up a board state where the next turn you're going to have multiple things out and can bounce everything else. It does look sweeter, though, when you finish them off immediately.
Sure.
I think it's worth having a one-of just to get you out of various situations, and that's all it is in the deck is a one-of.
It's kind of interesting. He's decided to keep it in his hand here because I think it just helps out Savidis just by being on the battlefield.
It's not even that bad a one-of kill condition in the deck. This is why Channel Fireball liked it, because if you have 2 mana producers out with a Jeskai, you can go off using the Altar. You can just keep bouncing it with the Retraction Helix instead of a 0 mana artifact. It just requires you to have either 2 Jeskai Ascendancies or 2 mana producers, which happens a surprisingly large amount of the time because you're trying to find all these different combo pieces. So a lot of times you have 2 of one.
That makes a lot of sense.
I believe that's why they chose Altar over things like Nissa. I don't know, why Lee chose Nissa. I think it's probably a more powerful win condition, and maybe it could have some effect on games while you're not going off.
The Shijian only has 2 of the free artifacts in his deck. 1 Astral Cornucopia, 1 Briber's Purse. I think part of that is, as you say, the Altar can play that role in a pinch.
And he also plays Dragon Mantles, which can also play that role.
Right.
These are big draw steps here for Li Shitian. He really needs to get something moving forward, and he just can't. He finds another land here as well. What's the ideal draw here for him, Ben? Is it a dig through time or just finding an Ascendancy right away?
No, it's a dig through time. I mean, he needs multiple cards. It's a 4-card combo, and he's only got 2. So he needs to find both Retraction Helix and Jeskai Ascendancy.
And he has nothing going forward at the moment. He's doing some thinking. He's got to make sure that he has the mana to do the things that he wants to do if he were to draw a dig through time. And he ends up just passing the turn back. Savidis has definitely put up a decent board state here. He's got 8 power on the battlefield right now. And he's looking to add to it this turn.
Savidis has been holding Hero's Downfall the whole game, too. I mean, killing the Mystic isn't awesome, but it could be relevant.
Yeah, it's a play worth making.
It's just a question of whether it's worth spending mana on. He hasn't run out of other things to do.
You see Li Shitian blocking the Satyr Wayfinder there just to play around Doomwake Giant.
Right.
It doesn't really stop Lee.
Well, the fact that he's right now got the Altar and nothing else, so he actually needs the 2 mana creatures with his current hand.
Well, you can still keep draw 1, discarding 1, just breaking even when you play the Altar, not netting mana. And you can just keep milling until you find your 0, and then you play that and start making infinite mana and going from there.
You mean keep looting until you find your 0?
Yeah, keep draw 1, discard 1, looting, as we call it. So he really, even without this Rattleclaw Mystic, can go off if he top decks Dig Through Time. The thing is, he does need 2 combo pieces, so it's pretty much only Dig Through Time that he can draw here.
He's under a lot of pressure here, too. He is all the way down to 5.
I guess, or Tormenting Voice. But if he drew that, discarded 1, and drew both combo pieces off Tormenting Voice, that would be incredible.
That would be pretty insane. So here's Commune with the Gods.
You also take away a couple mana if you kill the Mystic.
Oh yeah, I'm not disagreeing. He should kill the Mystic here because for all we know, he's going to dig into Commune with the Gods or the other card, just a Tormenting Voice. You know, I mean, more mana lets him do more digging.
He didn't do it.
Rattleclaw Mystics face up.
That is, he could have done it upkeep. Chose not to.
Yeah, he should have Hero's Downfalled it because more mana can mean more digging, even if it doesn't completely lock him out.
I mean, I guess he's got the ability to activate Whip with his mana. No, the Caryatid has Summoning Sickness. Never mind.
Nice sorcery speed anyway, but...
Oh, yeah, of course, of course.
I don't know, the Commune can only get, what, lands, creatures, and enchantments?
There's the diggy one.
Just creatures and enchantments? So, I mean, I don't think...
He found one piece with a Dragon Mantle, but unfortunately the Retraction Helix and a Dig Through Time sitting in the graveyard.
So I was about to say there's no one card he can commune into to win the game because he needs Retraction Helix and Jeskai Ascendancy. However, if he Dragon Mantles, he can still find Dig off the mantle. He might be getting low on mana now. Definitely wouldn't have had enough mana if Panagiotis had used that Hero's Downfall. Like you suggested, Randy.
It's getting interesting. Use the floating red. He's trying to figure out, wait a minute, am I going to die next turn? Currently, yes. Currently, no, right?
Yeah, currently, no.
Actually, it takes 4.
But we know something gets whipped back. He's got souls and
so
various things in the yard.
We're back onto yes again. Blocks 5, takes 3. It's going to have to be something with 2 power or greater. That doesn't seem difficult to find.
So he has 4 mana left, plus the mana in his pool from the Rattleclaw Mystic. So if he was to Dragon Mantle the Caryatid and find the Dig Through Time, I think he still has enough mana to win the game. Of course, that means he has to top deck exactly Dig here, and then dig into Jeskai Ascendancy and Retraction. Not exactly the easiest feat in the world.
You have found a line, though, Ben. I am impressed by that.
Yeah, and all of that, we know the Rattleclaw Mystic will get Hero's Downfalled, so it will only be to break even while he's looting, and then he has to find his 0 before he mills too much. But knowing, well, actually, that's not really true, because knowing that he has the altar, he can just mill until he finds the 0, and then play the altar infinite times for the win. So, once he has the infinite... Actually, can he just play the altar and not... He might not even need to do that. He can just play the altar and break even, right? Yeah, so he wins the game if he finds the combo.
All right, so here we go.
Dig Through Time.
Dragon Mantle looking for dig, and he finds Yavimaya Coast, and that's going to do it. Panagiotis Savitas takes down his first game. On our table B, that's the middle table, Bill Chronopoulos with Timur Midrange also won his first game against Zhengmeng Kui, and we'll be back after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Start on your road to the Pro Tour in Vancouver next July by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 WPN locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information.
Back in the feature match area, we're going to jump down to Table A. That's the nearest one to the camera there. Gamma Ip from Hong Kong is facing down Socrates Rosakias. It's Mardu mid-range for Socrates, and Gamma's got Abzan aggro. And looks like they've whittled each other down to just 2 creatures left. The graveyards look quite full, but 2 pretty nice ones here. Butcher of the Horde versus Rakshasa Death Dealer. Wow, here's 8 damage coming in from the Rakshasa Death Dealer. This is why they love that so much at the Pro Tour with this Abzan aggro deck. It's good on turn 2, and look how in this late stage of the game, it's huge, dealing 8.
What a race.
Dropping Socrates to 3.
Gamma Ip sitting at 9. Socrates needs to find something to sack. He doesn't find it. He's got 2 lands in hand, and he's going to be in chump block mode here. Wow.
Yeah,
Death Dealer. Nice.
It sounds like Socrates almost had this locked up, but Sorin came down, gained a bunch of life for Gamma Ip.
Oh, yeah. ahead,
And you
Ben.
see with Gamma at 7, that was a really nice play, pumping the Rakasha all the way. He didn't have to leave up mana to be able to regenerate from, say, a Lightning Strike, because a Lightning Strike would just kill him, because the Butcher attack plus Lightning Strike.
Right. Don't bother playing around the thing that kills you anyway. Now, he does have to be a little careful here, but all he needs to do is make sure he gets enough to kill it, and check it out. 6/6 with regeneration mana available, and plus after the first pump resolves anyway, Lightning Strike doesn't matter, and 3 lands off the top means that Socrates, he's going to die here. Bang. 1 pump, and that's all he needs. And Gamma Ip takes down 1 game for Team Hong Kong. So 2 of the first 3 games went to the Greece side of things, but Gamma Ip takes 1 back for Hong Kong.
How about this Greek team, by the way? They came into today in 32nd. If you remember the sweat when we were unveiling the pods, right? They were the ones who pipped out Japan after we thought Yuya Watanabe had won his winning in. No, it was the Greeks who got in on Breakers in 32nd. Dead last, but they advanced through the first set of pods, and now here they sit in the second set, and they're ahead in this match, which is a clean win.
This is huge for Greece. Playing for top 8 here as well. Socrates, Panagiotis, and Bill.
That top 8, by the way, not just the ability to go win the World Magic Cup tomorrow, it's also Pro Tour invitations for all 4 of them.
This is a huge thing that I think gets overlooked sometimes here at the World Magic Cup, is that this is one route that we can get some of the lesser-known players onto the Pro Tour and let them try themselves out at the highest possible level. I'm glad you brought that up, Randy. All right, so players are looking at mulligans. We've kind of hit one of those gaps in the action here where all 3 tables are either shuffling or resolving mulligans. So we'll have just a minute before we actually have creatures hitting red zones or people going infinite or whatever. But in the meantime, again, we have Greece with 2 wins. That was Bill Chronopoulos and Panagiotis Savitas, both picking up their first wins with Sidisi Whip and Teamer Midrange. On the other side of the table, they beat Jeskai Aggro and Jeskai Ascendancy. An interesting decision from Team Hong Kong here in Team Unified Sealed to play 2 different Jeskai decks that don't really have a lot in common with each other.
It's pretty cool. You would think that they would at least share lands or something, but they really don't share much of anything. Jeskai Ascendancy is more of a green-based combo deck. You know, your mana is set so that you can cast Caryatid and Rattleclaw Mystic, and then, you know, you just kind of incidentally put the Ascendancy into play. Jeskai Aggro is a Jeskai deck, but it doesn't play Jeskai Ascendancy. So there's really very little to no overlap between those 2 decks.
It's really funny when you actually lay out the Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck. I did like a super deck tech with Luis Scott Vargas shortly after the Pro Tour. We had a Grand Prix. And it's really funny when you lay it out in front of you in cards because they're all blue and green and then they're splashing essentially for Jeskai Ascendancy. It just looks so out of place in that pile.
Yeah, the deck that the Jeskai Ascendancy combo actually competes with is Abzan. They don't get it is their Courser Caryatid deck. Like basically the way Team Unified Sealed works out, you get 1 Courser Caryatid deck. Theirs is the Ascendancy.
And so they have, their Abzan aggro deck is like fully powered then, right? I mean, it's not giving up anything.
Right. If you go with Abzan aggro, then okay, you didn't need the Caryatids.
And this is one split Nate specifically talked about when we discussed Team Unified Standard over lunch on the first day, because Abzan aggro uses Courser but not Caryatid, and Jeskai Ascendancy combo uses Caryatid but not Courser.
Oh, it just fits in beautifully there. Interesting find here from Team Hong Kong. I like this. On the other side, it was mid-range, mid-range, and more mid-range. Mardu mid-range, Sidisi Whip, and then Teamer mid-range as well. I kind of like the clean cut on the clans there, too. They're just like, one of each. No Jeskai, though.
Yeah, the clan cards are not under contention. Those tentpole cards that the decks get built around, you can have them. The tricky part is the monocolor cards.
This was a really interesting format for Team Unified Standard because it's a multicolored format. So every deck has a lot that it's for only it, and then there's a few cards that are key to all the decks that you kind of have to split 2-2, or you can't play those 2 decks. A lot more interesting than this format might be if, let's say, there was just a bunch of one-color decks or something like that that didn't really share anything.
Take a look over Bill Chronopoulos' shoulder there. They've got some cool jerseys made up for Team Greece there. And it looks like Zhang Mengqi has kept. Does Bill like the look of his opener? The longer he thinks, the more I think he likes it less, but he also might be talking himself into it. You never quite know.
Yeah, and sometimes you just sequence out your first couple turns. I don't think that's what's happening because he's showing it to a teammate, probably for mulligan advice.
Calling in the troops here to see what he...
But a lot of times if you have, say, 2 different 2-drops that it's going to be close which one to play on turn 2, it's good to think about that during the mulligan decision period so you don't give away on turn 2 that you had 2 different 2-drops in your hand.
He's going to take a mulligan. It just pained him. He did not want to take that mulligan there. He knows how important every single game is in this down the stretch here. We're in the 3rd match of pod play in the last section of the World Magic Cup here, and you just don't want to give away anything. They're playing for top 8.
You never want to mulligan. Obviously, playing for top 8, you want to mulligan even less than normal, but if you have to mulligan, it is a disadvantage.
And I believe he's going to 5. Did you guys see 6 or 7 cards in that opener, right? Couldn't quite tell. Maybe we'll find out in a second here, but...
Teamer's probably a deck that mulligans pretty well, though.
It can just sort of come up with the quick start, protect it for a couple of turns.
Yeah,
and
you're not an attrition deck at all. You have cheap, powerful spells. I mean, if your 5 still allows you to play out Mystic into Knuckleblade, Polychronos, does it really matter if you have 2 more cards in your hand or not? Probably. It's harder to do on a 6 or 5 card hand than on a 7, but if you can get it, you can certainly still play a top-notch game.
All right, he is going down to 5.
Yeah, and he is going to 5. There are decks that, it's a lot harder for them to win on a multi-5, decks like Scapeshift, because they need to piece together 7 mana, 8 mana, and the Scapeshift, so they need all of their resources. But for a deck like Teamer, it's just going to lower his chances at a good draw.
Right. All right, taking a look at the 5. He's got the help of his teammate there. And he's got a very mana-heavy hand, but it's hard to ship something like this back.
He's definitely going to keep this. He's got turn 1 Mystic, and then he's just got draw steps to provide him with the Knuckleblades and Polychronoses and things of that nature that he needs to draw into.
Oh, he's got a Stubborn Denial off the top. He's got to consider if he wants to leave it up. He doesn't actually even play the Mystic here. He wants to play the Frontier Bivouac first. Kind of interesting, because he did have a Yavimaya Coast that he could play the Mystic off.
That's a great play, though, because now he can play the Mystic with the Stubborn Denial up and counter Lightning Strikes, Magma Jets, something like that would kill the Mystic. I don't know how much he cares about the Mystic, but, especially if it happened to be a Magma Jet, which Jeskai aggro does traditionally play, you don't want to let them get 2 Scry and take off your guy. Maybe they need that Scry to find land or something like that. This does give him one way to gain an advantage in this game.
Right, so he passes the turn back, and I think we're going to see a Goblin Rabble Master. There's also the opportunity here for Zhang, if he finds it better, to play Brimaz.
Yeah, unfortunately, Stubborn Denial doesn't stop either Rabble Master or Brimaz.
Does not. So which one's the play here?
I would probably play the Rabble Master just to get the guaranteed 1/1 token and get things going. There's some shot that if you play Brimaz, it dies on your opponent's next turn.
Pretty tough to kill.
It is very tough to kill, and that is a very low shot.
Yeah, Stoke the Flames is the only thing that jumps to mind.
It could also get blanked by like a Polychronos or something. I tend to want to just get my Rabble Master tokens when I can, but I don't think it's a big difference, and I definitely won't fault Zhang either way.
Yeah, looks like he takes the Ben Stark line here, gets a Goblin going. I mean, we've seen this time and time again. He knows his opponent's on 5 cards and had, not exactly a blazing start here. And a card like Goblin Rabble Master gets out of hand so quickly.
Right, Rabble Master is one of those cards that when you play it turn 3, if they stumble at all, it ends the game very quickly, compared to Brimaz, which could still be effective as the last card you play.
That's right. All right, so justice is served. Bill Chronopoulos finds Savage Knuckleblade off the top of his library here, and he is going to get to affect the board in a meaningful way. Is he the aggressor with a Goblin Rabble Master already out? Does he just have to leave it back for blocks?
He's in a really tough spot. Down so many cards, he can't really afford to trade with this Knuckleblade with this Rabble Master. On the other hand, it's not a race he's winning.
Yeah, it's just tough either way, huh?
I would probably attack, honestly, just on the hopes that next turn I could maybe, muster some kind of defense. I don't think he can win this game if he trades it. Actually, well, he can eat a 1/1 token with it, so he shouldn't attack. He can just block a 1-1 and take the 4 from Rabble Master. But I don't think he should trade this Knuckle Blade for this Rabble Master. I don't think that's a game he could win.
Okay, he has kept up Stubborn Denial, which is now a hard counter for non-creature spells.
Right, this was definitely the right play, because if you attack, you don't have Stubborn Denial
Not
to beat
at
it.
all. Nope.
Right, so this is the right play, but I believe the right play is just to block a 1-1 and not to trade with the Rabble
I think it's
Master.
going to work out. I think that Zhang... he found a second copy of Goblin Rabble Master. Never mind.
Oh, and it looks like one of the few cards Bill has drawn this game is a Timor Charm. So he would have probably made the play I was saying. Now, he's probably still going to just block a 1-1, but I don't know. He has to deal with both Rabble Masters.
Yes, he does. And you're right. It is a Timor Charm. Zhang's got Banishing Light in his hand.
5, 6, 7.
Ugh, takes 7. Grease takes a big hit.
He's not that far out of it. He has the Timor Charm to deal with one of the Rabble Masters. He has the Knuckle Blade to potentially deal with the other, or to at least eat a 1-1. And he's got the Stubborn Denial to stop Vanishing Light. So, I mean, he's on his back foot. But, you know, if he does keep drawing spells, this is not impossible.
It's going to be really interesting. He's found a Rattleclaw Mystic, which can also trade for the Rabble Master.
And it looks like that's what he's going to decide now. Do I gain extra value by using this Timor Charm to do it, or by playing the Rattleclaw Mystic and using that to trade with a Rabble Master?
Looks like Chronopolis' teammate, Rosakius, has also mulliganed to 5 as well. So a tough set of games here for the Grease team.
Yeah, but we did see them win game 1 in that other match.
They're up 2-1 coming into this second little series here. So yes, you are right. And looks like Timor Charm is going to take down one of the 2 Rabble Masters right now. He's not going to fuss around, and he's going to pass the turn back. Now, if Zhang gets a little bit frisky here and goes for that Banishing Light,
we could see a swing.
We could see a swing.
It gets Stubborn Denialed. He can eat a 1-1 or trade with the Rabble Master. I'd probably still just eat a 1-1 and get low. I'm not really trying to... Well, it's going to take him a while to win this game, so he can't get too low, because you could, even though you're not trying to beat much if you're in Bill's position, you can only give Zhang so many draw steps, you know, with you at 3 life.
To find Stoke the Flames and Lightning Strike.
Yeah. So maybe he just goes ahead and trades with the Rabble Master this turn, and then he's got a morphed Rattleclaw Mystic blanking the 1-1s in play. And then, you know, his deck has the more powerful spells, aside from maybe Dig, maybe a Sarkin. But Savage Knuckle Blades, Pelucrinoses, Ashclad Phoenixes, Timor tends to have considerably more powerful spells than Jeskai.
All right, so red zone happening here. And, yeah, he's going to take that same line, the first one you mentioned, Ben. He's going to block a token, take another huge chunk of damage. He knows he's way far behind. He's doing everything he can to scrap into this, as Zhang has found another powerful spell in Sarkon the Dragon Speaker off the top of his deck here. He's saving that for next turn, and he's going to play Brimaz, King of Oreskos, this turn. And Zhang has just kept so far ahead at every single step here. Bill has never really been able to get his footing. He's made a game of it.
It's still a game. He's got the Stubborn Denial to stop the Sarkin, and he's got the Rattleclaw Mystic to trade with the Rabble Master. So the Knuckle Blade stopping Brimaz. So it's still a game. He's clearly got his back to the wall. He clearly can't beat much else, and he has to keep drawing some spells. But he's not dead on board, and he's not even dead on board plus what's in Zhang's hand. This is still a game.
Bill Chronopolis scrapping it out here. He won the first game, so he's actually looking to close out the match for his country here. Face up Rattleclaw Mystic. So he wants to trade that for the Rabble Master. He also plays an Elvish Mystic face up. Sorry, not face up. Just plays it from his hand and leaves himself with Yavimaya Coast.
And
to
now
cast that Stubborn Denial.
He really needs Zhang to, you know, flood out a little bit, because I think it's possible that he can beat both that Sarkin and that Banishing Light, but he can't beat much else.
All right, well, flood out part 1 from Bill Chronopolis' perspective is complete. Zhang drew an island for the turn. Savage Knuckle Blade. Used to getting in the red zone, but doing a noble job on defense here.
Yeah, and I really like casting Sarkhan from Zhang's perspective because there's a lot of spells he could draw next turn that will allow him to be able to do two things, the Banishing Light plus what he draws.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas Sarkhan uses virtually all his mana, and you can assume that either one is pretty much game-winning. I mean, it's possible that the Banishing Light gets worse if Bill has 3 mana up to return the Savage Knuckleblade, but, I mean, even if that's the play out, the Brimaz attacking, making a 1/1, the tokens, Bill really so far on, with his back against the wall. I think that would be fine. I think it's unlikely that would not be enough for Zhang to win. This is close though, because if the Sarkhan will be good on any turn, whereas the Banishing Light might not be as good on future turns.
Okay, well, he's going to play it right now, and you got to figure that Bill is going to stubbornly deny this.
It's definitely going to get countered. I think he has only one option to tap that Yavimaya Coast because the Rattleclaw Mystic's sick.
That does open up more outs, though, for his opponent, as going from 4 to 3 means the Lightning Strike comes into play here.
Right, he obviously wasn't happy about going to 3, but he didn't have a choice.
Right. You can see Zhang is lining up his perceived blocks from Bill.
It would be 6 attackers to 4, so it would guaranteed put Bill to 1, but the Knuckleblade would eat the Brimaz, the Rattleclaw Mystic would trade with the Rabble Master, and the 2 1/1s would trade with 1/1s, making the board, 2 1/1s against Knuckleblade.
So, but what's happened here is it looks like Zhang just made his Goblin token and attack just with those. He's left back the Goblin Rabble Master and Brimaz.
It's a totally reasonable play, because even though he would get Bill to 1, he would lose both his Rabble Master and his Brimaz, and it would only end up 2 creatures to 1. So that's not really that commanding a position, and I'm not sure that you want to throw away Brimaz and Rabble Master just to do that.
Yeah, he's also punishing Bill for having to play the Rattleclaw Mystic face up as opposed to as a morph face down to leave mana up for Stubborn Denial there, as Bill's reluctant to trade it off, and he's going to send away his 2 of his elves, and the Savage Knuckleblade's going to eat one of the other goblins. So Chronopolis takes 1 deep breath at 3 life as he's drawn a Shivan Reef for the turn, passes the turn back, and it is another land.
Well,
but is Sarkhan just going to finish him off here
I was going to
anyway?
say, Bill doesn't know that Zhang has Sarkhan, but
Yeah.
we know that Zhang has Sarkhan.
And here comes the big boy. Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker is good enough here for Zhang Mengqi, and he's going to even things up with Bill Chronopolis.
And this is actually why I like casting the Sarkhan last turn, because let's say that Bill had drawn a counterspell to answer a spell this turn. Zhang can't cast Sarkhan in another spell, but he could have cast Banishing Light and a second spell this turn had he drawn one. If Bill drew nothing, you can see Banishing Light would have been good enough here.
Yeah, and it wasn't. So Bill Chronopolis falls in that one to Zhang, and that's an evened up match now. So we're going to get a game 3 out of that one. Table C is Li Shitian. You can see that he was in the coach seat there for the middle table, and we're going to move down to table A, Gamma Ip playing Socrates Rosickeus, and right now Gamma is up a game in this match. So Hong Kong making a nice push here. If Gamma can finish off Socrates here, he could pick up the first match win for Hong Kong.
Looks like they're in an exciting top deck battle in the middle of the game here.
I love this. This is a great time to come in. Although I will say that, what are all the cards there? Oh, he's got reactive cards. Socrates has like, what, a pair of...
Chain of the Rocks.
He's got 2 Chain of the Rocks and 2 Glares. Is that what I'm seeing?
No, it's 1 Glare, 1 End Hostilities.
1 End Hostilities.
But those cards, especially End Hostilities, are traditionally good against this black-green Constellation deck.
And that Farika currently not active, so not pressuring
What a crazy
Socrates.
board state.
Yeah,
this
is
a
fun,
weird
huh?
board state, huh? Couple of lands off the top here since we've joined for Socrates.
Yeah, I mean, it's 11 lands to 6. You'd think the odds-on deck would just be getting crushed because it's flooded out.
He's got 2 lands in hand, too.
Yeah, but the 5 bonus spells that Socrates has, I guess this is a mulligan to 5 for Socrates, to be fair. So he's only up 3 cards, but they're all reactive cards. It's one of the dangers with the Mardu deck. If you take out too many of the threats, you just can't actually win the game.
Yeah, that was a problem the Jeskai deck had also, but Dig Through Time often bailed you out in those spots.
Yeah, that's not something Mardu has access to.
No, we've seen this Mardu mid-range deck pivot into a controlling list pretty often post-sideboard, and yeah, it looks like he's done just that, though. What does the endgame look like from here? I mean, we don't know exactly what he took in or out, but what's the normal...
Butcher.
Butcher? You find a Butcher and clean up with that?
Sometimes they play a few 5s. You know, 2 copies of
Wingmate
Sarkin.
Rock or something?
Yeah, it can be Sarkin, it can be Wingmate Rock, Stormbreath Dragon. They don't usually play too many, but they do usually play 1 or 2 5s. And then their 4, as Randy said, is always a staple 4 of 4 Butcher of the Horde.
Yeah, his main has a couple of Wingmate Rocks, 2 Sarkans. That's the top of his curve.
So he has 2 Sarkin, 2 Wingmate Rock?
Yeah.
So that's a lot of endgame. So he's actually, you know, not in that bad of a spot.
Who knows how much of it is still in the
deck,
deck, though, right?
Yeah.
3 Elspeths in the sideboard, too.
Take a look at his hand. He is prepared for anything. Now, is Farika doing anything here?
No, not at the moment, but, you know, if a creature died, it would turn it into a 1/1 death touch.
If one of Gamma's creatures died.
Right.
So, does that mean that Socrates can just sit on Utter End and not worry about it for now?
Yeah, he might choose to utter end it before a creature would go to the graveyard, but there's no reason to utter end it right now.
Ooh. There's a pair of decent cards there for Gamma Ip. He's got Rakshasa Death Dealer and a Wingmate Rock in his hand right now. Though it does feel like getting that Wingmate Rock into raid status is going to be quite a chore here against Socrates with that handful of removal.
Caught between a rock and a hard place because he knows if he's got removal and I play this rock, it's just going to die. But if I hold it trying to get a different creature online to get raid, that creature's just going to die. So kind of a bad spot either way.
Kind of a bad spot, huh?
Yeah. Oh, you have 7 cards in hand? Just what I wanted to hear.
But Seeker of the Way has finally showed up. And Gamma Ip is at 6 now. Like, this is actually a super relevant clock. Gamma might have to just run out the Wingmate Rock and you know, give up the dream of having raid. Oh, he found Glare of Heresy?
Yeah, he drew Glare.
Yeah, never mind.
Though one of the good things about running it out, he knows that Socrates has some removal, but he doesn't know that Socrates has a utter end to remove Farika, because that's a more specific card that he would have to have. And if you play the Wingmate Rock and it dies, you can turn it into a 1/1 death touch. That's not nothing.
True.
I think
Wingmate
that's a
Rock.
good reason to play it.
And Death Dealer. He decides to play them both in the same turn. Could have played them both last turn, could have played one and then the other.
This is kind of a weird sequence. I'm not really
I like the way
sure.
Socrates is actually going to wait for his turn to deal with those because he gets prowess triggers out of it. It actually speeds up the clock in a weird way.
It does. He also gets to use up those Chain of the Rocks in his hands if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, he could go chain, utter end.
Yeah, you kind of figure that Glare, though, is a... Like, what else does it hit that these other cards don't? Like, you kind of want to get those more situational ones out while you have a target, right?
Yeah. He's almost certainly going to use Glare here on the Wingmate Rock and Chain on the Rakasha Death Dealer, I think. I mean, that's what he should do.
Can he actually get 4 prowess triggers out of this turn? And win the game?
Oh, wow. But even if he could, do you just go for it? Do you just burn,
I don't know.
Burn your 4th one?
Because you're burning a couple of extra... Okay, Chain of the Rock's your Death Dealer.
Right. Now, as we said, he should Glare of Heresy the Wingmate Rock.
Yeah, get rid of that.
Oh, I guess he's just going to Chain to the Rocks it.
He's going to chain it. So the Seeker of the Way is up to 4/4 with lifelink. And that's going to drop Gamma Ip down to 2.
It seems like the right line. Keep the utter end in case something else goes wrong. Freak is not actually doing anything yet. Your clock is lethal next turn.
Right, I like the line. I'm not trying to burn a bunch of spells just to lethal if you have nothing. I pretty much like everything except I would have glared the Wingmate Rock instead of chaining it.
I take back this.
And speaking of Glare of Heresy,
Remove the chain to the rock, chain this.
remove to Chain of the Rocks to get back his Rakshasa Death Dealer.
And we know he has Utter End also, but if he didn't, that guy can't be glared.
Yeah, see, that could have come back to bite him. It looks like it won't here, though. Wow, Elspeth off the top, too. So there's his late game. Like we were talking about earlier, these Mardu mid-range decks can commonly pivot into a much more controlling build, and Elspeth is a big part of the finish.
Control Seeker looks like it's going to get there.
It looks like Seeker of the Way, backed up by infinite removal spells, is going to be enough here, though.
Even though Seeker, maybe not a control card, it is good in a deck with a lot of spells as opposed to a deck with a lot of creatures.
So I'm a big fan of the card.
Yeah, me too. It was awesome for me in the Jeskai deck.
Lining up Utter End.
Oh, he wants to make sure that he's not going to have to deal with the Farika activation
and
that he
Utter
doesn't
End is
see
removed
coming.
from game.
Yeah, everything he has exiles. Chain, Glare, Utter End. And that's going to do it. Attack for the...
we missed a card.
There's one. Hero's Downfall for Gamma Ip. He says, we're not done yet.
Plan B.
But we might be. So here comes
good
Elspeth.
plan B.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. So Elspeth, Sun's Champion, comes down, makes 3 soldier tokens. Gamma Ip at 2. So any one creature isn't going to do it here. Siege Rhino wouldn't be bad.
No, Siege Rhino keeps him alive.
And that one doesn't. He finds Fleecemane Lion and concedes the game. So
on to game 3?
We're going to get a game 3 there. That's right, Randy. Socrates Rosickeas has equalized. We have a game 3 coming on table B as well between Zhang Menghui and Bill Chronopoulos. And Li Shitian lost his game 1 against Panagiotis Savidis. So we're back up there. That's Li Shitian you see on the left-hand side. And I believe we are in the middle of going off here, Ben.
Hello.
Yeah. You can see him going off with a Dragon Mantle. Since he has 2 mana guys and 2 Jeskai Ascendancies, he can cast 1 mana spells over and over and over again, bounce them and recast them, bounce them and recast them, make infinite mana, draw infinite cards because he draws a card every time he casts one of those Dragon Mantle.
So what are we looking for to finish it off? Like, what's going to actually prompt the concession here from Savidis?
He doesn't actually need anything. Oh, he doesn't have Retraction Helix yet. He's digging at the moment. We just tuned in, so we assumed he was going infinite. And he kind of is, but it's not actually infinite at this point. At this point, right.
He's making a lot of mana and a lot of untaps.
Yeah, at this point, he still needs to find the Retraction Helix for it to be infinite.
So 2 triggers, digging, looting. So it's the Helix that he's searching for here.
Yeah.
Wow, this is turn 4 too. Right? Panagiotis just has 3 tapped lands and an Ashiok.
And I think he's found both pieces?
So, I mean, his kill is just attacking with the Rattleclaw Mystic.
Yeah, and if he just shows the Mystic in the altar here, this should get a concession.
There it is.
Just
Retraction Helix.
Just the Mystic. He doesn't even need to show the altar. Just the Helix means after making infinite mana, making his guys infinitely large, he can just attack, as you said, with the Rattleclaw
Okay, so
Mystic.
Li Shitian wins his game to equal things up.
They're
We're all
also
equaled
headed to
up.
game 3.
All 3 game 3s now.
Oh, is it 3 game 3s?
Yes, all
Wow.
3 of them are going to be going to game 3, and it doesn't get any tighter than this, guys. We are looking, remember, the weight on the shoulders of these players. They're playing for top 8 in the World Magic Cup. This is a win in it.
Exciting stuff.
Also a Pro Tour qualifier.
Pro Tour qualification for the players. Hong Kong versus Greece. Go ahead, Ben.
I was just saying Li Shitian building quite a resume. He just got his 3rd Pro Tour top 8. Looking at a World Magic Cup top 8 if he can win this.
So this is Zhang Menghui versus Bill Chronopoulos on our middle table. Teamer mid-range on the right. We saw him kind of, the idea with the Teamer deck is to get ahead, stay ahead, and he was behind and stayed behind. Unfortunately, he mulliganed to 5 and got kind of ran over. And Magma Spray killed a Rattleclaw Mystic this game, and now a solid follow-up play here for Meng. He's got Mantis Rider. Here's 5 mana, though. Stormbreath Dragon. And he put it into play, tapped and attacking there, but now he's actually considering, do I actually want to try to block here? And the answer is no. It has protection from white, so the Mantis Rider can't jump in front. He could keep it back indefinitely.
Yeah, it's 4 damage for 3 damage. You never know if it's going to get Stoke the Flames or something like that. Probably better to just get in the 4 here. Also, if they race, Stormbreath Dragon can sometimes end races in a hurry with its monstrous ability. That's still a few turns away, though.
Okay, Mantis Strider hits the red zone once again. Bill Chronopoulos down to 13. I see that there's a Brimaz in hand for Zhang, but he can't cast it right now. I think he's going to have to settle for a Seeker of the Way instead.
Not a great turn 4.
Yeah, that's a pretty big downgrade over casting Brimaz for the turn. His mana betraying him a little bit there. He does have it for next turn, thanks to the Mystic Monastery, but you know, this is shaping up to be quite a tempo game. And there's Magma Spray to take down Seeker of the Way. And it looks like Meng is posturing a little bit as if he has his own Magma Spray, but he doesn't. Oh, wow. Very aggressive play here for Bill Chronopoulos. He is going to bestow Boon Satyr onto his dragon. 8?
Nice.
As in 1 turn you're dead?
He just assembled Voltron.
He certainly did.
Sarkin can't kill it.
Yeah, it's also 6 toughness.
Right. Mantis Rider, Stoke the Flames and Sarkin can't kill it. Jeskai Charm and Mantis Rider can't block it or target it.
And yeah, exactly, Randy. Wow. Like, did he just seal the deal there?
I think so. I think so.
Another Mantis Rider doesn't help. Sarkon doesn't help. Brimaz certainly isn't what you want. And he's got an Arc Lightning in his hand. That doesn't do anything here either.
I think he's got this.
Wow. Bill Chronopoulos plays 2 spells in 1 turn and completely changes the dynamic of this game in his favor in a massive way.
Showing off the power of Teamer, making Brian Kibler smile.
Can almost see a smile there from Bill. And why not? He looks like he's on the verge of winning. And he's probably going through his head and thinking, well, what cards actually deal with this? And I just can't think of one that Zhang could have. I mean, when you take out all the white cards in one big swath, it doesn't leave much left over, excuse me.
I know they're playing for a lot. I'm not saying he should concede as opposed to making him attack, but this game is over. I mean, there's just...
He knows it too. You see the confident hands there of Bill Chronopoulos. He says, I will attack you on my turn. He even hits the table with his fist because he knows that he has just brought Greece 1 step closer to the top 8. The first match is in, and it's for Greece. So we have 2 other games playing, and they're both game 3s. All right, we're going to jump down to Gamma Ip playing Abzan Aggro versus Socrates Rosickeas playing Mardu Midrange. And it looks like we're on turn 3 here. So right now, Socrates knows that he is playing to get his team into the top 8, and Gamma Ip has to win this game, or they're not in. Anafenza the foremost hits the red zone. Here's Rakshasa Death Dealer.
Yeah, interestingly, Socrates does not want help from his teammates. The Hong Kong team is all over there, but the Greeks are staying away. Their teammate doesn't want to be distracted.
Ironically, I kind of agree with that in general. I mean, every person is different, but I personally am not great at helping people during team matches or receiving help.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to be left in my zone to focus on my match when I play.
Okay, attack. Gamma Ip battles in here for 7 damage at the minimum. As Socrates has really, again, pivoted into that control deck, and it might not be working out for him, though I think he's got Crackling Doom here.
Yep.
This was a mistake,
Was this a mistake?
Though.
He should have done this before attacks, right?
Right. It's just an extra counter on that Rakasha Death Dealer.
Uh-oh, maybe he could have had one of his teammates point that out. As you see, Gamma Ip not shy of receiving help on his end. He's got his entire team behind him.
Yeah, and perhaps the difference here, with a player like Li Shitian on your team, you're looking for assistance. Perhaps Socrates, one of the stronger players on his team.
That could be absolutely the case. I'm actually surprised that more teammates don't say, I'd prefer to just play alone. Like, I've seen people get completely off-tracked by people helping them where they would have just done fine on their own.
Yeah, like I said, definitely something I agree with, but everyone's different.
Everyone's different. So, but it does resolve, so he does get to ultimately kill. He gives up a damage and a counter here, though, that might come back to haunt him later. We'll see. Again, you know, the thing that we've seen from Socrates post-board here is that he's the control deck. He's just trying to answer all the threats. Right now, he's played 3 spells, 2 removal spells and a card draw spell, right? What does that remind you of? That's a control deck. So what's Gamma's follow-up play? Nothing?
Well, he's stuck on 3 lands.
that could be bad. If Socrates has another card like, well, any removal spell here that doesn't care about regeneration, he could have fully stabilized here.
Yeah, and if not, he might just have some nice things to play. Rabblemaster, Butcher of the Horde. There's a lot of powerful cards in this Mardu deck.
Yeah, he finds a Rabblemaster, but it's immediately met with a Bile Blight, and you could almost sense the relief from Gamma Ip that he got to do something that turn.
Yeah, if that was a Butcher of the Horde, this would be way worse for Gamma.
Gamma draws his card for the turn, attacks for 3. So this is now 2 extra damage that Socrates has taken. And it's a pair now of pretty difficult to deal with Death Dealers, but just as I say that, End Hostilities takes them both down in one fell swoop. Wow.
Yeah, Socrates actually declined to play Butcher of the Horde last turn because he was setting up the End Hostilities.
And that's very smart, and he got the 2 for 1 there.
And I think we're going to see Elspeth here. Okay, there it is. Elspeth, Sun's champion. The judge has urged the Hong Kong team to make sure that they keep a reasonable game pace going. They've received a warning there. This is fairly common, I would say, at these type of events just because the team dynamic is sort of unique to this. It's not something we see every time. And there's Siege Rhino now for Gamma Ip. Remember, right now, Bill Chronopoulos has won his match. That means that if Socrates here can win this, he will put Greece into the top 8 of the World Magic Cup.
He minused it and killed the Siege Rhino. I like that. Now he can play the Butcher and give it haste. This is nice.
This is really nice. He's not playing against a red-based deck. He doesn't have to worry about getting burned out here.
Yeah, it's 3 5s and a Bile Blight for Gamma Ip, and he's only got 4 lands in play.
He's going to give it lifelink as well, it looks like. So he's going to hit for 6 in game 5, go back up to 10.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, I guess it's like chained Siege Rhinos that you're worried about at that point.
That play is close. I don't actually think I like it, but I guess he feels like he's in such a great position because if Gamma plays the first Siege Rhino, you still have the opportunity to do that next turn.
It does feel like that.
And if he doesn't play a Siege Rhino, you can attack for 2 and make 3 1/1s and play a Wingmate Rock.
It's not like it changes your clock, though.
But the thing is, since he has a Wingmate Rock and that gains life also, there's really no set of turns here that can be Siege Rhino, Siege Rhino.
All right, so in the meantime, though, Banishing Light takes down Butcher of the Horde. So that pressure is off, but the big pressure still sitting over there with sort of that sword spear. It's Elspeth, Sun's champion, ready to keep bringing more and more soldier tokens and more pressure, and the clock ever closer to victory for Greece. If he wins this match, Greece is in.
Triggering raid.
Triggering raid as well. This has to be it for Gamma Ip. He needs probably a card he doesn't have in his deck. He needs his own End Hostilities.
Yeah, and even that wouldn't remove Elspeth. There's not much you can do from this position.
The Greeks snuck into day 2 in 32nd place. They won the tiebreaker over Japan to get here. They got through the first set of pools.
Doomwake Giant clears out a bunch of soldier tokens. Are we delaying the inevitable here, though, if we're Gamma Ip? He's at 8.
Yeah, 5th land for Gamma Ip is definitely what he needed to draw. Feels like it's probably too late.
He is going to get to cast a Wingmate Rock. In the meantime, though, Socrates jumps back up to 12 life and hits for 6. Gamma Ip down to 2. I think the soldier tokens from Elspeth are going to be able to sneak by because Gamma
sneak by the Doomwake Giant.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
That
actually
is. Yeah, but I think it's the case. What Doomwake Giant? Chained to the rocks takes that out and probably takes out Hong Kong from the World Magic Cup. He's got 2 Bile Blights. Does that matter here, guys?
No, that's
Can't
not
even
enough.
cast him,
he needs
can
to
he?
cast too many spells.
Yeah.
And that's it. Greece advances to the top 8 of the World Magic Cup. Handshakes down in the feature match area as the elated Greek team congratulate each other. Hong Kong, a fantastic showing here. Just, I mean, 1 game short, maybe. 2 games short of making it into the top 8. Deep breath, gentlemen.
Yeah.
This is some intense stuff down in the feature match area for us. Congratulations to Greece, of course, for getting through. We know that you want to hear all about the updates. We've got a few of them in the booth, but we're not going to tell you. We're going to leave that, of course, up to Rich Hagan. Once he's ready at the news desk, he's going to be telling you everybody who made it into the top 8 as the results come in. He's looking at his iPad now, I can see him over there just refreshing and taking notes and all that kind of stuff. But, that is going to bring it to an end for us here in the booth, gentlemen. And World Magic Cup, how great.
Super exciting.
It was just one of the best tournaments for us to cover of the year.
Oh, this is a super fun day. It is every year. I think that this tournament has really taken its place. It's one of the highlights of the Magic year.
That's right. Now, looking forward, we're going to get a top 8. We know one of them, Greece.
Yep, they're in.
They're into the top 8 of the World Magic Cup. Tomorrow, it's a big day. We get to crown a world champion, and we get to crown our World Magic Cup champions as well. I know I can't wait. I'm sure you guys are in the same boat as me.
While Shahar Shenhar can't dream chase and win both, he's still going to try and be the first person to win 2 world championships.
Yeah, so that'll be great too. All right, enough of this. We've got all of the updates and everything from Rich Hagan at the news desk right now.
So much to Marshall and the guys there. All right, I've been joined by Nate Price, who's been watching a ton of the action out on the floor. So we're going to start by looking at Pool A. This featured Uruguay, England, Brazil, and Slovenia. Well, England completed the sweep. That was 3-0. Uruguay, they were like, yeah, we're done. So that's 3-0 England and Uruguay out. And then we had the winner of Brazil and Slovenia. And as you can see, Brazil have beaten Slovenia by 2-1. Slovenia fall to 1-2. Nate, just a couple of things. What happened in that Brazil match?
The real key moment came down at the very end of Willie Edel's match, actually. It was really appropriate to have him kind of be in control of his future, considering last year he was like knocked out playing for the playoff rounds again. And this time, the game all really came down to him. It was a dueling City whip matchup, and they both had City on the table. They both had a lot of stuff kind of gumming the board up. But Adel actually had the advantage because he managed to get like multiple copies over the course of the game of Ashiok into play. And Ashiok did what Ashiok does, slowly, bit by bit, getting rid of the library until Brazil managed to come away with the win.
Okay, so that guarantees that Brazil are through into the top 8. They join England emerging from Group A. Why don't we look at our second pool, Pool B. This was Israel, Greece, South Korea, and Hong Kong. Now, you've already seen there that Greece take the win over Hong Kong. They eliminate Hong Kong from proceedings. Greece will advance. They were 32 this morning. They were 15 this afternoon. They will be 7 or 8 maybe coming into the top 8, but they are in the top 8. Fantastic effort. Well done, Bill Chronopoulos, Socrates, Rosa Chaos, and the team. Israel at 0-3 are gone. We already knew that South Korea would emerge from that pool, and they've done so by 3-0. I'm going to take you on to Pool C then, and this of course featured the United States of America, and this is how it ended up. The United States, they got in at 4-3 overnight. They were a bottom seed this morning and made it in at 2-1. They made no mistakes this time, highlighted by that astonishing game 3 with no time left on the clock from Owen Turtenwald in the middle round against the Slovak Republic. But United States go to 3-0, a very clean group. The Slovak Republic, they were down to Mexico. Do you have anything on that one, Nate?
Yeah, actually, it started off with Ivan Floch. I actually walked over and he wasn't in the match anymore and was sitting off to the side coaching on the end. But time was running down. And this is when teams became incredibly critical. You could actually see Matej Zadokai standing over Gul'dan's shoulder, kind of giving as much advice and pushing the game through as fast as he possibly could. And he was almost on the ropes due to Marcelino Freeman's army of 1-1 tokens, but a Doomwake Giant combined with just an absolutely massive board ended up actually taking it on that side. And then the coolest part was right as extra turns had been called with, I think it might have been the second extra turn, Jan Tankani was playing the Jeskai Ascendancy tokens deck, managed to get in for a massive attack that involved 2 Jeskai Ascendancy triggers, include from Raise the Alarm, and then most importantly, Stoke the Flames, which went right to the face to make his entire team lethal.
Wow, great stuff. So let's just check out again then the results of Pool C. That means, by my reckoning, that the United States are through at 3-0. Slovak Republic advance at 2-1. There you see it, 1-2 for the Russian Federation. Well done to Dmitry Budikov, just 1 match short of the top 8. And Mexico, a great job, but in the end, in a utterly stacked final pool of the day. We said it was going to be terribly tough for them and that maybe they were the underdogs. Well, that's how it proved. They lost their 3 matches, but great job for pacing the field through much of this tournament. That just leaves Group D, and let's see what's happening there. Group D, so here are the results. Wow, the Netherlands fall to 0-3. They were pace setters through the first set of pool play this morning in sealed, but they have gone down to Serbia and Hungary and Denmark. And what that means is you see Serbia there are through at 2-1 with 6 points. That is certainly through. And then Denmark, they are at 2-0-1. So that takes them in. And the 1-1 for Hungary is not enough. So that's the pools. Shortly, we'll have the announcement of the top 8 teams here at the World Magic Cup. But over on the far side of the studio, there's a young man patiently waiting for us who's had a terrific weekend so far. Let's go over to Brian David Marshall and Martin Muller.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall here with Martin Muller from the Danish team that is going to be playing on Sunday. Martin, you are the national champion. You captained the team. Tell us about your squad that you had to work with for this event and how you guys did.
Yeah, I actually really liked our team because Thomas Enevoldsen, obviously a good player, won a GP in last year. Simon Nielsen is one of my very good friends. So,
which is nice when you're preparing together.
Exactly. Also, he puts a lot of work into preparing for Magic events, but sometimes playing a little dirty deck. So
you called him something of a hipster deck builder.
Exactly. So now we forced him to play real decks, and that obviously helped a lot. And Lars Birk, I actually didn't know that much before, but I know he had played like 15 years or something, so that is also, so I kind of like all our players.
What decks did you guys bring to Unified Standard? What are we going to see from the Danish team on Sunday?
Yeah, we played Blue-Black Control, Mardu, Token, Midrange, whatever, and Absent Web deck. So like the Absent Web deck was actually something we worked a little on, and then we saw at the World Championship, I can't remember who played it, but the one that played it, and also it fits pretty good with Blue-Black Control because it's an absent deck which is like C-Triangle pretty strong, but doesn't require Hero's Downfall. So, and the Blue-Black Control deck needed all the Hero's Downfalls.
Right.
So that made, but also I think our team were pretty good because like we all live like a 1 hour drive from each other, and it is like the same time zone as friends, so I think we had a little edge there.
Excellent. So tell us a little bit about how your event went. Tell us about, you have Team Sealed, then you have Team Unified Standard, then Team Sealed, then Team Unified Standard. How did you guys fare throughout the 2 days?
We started 2-1 in Team Sealed with, I think, a pretty bad pool, so I was pretty, yeah. And then in Standard, we went, I think 2-2. We started out 2-0, and then we lost 2 tight matches, I think.
Oh, okay.
So next day was sealed again.
So you kind of snuck in the bottom of day 2.
I think we was on 3rd seed. So, and then day 2 we went 2-0 in sealed, and then we knew we were locked, but we also tried to win, and we lost a pretty tight match 3 in game 3. And then now it was Standard, and we won first against, was it Argentina? I can't remember, but at least we won 2-0 again, and then we knew we had to lose, and the Netherlands had to lose before we were out.
Okay.
And
I'm going to let you go out and celebrate with the team. We got some more team. We've got more results coming in, more teams to interview. Hang out for a second, because we're going to send it back to the news. Rich, congratulations, Martin.
Okay.
Yeah, congratulations to Denmark, Enevoldsen, Nielsen, Lars Birch and Martin Muller. They are through for certain. We've got someone else coming along in just a little bit. So just to fill you in on what's coming on Sunday, a lot of great stuff coming your way tomorrow. Not least, Hélène Bergeau, the Director of Global Organised Play, will be here at the news desk after the World Magic Cup final with a product announcement. So you can watch out for that. That's after the World Magic Cup final. So This is the running order for Sunday. You will see the 4 quarterfinals simultaneously of the World Magic Cup. We'll put one of those directly into the feature match area for you. We'll follow those up with the World Magic Cup semis, and those will run together simultaneously. One will be on camera, one you'll get updates from. Then it'll be the final of the World Magic Cup, of course, from the feature match area. Then we'll have that product announcement with Hélène and the award ceremony. Then we'll be into the World Championship. The 2 semi-finals will start off simultaneously. Will go between the 4 remaining competitors, Shahar Shenhar, Patrick Chapin, Kentaro Yamamoto, and of course Yuya Watanabe. And our very last match of the day and of Worlds Week will be the World Championship final. Well, someone who will hope to be all the way at least to the World Magic Cup final is Willie Adel, and he right now is over with Brian David Marshall.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall here with Willie Adel. Willie, you used one word to describe playing on Sunday. You said unbelievable.
It is really unbelievable. Like last year, we are so close, and we didn't. Like on the last match, on the last game, on the last match, and like I think I thought about that game and the whole situation, the whole match last year, every single day this year, and I wanted another shot, another chance. And here we are, like, we are top 8.
How much will this mean for Team Brazil and the Brazilian community if you can win the World Magic Cup?
I think it means, like, a lot. From the casual player to the most accomplished player, it's a lot. It's something Brazil never won. Like, we only been on the playoffs on the Worlds, like a team event once, like 2008 Memphis. And since then, we never got the chance again. And I think since it's the World Magic Cup, it's not a Pro Tour, it means that like anyone can do it. Like, we have 2 members in our team that never played a Pro Tour before. One of them, the World Magic Cup qualifier, was the first tournament he ever played that has more than 50 players.
Wow.
And he won. And now he was the top 8. So I think the message is clear. Like, if you want to be like a pro, if you practice, if you play a lot, if you believe, after all, I think you can do it. I think it's unbelievable for all Brazilians and for everyone.
I know you've talked a lot about fostering that next generation of Brazilian Magic players. How excited are you to be bringing 2 guys to the Pro Tour in February who who weren't qualified already?
That's amazing. Like, it was my first goal here was to lock Thiago Saporita Gold, and we needed a top 16 for it. My second goal was to qualify the other 2 for the Pro Tour, and we did it. Like, now we're just free rolling. Like,
you've just got 1 goal left.
Yeah, we just want to win. Like, we know that will be tough. Like, there's a lot of really strong teams there, but like we got everything besides winning that we ever wanted. Like, so winning is the last thing. Like.
All right, Willie, I'm going to let you go out and celebrate with your team. Congratulations. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Looking forward to seeing you in action on Sunday. We're going to send it back to Rich at the desk.
Bye-bye.
Fantastic stuff. Congratulations to Willie Adel for making it into the top 8 with Team Brazil. Thiago Saporito, Gabriel Fair amongst the teammates there. That's a wonderful story and a great job. He had a slightly disappointing World Championship. He would have loved to have been back trying to do the double. He will not, but he does have the chance to be a World Magic Cup captain and champion. So best of luck to him. A reminder that 9 a.m. is when we go on air here from Nice. You'll need to set your local time. If you're in Japan, it will be already be Sunday evening. For United States, you're going to be way back in the early hours of Sunday morning when we come to you. But 9 a.m. we will start with the World Magic Cup quarterfinals. Don't forget Hélène Bergeau at the end of the World Magic Cup with that product announcement. But now, once again, a new guest for Brian David Marshall. They keep on coming, and we go to the Slovak Republic and Ivan Flock.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall here with Ivan Flock. Ivan, you've already won the World Team Championship. I'm sure this is very dull to you, not exciting at all.
Oh, believe me, it's still exciting.
You guys were getting a little, kind of heated on your team as you came down the stretch there. It was getting a little, you guys were really feeling the pressure.
Yeah, well, it's because like I'm not the only good player on our team, as it was like last year. We are like more expensive players this year, and we are like not used to like getting told what to do in the game. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Tell us about the unbelievable top deck into a top deck that got you guys into the position to win here.
In the last match?
In that last match.
Okay, well, like the game was tight, and I think we were losing the potential of whip plus 2 siege rhinos in the graveyard. Like that's a lot of damage. Damage like both ways in life gain and lose life for us. And like we needed something, and we had a lot of tokens, and we like drew in Ascendancy. We drew the stock which we could play for free because a lot of tokens, the untap plus, and that was like very lucky to get that stock from the top. But well, who knows what will happen next turn? Maybe. Yeah.
You also had a match where you had 1 end hostilities.
Oh yeah, that was before I get into that match. I got there during the game 2, and I realized that he sided only 1, and the hostility matchup where he probably should side in all 3. And yeah, but he topped the key then.
Fortunately,
Yes, he tragic cruised into it. He was like, I sided only 1. Here it is. And we won because of it.
Have you been getting messages from players at home? People have been bombarding you?
Yes, of course. Well, we are a small country, so everyone is like, this is like big thing for our small country.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you go celebrate with your team.
Okay.
And
thank you.
We'll send it back to the news desk and Rich Hagon.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Thanks so much to Even Flock there, who is just heading off to the awards ceremony, if you will, the announcement for the top 8. We'll see him on camera very, very soon. A reminder that after the announcement of the top 8, we'll have an end-of-day wrap. So that is where we're going to go. I can tell you that they are ready to rock and roll. So why don't we hand you down to the master of ceremonies for this? It's going to be the director of the tournament manager here at Wizards of the Coast, Mr. Scott Larrabee.
Hello and welcome to the 2014 World Magic Cup Top 8 announcement. The first seeded team represented by national champion Nam Soon-wook, South Korea. The second seeded team represented by national champion Fabrizio Antari, England. The third seeded team represented by national champion Alexa Telerov, Serbia. The fourth seeded team represented by national champion Ivan Flach, Slovak Republic. The fifth seeded team represented by national champion Owen Turtenwald, United States. The sixth seeded team represented by national champion Martin Muller, Denmark. The seventh seeded team represented by national champion Vili Adel, Brazil. And the eighth seeded team represented by national champion Marios Angelopoulos, Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2014 World Magic Cup top 8 teams.
says the day 2 wrap. Feels more like the day 2000 wrap. We have brought you so much great Magic over Worlds Week so far. And in some ways, Brian David Marshall, after day 4, the Magic's just beginning.
Yeah, it feels like we're only halfway there. We still have, the World Magic Cup top 8, but we also have the World Championship top 4 to play out tomorrow. It's going to be an incredible day of Magic. Some of the biggest names in the game, too, playing for those titles.
Right. We have Yuya Watanabe, we have Patrick Chapin, we have Kentaro Yamamoto, of course, in there as well.
And Shahar Shenhar of Israel.
So they'll be back for the World Championship. But let's focus on what happened today, because today was all about the 32 countries that advanced to day 2 of the World Magic Cup. And it's an incredible format, BDM. This format of just no hiding place, 3 rounds, and every match is just vital.
It's pool play. It's unlike any other Magic tournament we see in a year. You know that where you're seated matters greatly, and if you're at the bottom of the pod, you have to 3-0 to guarantee that you're going to be one of the 2 teams that advances. And there were 2 sets of pools that players had to emerge from.
That's right. So 32 became 16 over the course of the morning. Then
Team sealed.
So that's Khans of Tarkir, team sealed. And amongst the stories of people who had felt they had survived to get back to sealed was Team England. They were 0-2 on day 1. Hungary were also 0-2, starting with bad sealed pools. And they were both very happy to come back this morning and open up much better combination of rares and uncommons and all those fantastic on-color lands that can help your mana fixing out in this format that so relies on those gold cards and those lands. So both those teams advanced to the top 16. Once we were into the top 16, then things got super tense, and I've mentioned England. What about the story of the United States?
Well, you know what? The United States managed to get into the top 16. They remained at the bottom of their pod. They had 3 losses yesterday. So they were at the bottom of their pod, which meant, they needed to 3-0 once they got to the top 16. And you know what? They did.
Why don't we walk you through the top 8 teams for the World Magic Cup? So the number 1, with Nam Sung Wook as the champion, one of the World Championship competitors, NSW from Magic Online, South Korea, your number 1 seed.
Yeah, South Korea, they had a thrilling game to lock up their berth with 1 match to go. We saw a prophetic flame speaker rip a dragon mantle off the top of the deck, put the dragon mantle on the flame speaker, or a mono red deck, draw. What is it? I don't know. I'm going to attack first. Opponent has to think. How do I block? All right, I'm just going to put these 2 Sylvan Caryatids in the way. Wow, the card was Titan Strength. Titan Strength, tap all my red mana, and managed to trample over with double strike trample, 16 points of damage to exactly kill his opponent and lock up a berth on day 3 here for South Korea. Yeah. Unbelievable match.
Fantastic, well done, South Korea. So your number 2 seed, it's England.
This is the furthest we've ever taken the friendly wager.
Sure, yes, because we will both still have a horse on day 3 or day 5 of Worlds Week. Yeah, a fantastic job by Fabrizio and Terry, who is very much the dominant player on that team. He has 4 Grand Prix top 8s. He is a winner.
He was already qualified for Pro Tour Fate Reforged,
right?
But his teammates were not.
No, and that's, we put up these little graphics that say in the top right-hand corner, oh, by the way, anyone who makes the top 8, they get to qualify for the Pro Tour. And then we sort of mostly forget to keep telling you that because...
Do you know who didn't know that? The South Koreans.
Right.
The South Koreans did not know. I was preparing the questions and going over with Nam Sung Wook the questions for the interview we did. And he was a little nervous about his English. And I was saying, so, and you qualified your teammates, and 2 teammates who weren't qualified for the Pro Tour. And he's like, well, we have to win one. And I'm like, oh, no, it's top 8. And he's like, really? And they're like, yeah. And they went crazy.
Yeah.
So.
I feared for your safety. Right. So, South Korea, England are 2. Who's number 3? It's Serbia.
Serbia. This is Maloku from Magic Online.
Right.
Guy who's just recently won a Moxavat, won multiple online PTQs, Alexei Telerov, who's also qualified for the Worlds like 7 times.
7 times. I had no idea he was Moloku.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So great job by them, and quietly just taking out the field, just tearing through all day today.
Yeah, and hands up, Serbia would have been among the favourites to not make day 2 as they so regularly do.
Certainly were not on my radar when I was handicapping the field.
No, so fantastic job by them. Now, the 4th seed, you absolutely would have said, a great team. Surely they'll make it into at least the top 16, and you would have hoped the top 8 as well. It's Ivan Flock, it's Matej Zatlkai, it's Jan Tomčani, and Michal Guldan, who has turned quietly into one of the star turns of this incredible Worlds Week, the Slovak Republic.
Zangief, as he's called by his friends and teammates.
Right.
The Slovak Republic, they really had to, it was tense in that last round. There was a little bit of infighting on the team, a little bit of bickering, a lot of strong personality. We talked to Ivan and he's like, look, we're all really good players. He's like, maybe, it's sort of a higher level of player quality than maybe we've had on some other recent Slovak teams. And as a result, people aren't always used to taking orders, but, Flock laid down the law. People made the decisions they need to make and got them into the top 8 here.
So they're your 4 seed. Now, number 5, this is Owen Turtenwald and the United States. We came in, we knew that Owen was a fantastic player. Everyone, I think, mostly understood that Neil Oliver was a fantastic player. I thought that both Isaac Sears and Andrew Beckstrom were very good, and certainly they have stood up to the pressure of being Team USA, because that's not an easy chair to be in.
No, they had, you had a murderer's row along the rail. Paul Rietzel, Reed Duke, Sam Black, William Jensen, kind of just scrutinizing every decision and every play, and really having a lot of energy invested in the team. So that's a lot of extra pressure, especially for those 3 guys who all look up to Owen as a role model for success. And congrats to Andrew Beckstrom. The other 3 players on Team USA were all qualified for Pro Tour Fate Reforged. Andrew Beckstrom, he gets himself going on his Pro Tour career here.
A trip to Washington. Well done to Andy Beckstrom, and best of luck to Team USA tomorrow. 6th seed, well, that's Martin Muller and the Danes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas Einvolson has been a member of the Danish team before and is probably one of the more well-known Danes.
A legacy Grand Prix winner with Death and Taxes,
yes.
Thomas Enevoldsen, yep.
But Martin Mueller's not someone we've seen a ton of, a very quiet young man who led this team very capably.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're just a terrific outfit. I think they might be one of the surprise packages tomorrow. We'll see what happens. 2 more teams to tell you about. 7, very emotional moment, Willie Adel.
Yeah,
Brazil.
Willie has talked a lot about his role in the Brazilian Magic community and his desire for Brazilian Magic to grow, to get more players onto the Pro Tour, and really thinking about his legacy as a Brazilian Magic player. And the World Magic Cup, he said, we missed last year making the top 8. On the last play of the last game of the last match of the last pool. And he said, till today, he has not spent a day without thinking about that match. That's how much getting into the top 8 of the World Magic Cup means to Willie Adel.
That's pretty incredible stuff. He's a great guy, and it's great to see him and the rest of the Brazilians in the top 8. Now, straightforwardly, your 8th seed is a bit of a shock. And I'm just being honest there. No one saw this coming. They finished 32nd yesterday to put out Japan, who were 33rd, and we thought, oh, well, if only Japan had been in the top 32, they'd have monstered their way through the day. And it's almost like, almost like a Pyrrhic victory for Greece making it in to day 2. Oh, but no, bottom seed in the first pool, make it in anyway. Bottom seed in the second pool, make it in anyway. Socrates, Rosa Chaos, and the guys are going to be back on Sunday. Fantastic. The underdogs absolutely have their day.
Right, and another country, really looking to make its mark. They've had, some modest success on the Pro Tour with a couple of Greek players over the years, but have not, for a nation that loves Magic so much, they have not had that kind of big rallying moment. And they're going to be playing on Sunday. They're going to qualify everybody for the Pro Tour. Talked about Pro Tour qualifications are hard to come by, and to be able to get 4 players from your country for all of these teams qualified and working together for the next Pro Tour is a big opportunity to grow Magic in your country.
So, tomorrow, 4 days are done, but 5 is still to come, and it comes conveniently in 5 major chunks. The first thing you need to remember, 9 a.m. And that's 9 a.m. in Nice, which could be any time in the world for you. So look it up, but 9 a.m. in Nice is when we get the ball rolling with all 4 quarterfinals of the World Magic Cup. One of those will be on camera. No idea which one it could be, but if you look at the brackets, you might go, I wonder what one I'd like to see. Well, come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and we'll show you one of the quarterfinals, and BDM, myself, and Randy Buehler will be out covering the other 3 quarterfinals, so you will know what's going on in each of those. So if you're following your team, you'll get regular updates, every game win as it happens, what's going on, what the board states are, so we'll give you plenty to keep you updated off camera.
And the format for that is going to be Team Unified Standard.
Right.
So the decks that these teams were playing, we're going to see those decks in action again.
Right, indeed. 3 of the 4 players will be in action, the 4th will be the coach. We'll see how the teams line up in the morning. So then it's time for the semi-finals of the World Magic Cup. We'll play those side by side, as it were, one on camera, one just off. Again, you'll have updates from that. Then it's the World Magic Cup final. One of these 8 teams will emerge with the hardware and eternal fame.
I know who I think it's going to be.
Yeah, you're wrong. Then we have a product announcement with Hélène Bergeau, the Director of Global Organised Play. Join us for that after the conclusion of the World Magic Cup.
You don't want to miss that.
No, oh hush. And then we're into the final 4 of the World Championship. So will it be a back-to-back for Shahar Shenhar? Will it be a repeat world title for Yuya Watanabe? Will it be his teammate Kentaro Yamamoto? His
breakthrough finish.
Incredible. Or
completion of a journey that was started at Pro Tour, journey into next fittingly for Patrick Chapin. He said, this is my PTQ. I want to be the world champion. I've wanted to be the world champion since 1994 when I heard about Zach Dolan being the world champion. Will it be Patrick Chapin?
You will see the semi-finals. We'll start them off both in the feature match area and we'll bounce back and forth for all the best action of that. And then finally, for those who've been with us since the very start of the week, thank you for 50 hours and more of Magic broadcasting brought to you by Wizards of the Coast. It will be time for the World Championship final. We'll do some awards, we'll wave goodbye, and another World's Week will be in the books. Just the 5 rather tasty chunks of Magic to do first. For everyone here on the team from Wizards of the Coast, thank you so much for being part of our viewership. We love that you love the game as much as we do. Thanks again. We'll see you at 9 a.m. at Nice for day 5 of Worlds Week. Brian David Marshall, Rich Hagan, bye.